1361. Share the fate of the immortal boat. These fragments of immortal realm laws appeared at too opportune a moment. Just as he was about to promote the Xuanwang realm towards sublimation and transformation in the direction of the immortal realm, they were discovered. With Li Fan's personality, it's hard not to be suspicious. So he tried to slowly sort out the logic within. The concealment of the chess pieces is truly terrifying. Those on the immortal boat, and the heavenly physicians who taught the Tao, even after countless personal contacts over tens of thousands of years, they failed to notice anything unusual. The reason I discovered the strangeness of the chess pieces so easily is entirely due to the guidance of open black lens bracket still true close black lens bracket. Without still true, I would have regarded them as ordinary objects. Thinking of this, Li Fan's heart stirred slightly. If viewed solely from this perspective, the chess pieces are indeed likely bait specifically targeting open black lens bracket still true close black lens bracket. However, there are many things that only still true can sense. Such as open black lens bracket eternal remnant thoughts close black lens bracket. It's simply that open black lens bracket still true close black lens bracket, S level is too high, all these anomalies are unable to escape his notice. I can't draw conclusions so hastily. But being cautious is the right thing to do. Li Fan observed the seven-colored chess piece quietly lying within his body. The chess piece seemed completely independent of Li Fan. Spiritual power and divine sense flowed through the location of the chess piece without being blocked in the slightest. It was as if it didn't exist at all. And apart from the burden of the fused immortal realm fragment, this chess piece had no other effect on Li Fan. The 13 great chess pieces were hidden by Sun Piao Miao in the 13 cultivation worlds he once traveled to. And he recorded the world's beacon information in his travel notes, passing it on to future generations. But obviously, these chess pieces were not crafted by Sun Piao Miao, but built by true immortals from the upper realm. Perhaps, against the backdrop of the eruption of the open black lens bracket annihilation of the Tao calamity close black lens bracket, they were preparations made by some pessimists, a backup plan to seek the revival of the immortal realm. For some unknown reason, they fell into Sun Piao Miao's hands. Li Fan pondered, his thoughts churning. In Sun Piao Miao's era, the immortal realm had not yet been destroyed, and the immortal path had not yet been severed. The vast majority of true immortals in the immortal realm were still actively fighting against the annihilation of the Tao calamity. It's conceivable that, in such a historical context, the defeatist true immortals who forged the chess pieces should not have been accepted by the mainstream, and could only act in secret. That's why they quietly passed them down to the lower realm. But for some unknown reason, these backup plans have not been activated to this day. The most likely possibility is that the true immortals who built the chess pieces have already perished in the annihilation of the Tao calamity that led to the destruction of the immortal realm. Or perhaps, Li Fan narrowed his eyes, recalling the structure of the myriad manifestations yin-yang diagram on the immortal boat. The entire dark star sea cannot find any black and white chess pieces still on the board. Only these, abandoned, gray chess pieces. Perhaps, in some unknown place, outside this high wall, those black and white chess pieces have already fulfilled their mission of completely reshaping the immortal realm. It was just Li Fan's guess, and there was currently no evidence to support it. Sun Piao Miao should know more about these great chess pieces. Sun Piao Miao himself is missing. If there are any clues remaining in the Star Sea, the most likely place is the Medicine King cauldron he left in the Medicine King sect. Anchor for 15 years, stars fall and return to Xuanwang. It's almost time. Although there might be some hidden danger behind these chess pieces, Li Fan certainly wouldn't abandon his plan to sublimate the Xuanwang realm by fusing the immortal realm fragment based solely on a possible guess. With the immortal realm fragment as the cornerstone, the possibility of the Xuanwang realm's sublimation succeeding was greatly increased. Li Fan calmed his thoughts and looked at Yin Shengren and Baihua. They had witnessed the entire process of the great chess pieces merging. They didn't dare to say much, and just watched silently. Li Fan didn't explain to them about the birth of the immortal realm fragment after the chess pieces merged. But they also guessed that these chess pieces, forged from dead worlds, probably played a crucial role in the Xuanwang sublimation plan. I asked you to go to that location deep in the Star Sea to take a look before, did you gain anything? Since returning to Daki, he had been running around to collect chess pieces, and only now did he finally have some free time. Li Fan stared at Baihua and asked. In Li Fan's estimation, it should take Baihua a lot of effort to explore that unknown, high ground. As a result, it wasn't long before she returned, went to the edge of the Star Sea, and reunited with Yin Shengren. Baihua pondered for a while and explained, perhaps I am incompetent. I searched for a long time in the direction you indicated, holy teacher, but I still didn't find anything unusual. Seeing that continuing to stay there would be a waste of time, I had no choice but to give up and search for Shu Kei's whereabouts with Taoist Yin. Maybe that opportunity was not meant for me, Baihua sighed. Li Fan nodded and asked, then, what discoveries have you made regarding Shu Kei's whereabouts? Yin Shangren said, there have been some gains. We discovered that Shu Kei may have been drawn into a strange area within the Remnant World Great Wall. The Remnant World Great Wall is the gathering of countless destroyed worlds at the foot of the High Wall. Although it's trillions of fragments, they are faintly connected as one. We don't yet understand the principle behind its formation, but perhaps it can be seen as a long rope woven from countless thin threads. And the place where Shu Kei disappeared is the open black lens bracket node close black lens bracket formed by the long rope to maintain its own stability. However, just as we were about to further explore that node, we received your message, holy teacher, Yin Shangren said with some regret. Node, Li Fan pondered for a moment and continued, it was also a sudden event. In order to obtain the chess pieces, I had to ask you to help me put on a show. The people you saw that day were all from the Immortal Boat civilization at the edge of the Star Sea. In order not to expose the existence of the Xuanwang realm, I previously disguised myself as a member of the non-existent open black lens bracket Daki close black lens bracket civilization and contacted them. The Zan Immortal Boat is very good at deconstructing the power of various true immortal inscriptions remaining in the Star Sea. I also exchanged the true immortal inscriptions I mastered with them several times, and both sides gained something. During this transaction, I accidentally discovered the existence of great chess pieces in the Immortal Boat's treasury. These chess pieces are too important for the Xuanwang sublimation and must not be missed. Therefore, I used some tricks. Li Fan casually introduced the cause and effect of the matter to the two of them. The Zan Immortal Boat is still a bit useful to the Xuanwang realm now, so you should avoid contact with them to prevent things from being exposed. Especially the aura of life and death on your body is too obvious. It will be known at a glance that you robbed the great chess pieces, Li Fan said to Yin Shangren. Yin Shangren and Baihua would naturally not stand on the side of the Zan Immortal Boat. They just smiled and didn't pay much attention to Li Fan's clever acquisition of the great chess pieces. There are still a few chess pieces left in the Immortal Boat and the Remnant World Great Wall that have not been collected, just leave them all to me. You should still go and find out Shu Kei's whereabouts first. When I have collected all the chess pieces, the final Xuanwang realm will not be far away, Li Fan instructed. Yin Shangren looked solemn and nodded in agreement. After giving the instructions, Li Fan first used the horizon within reach great formation and came to the edge of the Remnant World Great Wall. The phantom of the wooden sword kept shuttling back and forth. It really took a lot of effort to get all the remaining 5 great chess pieces here. Even with heaven-defying escape techniques, the depths of the Remnant World Great Wall at the foot of the High Wall were really full of dangers. The fluctuating and surging stellar power was like raging waves. Li Fan's wooden sword phantom could only barely offset most of it. He still had to face the omnipresent influence of suction. In addition, with the weight of the immortal realm constantly weighing him down, the consumption of Li Fan's wooden sword phantom escape technique was almost 2 or 3 times greater than before. Therefore, after collecting the 5 chess pieces here, Li Fan's body and mind had become very tired. But after all, there were great gains. Li Fan stared at his body. 5 great chess pieces and 1 7-colored chess piece that was a circle larger were quietly floating, facing each other from afar. Perhaps because of the small number, the newly acquired 5 chess pieces only rotated around each other and could not react with the already merged 7-colored chess piece. Only 2 are left, the Zan Immortal Boat and the Medicine King sect. If all 13 chess pieces are in place, if nothing unexpected happens, a corner of the former immortal realm should be able to reappear. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. Then he raised his palm, aimed at his chest, and slapped it hard. He groaned. His already tired face became even paler. Without mobilizing his own spiritual power to repair the injuries, Li Fan maintained his current appearance and slowly headed towards the Immortal Boat. Approaching the Immortal Boat without concealing his aura, all the elders had already reacted. Zhang Daogong took the lead and came out to greet him together. Fortunately, I didn't disgrace my mission, Li Fan coughed lightly, cupped his hands, and said lightly. Thank you for your hard work, Taoist friend. Zhang Daogong looked solemn and bowed in return. Li Fan frowned and dodged. He snorted coldly, don't give me these empty gestures. Although the ritual isn't complicated, it really took me a lot of effort to hide it from my master and all the holy teachers. I don't know how many people the ritual specifically covers, but I think it should be enough. Zhang Daogong nodded with a smile, about 100 million living beings. It's definitely enough to bear the backlash from performing the Juntian divine art. Since that's the case, there's no need to hide it from me anymore, right? Li Fan's eyes swept over all the elders present. This is not the place to talk, let's talk in detail after entering the Immortal Boat. The Immortal Boat elders were as cautious as ever. The group came to the top of the divine art, the deepest pavilion in the broken immortal building. The black profound jade floor was already covered with mysterious patterns. Li Fan was no stranger to these symbols. They were part of the Juntian divine art ritual. It seemed that the Immortal Boat elders were already a little impatient. The elders sat down according to their respective seats. And Li Fan also obtained his position here. With 100 million living beings as a certificate of allegiance. 100 million humans was an absolutely unimaginable huge number for the Zan Immortal Boat, where survival resources were scarce and life was declining. Therefore, after Li Fan completed the ritual, coupled with his previous performance, he finally won the absolute trust of the Immortal Boat. Taoist friend, don't be impatient. Please sit down first and try the effect of the open black lens bracket Juntian divine art close black lens bracket first. Zhang Daogong pointed to Li Fan's position. Li Fan sat down without hesitation. The pattern under him instantly emitted bursts of faint light. After sitting down, the scene in Li Fan's vision also changed with the illumination of the faint light. The positions of the surrounding Immortal Boat elders shifted strangely in space. Originally, they were all sitting on the same plane, but now, in Li Fan's eyes, everyone was distributed in a three-dimensional cube space. Staggered and orderly, occupying every corner of the cube. And Li Fan was located in the center of the cube, the focus of everyone's attention. Li Fan's expression remained unchanged. Misty heaven and earth, a long and secluded past. Originally one entity, all beings are equal. The chanting of the Immortal Boat elders came. Ancient, vast, also with a hint of weirdness. As the ballad continued to be chanted, the elders raised their arms one after another. Using their fingers as pens, they began to write in the void in front of them. What everyone wrote was not a complete true immortal inscription. It was just a structural section of an extremely complex character. In Li Fan's view, countless moving lines suddenly seemed to rise around him. These lines surrounded him, and as they continued to improve, a open black lens bracket Jun close black lens bracket character slowly took shape. Boom! In an instant, Li Fan's body shook slightly. His vision uncontrollably floated upwards, and finally stopped at a fixed position. And here, looking down, all the spell structures written by the elders on different planes combined together to form a open black lens bracket Jun close black lens bracket character on one plane. And his Li Fan's body was suppressed in the very center by this open black lens bracket Jun close black lens bracket. The open black lens bracket Jun close black lens bracket character was more complex than the open black lens bracket Hunger close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Chaos close black lens bracket characters Li Fan had seen before. Although it couldn't compare to creation, it had a different kind of mysteriousness. Under the power of the Juntian divine art, Li Fan also slowly felt the changes taking place in his body. Li Fan also looked at the still true panel. The original lifespan of only 10 years was now slowly increasing. Strands of black were generated in his full head of white hair. Streams of vitality appeared out of thin air, nourishing Li Fan's decaying body. However, Li Fan was not happy because of this suddenly increased lifespan. He just cautiously continued to observe open black lens bracket still true close black lens bracket. Until the vitality that came gradually dried up and the Juntian divine art ritual ended. Except for the change in physiological age on the panel, open black lens bracket still true close black lens bracket did not have any other reaction from beginning to end. Only then did Li Fan finally relax. Sure enough, a mere open black lens bracket Jun close black lens bracket character is not enough to affect still true. It will only affect the target locked by the Juntian divine art. Such is the lifespan cast on me this time. Other things, such as divine sense and cultivation, have not changed. After carefully checking the condition of his body, Li Fan came to a conclusion. Looking at the members of the Immortal Boat Elder Council. Compared to before the spell was cast, they undoubtedly looked a little older. But because the reduction in lifespan was evenly distributed among everyone, it was not very obvious. How do you feel? Zhang Daogong asked on behalf of the elders. Hearing this, Li Fan pretended to wake up from a dream and looked at his body that was repeating its youth. Then he bowed to the elders to express his gratitude for this life-saving grace. The Immortal Boat elders also returned the salute. From now on, we are all family, Zhang Daogong said very seriously. 1362. The Immortal Boat covets the merits of heaven. Your kindness is too great to repay. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Li Fan responded, cupping his hands. As he spoke, Li Fan checked the attributes on his still true panel. His remaining lifespan had skyrocketed from 10 years to over 500 years. This was enough to show the power of the heavenly balanced divine art. After being subjected to the divine art, my lifespan should be the same as these Immortal Boat elders. Over 500 years, not much, but not too little. Most importantly, Li Fan carefully examined his current physical condition. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly. This extra lifespan is not stable. Previously, his body had been healthy and normal, so Li Fan was keenly aware that his body, which had been forcibly changed and extended by the heavenly balanced divine art, was aging abnormally fast. Several times faster than normal. Sometimes, it would suddenly and inexplicably jump and decrease. While Li Fan was observing, the sudden change in the age number on the still true panel undoubtedly confirmed his guess. Li Fan did not hide the change in his expression. Therefore, Zhang Daogong also saw the doubt in Li Fan's heart. The way of heaven is impermanent, flowing and uncertain. Change is eternal, and balance is temporary. To balance the world is to go against the heavens. I think that even the true immortal seal script written by a true immortal may not be able to maintain the balanced state forever. Moreover, what about us? So you don't have to worry, falling from the balanced state is a normal phenomenon. There are two ways to alleviate it. One is to go to the ancient character's true trace again. A brief flashback can slow down the rate of decline. The second is to continue to cast the heavenly balanced divine art when your lifespan expires again. In fact, this is what the Immortal Boat elders are doing. Extending individual lifespan with the lifespan of everyone. Everyone helps me, and I also help everyone. Zhang Daogong looked at the surrounding elders and said with a smile. Li Fan suddenly understood. In that case, I am relieved. Sighing, Li Fan sighed again. I finally know the reason why the Immortal Boat elders seem to have different opinions from each other, but can always guarantee the collective direction of progress on major issues. This heavenly balanced divine art is truly extremely profound. Even in Daki, it is definitely one of the top supernatural powers. Despite Li Fan's praise, Zhang Daogong did not show any complacency, but a hint of a wry smile flashed in his eyes. It is just a last resort. Restricted by limited resources, the population of the Immortal Boat has always been maintained at a low level. The speed of talent replacement is slow. If we want to survive in this dark star sea, we must maintain the number of members of the elders. Researching the true immortal seal script is also fraught with crises. A little carelessness will be affected by the power of the true immortal. There are indeed not a few elders who have died because of this in history. But it is related to the future of the Immortal Boat, so it must not be abandoned. Therefore, every elder is the most precious wealth of the Immortal Boat. Li Fan did not comment on Zhang Daogong's statement. He knew that the Immortal Boat had the secret technique of Dao Pill which could refine geniuses and swallow them, taking all their talents for themselves. The number of geniuses emerging from the Immortal Boat in recent years is probably not small. It's just a pity that wanting to become a new elder definitely cannot be achieved by talent alone. The Immortal Boat elders are actually somewhat similar to the mortals in the Xuanwang realm. There cannot be too many, nor too few. A delicate balance needs to be maintained. Li Fan thought to himself, but did not say it out loud. After being subjected to the heavenly balanced divine art, the attitude of the surrounding elders towards him also changed subtly. If Li Fan had previously only won their approval out of interest and performance, then now, the elders sincerely generated recognition. It was really like being family. So Li Fan asked about the heavenly balance plan that required the lives of Daki creatures as sacrifices. The heavenly balanced divine art requires so many creatures to jointly bear the backlash. Who exactly is the target of the spell? This time, Zhang Daogong and the others no longer twisted and concealed anything. Instead, they directly revealed the answer. The target of our plan is the Star Sea's original consciousness. Li Fan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Thanks to fellow Taoists' previous teaching of the grand armor divine art, we were able to glimpse the vast star seas that is reviving. Only by personally coming into contact with it can one know the vast power of the star sea. It has not been reduced in the slightest by the destruction of the star sea, and it is still not something that our mortal cultivators can fathom. But, all the elders of the immortal boat now showed strange expressions. Seeing Dao Sheng waved his hand, showing Li Fan a desolate scene of the dark star sea. In the center of the star sea, shining like a diamond, was the true meaning of the star sea's origin. The star sea's consciousness is actually the same as the heavenly Tao of the immortal cultivation world in the past. In the past, there were cultivators who were in harmony with heaven and man and could partially control the world's heavenly Tao. And now, we are working together to cast the heavenly balance divine art, and we may not be able to jointly control the power of the star sea. Seeing Dao Sheng said powerfully. Zhang Daogong stroked his beard and smiled. If we can balance the power of the star sea, even without the help of the true immortal seal script, crossing the high wall will be just around the corner. Li Fan frowned and fell into thought. After a while, he nodded slowly. Although the high wall blocks the dark star sea, that is for the creatures in the star sea. If we use the power of the star sea itself to create waves, the droplets in the waves may not be able to fly over the high wall. That's right, only by reaching the height of a true immortal can one cross the high wall. But the power of the star sea is no less than that of a true immortal. In ancient times, the many visions that shone in the star sea were something that even true immortals had to avoid. This shows the power of the star sea, even if it is affected by the immortal world's disaster and falls into a state of destruction. But the vitality is endless. The elders' tone became more and more excited. It is our excellent object of balance. If the spell is successful, even if it cannot lift the immortal boat and cross the high wall, controlling the power of the star sea for a while is enough to create an absolutely safe haven for us in this dark star sea. After listening to the immortal boat elder's plan, Li Fan couldn't help but clap his hands and praise. Wonderful. Wonderful. This is called stealing the power of heaven and benefiting oneself. However, Li Fan suddenly changed his tone and frowned. I have used the grand armor divine art to contact the star sea's consciousness. We cultivators are really like ants in front of him. And now, this group of ants is trying to steal his power and be on an equal footing with him. Li Fan looked at everyone with a gloomy expression. Heaven has its anger, and the star sea will also have its anger. Even if it succeeds, I am afraid that we will have to face the crazy revenge of the star sea's original consciousness. Not to mention failure. At that time, I am afraid that it is not something that our immortal boat can bear. If it doesn't succeed, it will be benevolence. Isn't the risk a bit too great? Li Fan has brought himself well into the situation of having his lifespan extended by 500 years. His thinking and behavior are no longer as extreme as before. Zhang Daogong nodded, agreeing with Li Fan's point of view. You are right. The immortal boat has not yet reached the point of putting all its eggs in one basket. That's why you went to Daki. Zhang Daogong was full of confidence. Li Fan was a little puzzled. Can the anger of the star sea be calmed with just 100 million human lives? Zhang Daogong smiled, his eyes gleaming, not with people, but with a world. If it is just a simple number of humans, even if it is several times more, it may not make any difference to the star sea's original consciousness. But if we use this 100 million human lives as the foundation and decorate it into a world, in the name of a world, to divide the power of the star sea, the backlash of the star sea will be greatly weakened. Zhang Daogong said firmly. This is due to the star sea's own mechanism. According to the immortal boat's past records of clues, we are almost 100% sure that this is the case. Li Fan calmed down, thinking about the meaning of Zhang Daogong's words. Nurturing and evolving the immortal cultivation world is the star sea's inherent basic law. Even if the strength of the immortal cultivation world expands and even becomes strong enough to affect the star sea will not directly destroy it. Instead, it will at most achieve it in the form of various star sea visions. Star sea visions are much easier to deal with than the star sea's original wrath. Seeing Dao Sheng did not give Li Fan a chance to think independently, and eagerly gave the answer. Zhang Daogong showed pride. We have records of most of the star sea visions that have appeared in history, as well as the most basic coping methods. Now the star sea is only recovering after destruction, and has not yet reached the stage of rebirth and mutation. The possibility of a new star sea vision being born. Not big. Even if there is a small probability that it will really be generated, I am afraid that it is related to the remnant power of the true immortal that permeates the void. With the true immortal seal script in hand, there is absolutely no problem in getting through the storm. The immortal boat elders were all very confident. The field was quiet for a while. Finally, Zhang Daogong said in a deep voice, "Of course, in order to avoid the worst situation, we will leave the mysterious immortal boat when we cast the heavenly balanced divine art, only taking some necessary supplies. Even if our plan really fails, it will be enough to protect the immortal boat. With the spark we leave behind, the immortal boat can continue to exist for hundreds of thousands of years." Currently, although the mysterious immortal boat's balancing star sea plan looks crazy, in fact, the immortal boat has undergone careful consideration. If it succeeds, the sea will be wide enough for fish to leap. Controlling half of the star sea's power, even if the high wall is full of dangers, there will be a place to live. If it fails, it will not be a complete loss. Compared to crashing into the high wall with the power of the entire immortal boat, it is definitely much better. And this is the change that the Grand Armor Divine Art brought to the immortal boat. I have to say that the immortal boat elders are indeed not pedantic existences. They can perfectly accept new knowledge and even quickly put it into use. Then, when will we act? Since we can balance the power of the star sea, theoretically speaking, should we wait for the star sea to recover more powerfully? Li Fan said so. However, he quickly denied his own judgment. No, if the star sea is stronger, the power of revenge in the future will also be stronger. If we are too greedy, I am afraid that it will exceed the critical value that we can bear. Zhang Daogong agreed. Therefore, we must choose the best time. The immortal boat has established a special organization, and elders are constantly rotating and casting the Grand Armor Divine Art to approach and observe the star sea's consciousness. According to our prediction, the time when the best opportunity comes should be within 30 years. During this period, the power of the star sea and the remaining power of the true immortal will interact and restrict each other, forming a delicate balance. After that, the remnant power of the true immortal will probably gradually disappear in the star sea. Zhang Daogong came to the same conclusion as in his previous life. Li Fan was pleased to hear this. Okay, anyway, I have enough lifespan now, and I have enough time to wait. What preparations do I still need to do? Li Fan took the initiative to ask for instructions. Zhang Daogong pondered for a moment and gave some suggestions. First, it is best to try to see if you can increase the number of humans covered by the ritual. Li Fan frowned immediately. After hesitating for a while, he finally relaxed. Although there are some risks, if we are careful, we should be able to do it. But we can't do it 3 times. If we want to do it, we should do it big at once, so as not to regret it in the future. Li Fan's words made Zhang Daogong very satisfied. The number of ritual sacrifices is crucial. For every doubling, our chances of success will increase by 10%. I will have to trouble you to put more effort into this aspect. Okay, Li Fan agreed, his expression solemn, as if he was thinking about how to achieve it. As for the second point, Zhang Daogong paused, you can do it along the way. If it can be done, it would be best. If it really doesn't work, it won't have any impact. It's just an alternative plan. Li Fan, oh, Elder Zhang might as well tell me about it. The key to the success of the ritual is to create an immortal cultivation world in the star sea. Zhang Daogong explained in front of Li Fan using a simulated deduction screen. You also know that the worlds in the star sea are all broken. Except for your Daki. But Daki's strength is not below our immortal boat. If we want to occupy it and use it as a ready-made disguise, it will inevitably trigger a war. It is very unwise. Therefore, using those destroyed world corpses to disguise is considered a substitute method. In the remnant world Great Wall, the past world fragments are all connected together, and the whole body is affected by one hair. It is not easy to obtain. But we don't really want the world ruins. We just need to try to take some of the marks after the destruction of the past heavenly Tao. Zhang Daogong pointed to the remnant world Great Wall in the distance. Li Fan looked like he couldn't quite understand the other party's words. What exactly do you mean by the marks after the so-called destruction of the heavenly Tao? Zhang Daogong reached out his hand and then took out an object. It looked like amber and white jade. It was naturally mixed, without any carving marks. It was in the shape of a wooden umbrella. This is the only thing left after the destruction of an immortal cultivation world. It was obtained by our immortal boat in the void after the star sea vision subsided. If you look carefully, there will definitely be many similar objects in the remnant world Great Wall. Fellow Taoists' escape technique is divine, and it is much easier to search than us. Zhang Daogong quickly put away the wooden umbrella white jade. But there is no need to force it. In the Immortal Boat's secret collection, there are still some heavenly Tao marks like this. It should be enough to complete the disguise. 1363. Really move. Collecting more is just an extra layer of security. The most crucial thing is the number of sacrifices for the Juntian ritual. Zhang Daogong's eyes were burning as he re-emphasized. If you feel pressured, you can also choose an elder to assist you. Li Fan pondered for a moment, and finally shook his head. The Great Chi's guardian immortal artifact monitors the heavens and the earth. If outsiders rashly break in, it will definitely cause alarm, which will be detrimental to the plan's execution. I am enough alone. The arrival of the best time node is within 30 years. It won't take that long. If everything goes smoothly, I will definitely succeed within 3 to 5 years, Li Fan said confidently. However, Li Fan suddenly frowned. Speak freely. If you need any help, just ask. The elders will definitely cooperate fully. Zhang Daogong said generously, having received Li Fan's assurance. Li Fan nodded. My trip is under the pretext of searching for treasures in the Star Sea ruins. If I return empty-handed, it might arouse suspicion. I need to pick something from the Immortal Boat's secret vault to take back. Of course, just something from the first level of the vault to deal with the situation. Seeing Dao Sheng heard this and suddenly asked, if the things you bring back are of higher value, will it be more conducive to the arrangement of the subsequent ritual? Li Fan subconsciously replied, that's natural, but, to be honest, the help is really limited. The solidification of the Great Chi scholastic faction is far greater than our Immortal Boat Elders' Council. A few treasures are far from enough. It still depends on time and hard-earned qualifications. The elders exchanged glances, and finally Zhang Daogong spoke, even if it's just one more chance, it's good. You can go to the second level of the treasure vault to choose. What's stored there are all extremely valuable items that do not affect the survival and continuation of the Immortal Boat. Li Fan was not pretentious and cupped his hands, that would be good. Surrounded by the crowd, Li Fan came to the second level of the Immortal Boat's secret vault again. He looked at the celestial starlight lotus light sphere, which sealed one rare treasure after another. The Immortal Boat Elders' Council agreed that he could choose 2 items here, and then go to the first level of the secret vault to choose 3 more. With a total of 5 treasures in hand, he could dispel Great Chi's doubts and promote the smooth progress of the Juntian ritual. Li Fan browsed around and first chose a yin-yang jade from the second level of the secret vault. It was formed by the condensation of a massive amount of yin and yang energies reaching a delicate balance. Li Fan had a premonition that if he mixed this yin and yang energy into the process of promoting Xuanlong's sublimation, there might be unexpected effects. As for the second treasure to choose, naturally, it was one of the 3 relics left by Sun Piaomiao, the 3-pronged divine tree that still had a sense of unusual movement. The Immortal Boat Elders all used the manifest incantation to observe Sun Piaomiao's relics. The broken-winged gray bird and the 3-pronged tree were not like the Medicine King Cauldron, which had faint connections with the outside world. After ruling out the possibility of them being gray chess pieces, the Immortal Boat Elders determined that they were smokescreens left by Sun Piaomiao. Li Fan explained, although this thing has no practical value, it was also left by Sun Piaomiao. It is from the same source as the hanging yang puppet that protected my life last time. My teacher must be very interested in it. The Immortal Boat Elders hesitated for a while, but finally agreed to Li Fan's request. Then Li Fan went to the first level of the secret vault and took away a black star stone, a strange bronze mirror, and a liquid long sword. Only then did he bid farewell to the Immortal Boat, his sword shadow flashed, and he disappeared into the dark star sea. After Li Fan left, the Immortal Boat Elders gathered in one place. Although he has guaranteed it, we cannot completely place our hopes on him, Zhang Daogong said in a deep voice. That's right, we still need to prepare other ways to reduce the backlash of the Star Sea. Perhaps, it's time to open the 3rd level of the Baiwen Immortal record. As soon as this was said, the field suddenly fell into silence. As if there was something in the 3rd level of this secret vault that made everyone extremely fearful. The elders all had different expressions, but no one expressed their agreement for a long time. Wait a little longer. Take 5 years as a deadline, everyone think again if there is a better way. If he can successfully return during this period, it would be even better. Otherwise, A trace of gloom flashed in Zhang Daogong's eyes, and his gaze drifted to the Baiwen secret vault that had been closed. Far away from the immortal boat, Li Fan did not return to the Xuanwang realm immediately. Instead, he went to the location of the remnant realm Great Wall, where Yin Shengren and Baihua were located. On the way, he took out the three-pronged tree. The still truth's anomaly appeared at the right time. Li Fan temporarily suppressed the desire rising in his heart and first examined the creation in front of him. This three-pronged tree was made of some unknown material, resembling copper but not copper, resembling wood but not wood. It had both the hardness and coldness of metal, and the vitality and vicissitudes of ancient trees. On each fork, what grew out was not branches, but another completely new tree. And on these secondary branches, there were still new three-pronged forks sprouting out. Endless, it seemed that there was never an end. With Li Fan's current divine sense, after constantly tracking and observing, he could not even determine how many branches the three-pronged tree had in a short period of time. Truly exquisite. Li Fan nodded slightly, and then no longer suppressed still truth's desire. A strange force enveloped the three-pronged tree, and then this ancient creation was shrouded in a faint light. Gradually, it became illusory, and then completely disappeared into the air. Li Fan stared closely at the changes in the still truth panel. But after waiting for a long time, the good thing that directly increased the virtualization charging progress to 400% last time did not happen. Li Fan did not find any real changes. Could it be that still truth swallowed it for nothing? The thought flashed through Li Fan's mind. However, Li Fan quickly denied this guess. With his understanding of still truth was extremely picky. Every time it ate, it would definitely bring substantial changes. This time, it was no exception. Li Fan abandoned the observation of the still truth panel and instead focused all his attention on still truth itself. Even the wooden sword evasion technique that traversed the void stopped. Standing quietly in the void, Li Fan calmly realized. Half a day later, Li Fan suddenly opened his eyes. Sure enough, this time still truth's changes are not directly reflected on the panel. But, Li Fan once again cast a wooden sword shadow. Outsiders could not distinguish it, only Li Fan, the caster of the divine ability, could tell that this time the shadow evasion technique was even better than before. In a short period of time, he had made such significant progress. It all depended on Li Fan's understanding of change of true and false, which had improved further. It can actually help me comprehend the change of true and false of still truth's essence. Li Fan was quite shocked. Change of true and false was the highest level of power that Li Fan had encountered in his constant reincarnation. There was no other. It was extremely difficult for Li Fan to comprehend and utilize it. He relied entirely on his connection with still truth, using the scenes of the world virtualizing and reappearing every time still truth was activated, and slowly comprehending it with his own understanding. There was no other shortcut to take. But now, the three-pronged tree, one of Sun Piaomiao's relics, could actually assist in enlightenment. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, carefully savoring how this incredible thing happened. After a long time, Li Fan felt something in his heart. The way of true and false is like the supreme principle of heaven, high above. Only when I activate still truth each time can I fly to the sky and observe its changes up close. And absorbing this three-pronged tree is. Li Fan was silent for a while. Then a burst of bright light suddenly erupted in his eyes. Still truth launched its simulation without my participation. The generation and virtualization of the real and false worlds only happened in an instant. It didn't even affect the current world. Instead, it only existed in still truth. No one in the world noticed that a change of true and false had been achieved again. Only I, through the inexplicable increase in the degree of comprehension of the change of true and false, was lucky enough to discover it. Becoming the world's unique wise man, Li Fan did not feel the slightest excitement in his heart. Instead, he felt an unprecedented heaviness. So much so that the previous plan to meet with Yin Shengren was temporarily put on hold. Still truth, Li Fan silently recited in his heart. The surroundings instantly dimmed. That was a more obvious gray than the already dark and silent dark star sea. The 7 bright characters of, when the real is taken as false, the false is also real, then floated up. As always, still truth's ability was not affected and could still be activated at any time. But for some reason, Li Fan's heart was always uneasy and could not calm down for a long time. In Li Fan's view, things in the world are divided into 2 types. One type is covered by still truth's ability. The other type is still truth and things that can affect still truth. Everything in the Star Sea, even the High Wall, true immortals, and cat treasure, all belong to the first category. As long as still truth is in hand, Li Fan will sooner or later be able to step them all under his feet. But the other category exceeded Li Fan's control. Being able to influence still truth also meant that Li Fan's biggest trump card had lost its effectiveness. Although this time, it seemed to be beneficial to him without any harm. But the occurrence of the uncontrolled event was definitely a warning to Li Fan. In the future, still truth's anomaly, the desire to devour. Could it be satisfied every time? What exactly does this swallowing of still truth represent? This was a question placed in front of Li Fan that had to be carefully considered. Still truth, as the supreme treasure that Li Fan inexplicably awakened after transmigrating, seemed to be integrated with himself. It would definitely be a lie to say that he was not afraid of losing it one day. But the smooth sailing in the previous reincarnations, and even the successful foundation building with part of still truth in the Xuanwang realm during the 100 lifetimes of reincarnation, made Li Fan gradually forget the feeling of gain and loss he once had. Now, with the changes after still truth swallowed the three-pronged divine tree, Li Fan was awakened again. After a long time, Li Fan completely calmed down. From the current point of view, it is not a bad thing for me. But it is necessary to find out as soon as possible what this three-pronged tree is. Why did it make still truth launch a birth and death of the world without my participation? What exactly happened in that world of birth and death in that instant? What is so special about it that still truth would undergo such a change? Many questions flooded Li Fan's mind. Sun Piao Miao. Li Fan was now certain that this three-pronged tree must also be from the immortal realm. Even more valuable than that great chess piece. But even Sun Piao Miao may not understand the secrets behind it. Li Fan thought about how to study this three-pronged tree. He could not be sure whether still truth would still have the desire to swallow it after seeing the three-pronged tree in the next life. From previous experience, still truth would not devour things it had already swallowed once. But maybe this extremely strange three-pronged tree would be a special case. Then the question came, if still truth's anomaly still occurred in the next life, would Li Fan let it continue to devour it? For the first time, Li Fan, who had always been decisive, fell into a long hesitation. This hesitation did not disappear until he found Yin Shengren and Baihua in the remnant realm Great Wall. While carefully continuing to think, Li Fan cast the wooden sword shadow evasion technique to cover the two who were struggling under the influence of the reverberating star power. The current location was the node that Yin Shengren had mentioned before, which was generated by the remnant realm Great Wall to maintain its self-stability. Here, the reverberating star power was like huge waves hitting the reef. The drastic changes in energy could be called the most extreme at the edge of the Star Sea. Even comparable to the foot of the high wall. With their strength, it was still a bit difficult to explore here. How is it? Do you have any clues about Shuke? Li Fan asked. Yin Shengren adjusted the somewhat messy aura of life and death in his body, and then replied, it has now been basically determined that Shuke was swept into here. We found the last mark left by Shuke. Although it was extremely weak, it was exactly the same as what we had agreed upon beforehand. Hearing this, Li Fan diverted some of his attention to look around. The field of vision suddenly changed from a normal angle to an elevated dimension perspective. Li Fan was shocked to discover that this node was not a high platform in the remnant realm Great Wall, but a depression. The towering and continuous Great Wall suddenly broke here. But this break did not actually affect the connection of the remnant realm Great Wall. It was as if, in this depression, there was a mysterious, invisible force maintaining the continuous remnant realm Great Wall. Interesting. Li Fan finally cheered up. The scope of this depression was only a small area in the actual Star Sea. Barely enough for one person to stand alone. It was really difficult to drift into it in the midst of intense energy fluctuations. I'm afraid only Shuke, that person of destiny, has such luck. Thinking this, the wooden sword shadow was like a small boat on the river, rushing towards the depression. The closer it got to the broken zone of the remnant realm Great Wall, the stronger the external interference the wooden sword shadow received. The light and shadow flickered uncertainly, as if it would burst like a bubble at any time. Li Fan frowned slightly, condensed his mind, and maintained the evasion technique from dissipating. Boom! When the shadow left the normal area of the remnant realm Great Wall and completely fell into the broken depression, it was like falling from a cliff of 10,000 feet. Under the violent impact, the wooden sword shadow almost collapsed directly. I recommend Lord Yan's new book. The world has been divided for over 300 years. In the Central Plains, songs and dances never cease, while foreign tribes sharpen their swords and prepare their horses. Wandering swordsmen roam the Jianghu, and famous generals suppress all directions. 5 years before the world descends into chaos, the 12-year-old apothecary Li Guanyi kills a man on a rainy night. Finally opening his eyes, he sees this chaotic world. Beneath the horses' hooves lie piles of white bones, famous generals, beautiful women, the Jianghu, divine weapons, and common people. Since ancient times, only white bones, yellow sand, and fields have remained. Confucian scholars are crushed under iron hooves, Buddhas are swept away by long spears. This humble Taoist, Li Guanyi, invites this world to its death. 1364. The cracks in the ground are all over the sea of stars. Since comprehending the wood sword phantom escape technique, this was the first time Li Fan had encountered such a drastic external influence on this divine power. He even had a faint premonition that if he hadn't absorbed the trident tree with returning to truth and deepened his understanding of the transformation between truth and falsehood, he would have at least suffered a collapse of his divine power and serious injuries from that sudden fall. Fortunately, Li Fan had indeed improved slightly. It was this tiny bit of progress that allowed him to barely maintain the wood sword phantom and successfully enter the sinkhole node within the remnant realm Great Wall. Unlike the sinkhole node with the reservoir he encountered before, which was used to store the remnant power of true immortals. After stepping into this place, one could clearly perceive the difference between this place and the outside world due to the drastic changes in the terrain. It was like a bottomless crack suddenly appearing on the earth. Li Fan and the others were now falling into the abyss, looking up at the continuous line of the sky that was revealed. However, the sky here was a desolate and pitch-black expanse. And this sinkhole node, Li Fan did not retract the wood sword phantom, still using it to protect Shengren Yin and Baihua. Instead, he flashed out of the phantom, personally sensing this place. The surroundings were still dark and gloomy. But the black here was different from the dead and silent void outside. It was more like the arrival of a summer night, full of vibrant life, hidden within. The sinkhole node of the Great Wall actually has such a huge gathering of vitality. Li Fan was shocked. After a more careful examination, he confirmed that all of this was not his illusion. Li Fan further observed, in addition to pure vitality, there did not seem to be any life being nurtured in the sinkhole node. Moreover, the actual range here was not as small as it appeared from a normal perspective, but rather it spread endlessly outwards, seemingly without end. With no immediate danger, Li Fan finally retracted his divine power. Shengren Yin and Baihua looked around in astonishment. The birth of vitality here was obviously beyond their understanding. They were mentally tense, fearing that some unknown creature would suddenly emerge from the nearby darkness and attack. Seeing their expressions, Li Fan became alert. They did not seem as calm as he was. Perhaps it was because they were experiencing the high and low of terrain for the first time, being separated from their innate area, which caused them to be disturbed and uneasy. It was like ordinary people who had lived on the plateau for many years suddenly coming to the top of a cliff or a deep valley, and without the power to protect themselves. It was inevitable that they would naturally experience a change in their state of mind. After a few words of reassurance, Li Fan led them to slowly explore the sinkhole depression. It was silent and soundless. Pure vitality, like an underground river, flowed quietly in this place, as if it were the beginning of creation. Vitality rose upwards, but could not escape the deep sinkhole. It only lingered and gathered here. Li Fan keenly noticed that the vitality here was significantly different from the vitality that nurtured life in the profound yellow world. If there were such a massive amount of vitality in the profound yellow world, it would definitely stimulate all kinds of incredible changes. Mountains would rise from the ground, and trees would tower into the sky. It would also certainly be accompanied by the birth of countless new species and new life. But here, vitality was just vitality. It did not meet the conditions for the birth and evolution of life, like a pool of stagnant water, giving people an extremely strange feeling. Perhaps it is because the terrain here is too low. Li Fan could not help but think. After exploring slowly for most of the day, there were no obvious changes in the surrounding scenery. Li Fan frowned and told Shengren Yin and Baihua to wait where they were. He then controlled the wood sword phantom and moved forward rapidly. With his current escape technique speed, he could cross the entire Dark Star Sea in less than a day. But Li Fan was horrified to discover that this sinkhole depression was far more elongated than he had imagined. Even as he moved forward, Li Fan also discovered that the sinkhole was like a maze, gradually extending different branches in its direction. At first it was fine, there were only a few forks. But later, each branch led to dozens or hundreds of different passages. Each passage soon had a large number of branches extending from it. In the end, even with his heaven-defying escape technique, Li Fan did not dare to venture deeper. This sinkhole maze was too large. He explored rapidly for 3 days, which in theory should have been enough to explore the entire Dark Star Sea. However, at this moment he could not see the end of the sinkhole maze at all. Li Fan had no choice but to return first, relying on his memory of the way he came. After explaining the situation to Shangren Yin and Baihua, they were both greatly shaken. This strange sinkhole is definitely not just under the Remnant Realm Great Wall. Perhaps it is like an underground channel, leading from all directions to all parts of the Dark Star Sea. Shangren Yin seemed to understand. Baihua nodded in agreement. I can vaguely feel the source of vitality here. In addition to the ruins of countless destroyed worlds in the Remnant Realm Great Wall, it also comes from every corner of the Silent Star Sea. It is truly like an underground river, drawing every bit of newborn vitality, gathering like streams. If the Great Wall was the supreme existence that surrounded and trapped the Star Sea, then the sinkhole depression hidden under the Great Wall node was the lowest point of the entire starry sky. Most of the vitality that the Star Sea recovered from destruction slowly flowed into here, following the ubiquitous sinkholes beneath the Star Sea. It was because it had gathered most of the vitality of the entire Star Sea for thousands of years that the vast amount of vitality contained here made Li Fan feel a little frightened. This magnificent creation is definitely not something that human power can achieve. Could it be the work of a true immortal again? Like the Great Wall, it is to completely seal off the vitality of the Dark Star Sea. Shangren Yin's expression was uncertain. As for Baihua, she had gradually emerged from her previous fear. Holy teacher, may I extract some vitality here? She asked. Li Fan's eyes flickered slightly, and after thinking for a moment, he replied, if you only take a small amount and do not trigger the riot of the Vitality Underground River, there should be no danger. But remember, do not be greedy and know when to stop. Otherwise. Li Fan looked at the calmly flowing vitality here, his expression serious. The quantity is too large, and the majestic power, if suddenly burst forth, although it is vitality, it can also kill people. Baihua nodded. I naturally know this. In fact, I don't need that much. I only need to awaken the frozen glazed world. Baihua's tone was faint, and as she spoke, she transformed into her glazed golden body. Within the golden, dazzling, and transparent figure, a miniature world, like an ice sculpture and jade carving, was impressively listed. One could vaguely see the images of countless cultivators, sects, and mountains that once existed. Glazed flower blooms. Baihua chanted softly, and her golden body suddenly turned into a 32-petal glazed golden flower. Sacred, solemn, the glazed golden flower flew into the river of vitality, without splashing vitality in all directions. It just floated quietly. The 32 petals slowly bloomed. Li Fan saw that strands of vitality were being drawn by these petals, all infused into the miniature world in the center of the flower. But the vast vitality in front of him seemed to be extremely viscous. It was not so easy to extract. The 32 golden petals worked together, and only a visible drop or two appeared in the central phantom. But even this small amount of vitality was like a timely rain to the miniature world, that is, the myriad prosperity world. It was as if withered flowers were re-wetted with water, restoring their original freshness. All kinds of incredible changes took place in that miniature world, that is, the myriad prosperity world. A look of ecstasy appeared on Baihua's face. Shangren Yin was also attracted by this spectacle for a while. Li Fan noticed that because Baihua was absorbing vitality, a miniature vortex was slowly forming around her, with the surging vitality slowly coming. The initial scale of the vortex was still small, but soon it had a momentum of crazy expansion. It seemed that the vitality of the entire sinkhole was about to come rolling in. The power that suppressed and swept everything from the sky and the earth made Li Fan look sideways. Enough, Li Fan frowned and reminded her. Baihua was still relatively sober and was not overwhelmed by short-term gains. Even though she was very reluctant, she finally put away the 32 glazed golden flowers. Without a vent, the gradually roaring vitality underground river became calm again. However, the vitality that had gathered did not subside in a short time, forming a rapid torrent here. Under the scouring of the vitality power, Li Fan and others could not help but feel that their souls were about to be washed away with it. Li Fan had to strengthen the protection of the wood sword phantom divine power. Looking at the seemingly calm but actually strangely dangerous scene around him, Shangren Yin suddenly realized, I know where that contradictory and ever-dangerous feeling comes from. Because what flows here is not just vitality. On the surface of the vitality, there is also a layer of unknown power that absorbs vitality. It is this power that draws vitality from all parts of the star sea and seals it here. Baihua, who had returned to her normal form, nodded in agreement. In order to separate this power from pure vitality, it is so difficult for me to absorb it. Strictly speaking, the rank of this power to strip vitality does not seem to be very high. Even I can separate it from vitality. But, a trace of fear flashed across Baihua's face. There are too many of them. How much vitality there is in this sinkhole, there is that much power to strip vitality. We may be able to resist the invasion of a few waves, but we will definitely not be able to survive in the continuous scouring. Speaking of this, Baihua could not help but look at Li Fan. She paused. Perhaps, holy teacher, you can escape with your extraordinary escape technique. Li Fan did not answer. Instead, he stretched out his hand to touch and feel the rapid torrent of vitality around him. The erosion of the power to strip vitality was so obvious. The hand that was impacted became pale in an instant. The flesh and blood seemed to be emptied, and the bones inside were faintly visible. Moreover, this loss of vitality slowly spread to other parts of the body. Li Fan decisively cut off his arm to stop the continued erosion of the power to strip vitality. The severed hand fell into the river of vitality. Without the protection of the main body, it quickly dissolved and disappeared like a wax statue under high temperature. It became part of the river of vitality. This power. Regrowing his arm, Li Fan moved it slightly, recalling the details he had sensed before. It was not an ordinary extraction of vitality, but the foundation on which vitality depended was washed away in an instant. When the skin is gone, what will the hair attach to? Without the foundation, vitality has no attachment and can only drift with the current. This was a mysterious feeling. Li Fan could not understand what the basis of vitality was. But he could clearly feel its loss. It is really incredible. But, it seems to have something in common with the Great Wall. Li Fan thoughtfully said, the so-called Great Wall is actually the limitation of supreme rules. There is no way forward, or rather, there is no forward. And the power to strip vitality in this sinkhole makes the foundation of life maintenance disappear. Quote. The sinkhole depression is hidden under the normal star sea. Like an underground river, it is all over the star sea. The scale is so grand that it can only be built by the existence that built the Great Wall. Perhaps it is as Shangren Yin guessed, it is used to extract and seal the birth of vitality in the star sea. But Li Fan soon felt a trace of doubt. It did extract vitality, but it did not completely extract it. Because the large amount of vitality that the sinkhole has absorbed for thousands of years is still lying here quietly. Indeed, the method to enter the sinkhole is extremely difficult. Li Fan did not notice the tiny node entrance even after traveling back and forth between the Remnant Realm Great Wall many times. But after all, it is not absolute. There is still a possibility of entering by chance. For example, this time, Shu Ke was affected by the riotous reverberating star power, so he happened to enter this sinkhole. If you really want to cut off the vitality of the star sea, with his means of building the Great Wall and digging through the sinkhole, you can definitely directly extract this vitality outside the Great Wall. But it is deliberately left in the star sea. Li Fan thought, his expression inexplicable. Either, the creators of the sinkhole and the Great Wall are different. Either, it is intentional. In front of Li Fan, the entire dark star sea suddenly appeared in his mind. Around the star sea, the Great Wall stood tall, sealing it off. At the bottom of the star sea, the sinkholes were dense, connecting the channels, extracting and preserving the vitality of the star sea. And on the edge of the star sea, the highest Great Wall, and the lowest sinkhole, gather in one place. Star sea spectacle. For the creatures in the star sea, they are all desperate existences. But perhaps this sinkhole is not. The scene in front of Li Fan changed again. The star sea recovers from destruction. However, it cannot be done overnight to re-nurture life. Especially for thousands of years, the remnant power of true immortals remains and has not dissipated. Even if vitality recurs, it will only be the end of being quickly polluted by the remnant power of true immortals. It is like the scorching desert, even if there is a little rain during the day, it will soon be evaporated. The slow vitality that emerges all over the star sea is a pure waste and cannot really make the star sea nurture life. But if you collect them all. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. Recommend Yan Shen's new book. The world has been fractured for over 300 years. In the Central Plains, songs and dances never cease, while foreign tribes sharpen their weapons and prepare their horses. Wandering sword immortals roam the martial world, and famous generals suppress all directions. 5 years remain until the world descends into chaos. On a rainy night, the 12-year-old apothecary Li Guanyi commits murder. Finally opening his eyes, he beholds this chaotic world. Beneath the horses' hooves lie piles of white bones. Famous generals, beauties, the martial world, divine weapons, and common people. Since ancient times, only white bones, yellow sand, and fields have remained. Confucian scholars are trampled beneath iron hooves, Buddhas are swept away by long spears. This humble Taoist, Li Guanyi, invites this world to its death. 1365. The wise man walks the way of heaven. It's like a reservoir located underground in the desert, collecting every drop of water that has seeped in over millions of years. When the day comes, when the time is right, and a torrential rain falls from the sky, drenching the desert, this underground reservoir will reverse the flow of underground water, sweeping and scouring the entire desert. In concert with the grand forces of nature, it will transform the desert, turning the vast expanse of sand into a boundless watery realm in an instant. This is a method of changing the world. Li Fan's eyes flashed, as if he wanted to see through the secrets hidden beneath the calm river of life before him. Unfortunately, just as he had guessed, the builder of the river of life was definitely in existence beyond the mortal realm. Their arrangement, especially since it was clearly not achieved through formations, was simply beyond Li Fan's current ability to comprehend. The torrent caused by the 100 flowers absorbing life force gradually subsided. Until it completely returned to a state of dormancy, Li Fan's observation yielded no results whatsoever. So too, were the efforts of Superior Man Yin and 100 Flowers. It was truly like a high wall, displayed before you without any concealment, allowing you to use all sorts of methods to peer into it. Yet you could never figure out the secrets within. The difference was almost despairing. The three stood silently above the river of life, speechless for a long time. No one knew how much time had passed. Li Fan shook his head slightly. In ancient times, there was the saying of, sighing at the vastness of the ocean, but now there is, despair upon seeing the river. The secrets here are not something we can explore now. As for Shu Kei's entanglement within, we can only hope that good fortune favors him. He had originally thought that finding Shu Kei was just a matter of convenience, but who would have thought that beneath this fragmented world Great Wall lay the Star Sea Rift, spanning the entire Star Sea. Thus, the plan had to be changed. In fact, if Li Fan continued to explore in this way, relying on the recording function of the Stone of Transformation and the escape technique of the Wooden Sword Phantom, he might not be able to completely explore the Star Sea Rift. However, the focus of this life was still the sublimation of the Xuanwang world. The life force contained in the Star Sea Rift was too vast. Even if he extracted some while promoting the Xuanwang sublimation, the already explored area would definitely be enough. Holy teacher, I plan to stay here for a while. 100 Flowers hesitated before finally speaking. The life force here is of great use for the revival of the myriad flourishing world. Although I can only extract a small amount each time, with perseverance, I can restore my homeland to life in at most half a year. Li Fan stared at 100 Flowers, his gaze seeming to penetrate her body, reaching the miniature world at her core. Even if you revive it, I'm afraid not all of your old friends will be able to be resurrected, Li Fan frowned. Li Fan could naturally see that the myriad flourishing world and the beings within had all been refined by 100 Flowers into that golden glazed state. Even if he could use the surging life force to wash over them, restoring them from their glazed state. It was hard to say just how many beings could withstand this change in between. But 100 Flowers' gaze remained firm. Do my best and leave the rest to fate. Previously, there was simply no way to revive the world, but now that the opportunity is before my eyes, how can I turn a blind eye? Seeing this, Li Fan did not stop her. Superior Man Yin then spoke up as well. Like 100 Flowers, I don't want to leave in a short time. Li Fan raised his eyebrows. This life force is also useful to you. Superior Man Yin shook his head. No. It's just that near this river of life, I feel an unparalleled peace in my heart. Those remnants of world souls that occasionally popped up in my consciousness have all fallen into silence here. This reason left Li Fan speechless. All right, if you have nothing to do, you can look for Shu Ke by the way. It would be best if you can find him. If not, there's no need to force it. Your own safety comes first. The Xuanwang sublimation is a long-term plan. Half a year doesn't matter. You can stay here, and I'll come back to pick you up in half a year, Li Fan said to the two. The two cupped their hands and said goodbye to Li Fan. Li Fan then stepped forward, the phantom of the wooden sword reflecting around him. A moment later, a strange fluctuation appeared around him. It was the Ascension formation. The magnificent power, like a cultivator ascending and climbing the heavenly gate, made superior Manyan and 100 Flowers retreat and avoid it. In front of them, Li Fan's actual position did not change. But they truly felt that Li Fan was getting farther and farther away from them, more and more. Hi, Li Fan, standing in the phantom of the wooden sword, gradually became illusory. Finally, it completely dimmed and disappeared from their sight. Such methods. Superior Manyan was dazed and could not help but say, if the holy teacher does not come to pick us up in half a year, then we may be trapped here for the rest of our lives. 100 Flowers did not refute, only saying, however, this place is full of life force, so there is no need to worry about being trapped to death. She continued to stare at the calm river of life, waiting for the next opportunity to absorb. Fragmented World Great Wall, outside the node leading to the depression of the Star Sea Rift. Without any warning, Li Fan's figure suddenly appeared. The moment he returned to the Star Sea, he stopped the Ascension formation and used the wooden sword Phantom's escape technique to leave the node's range. However, in just a few breaths, he had returned from the depression to the normal high Star Sea. The rapid change in altitude in a short period of time caused his body and soul to feel as if they had undergone some kind of violent impact. PFF'd. Fresh blood spurted out, and his skin cracked inch by inch. His soul was like being run over by thousands of giant rocks, pressured and crushed. Even with Li Fan's foundation, his face could not help but turn pale for a moment. The behavior just now was like half an ascension. It was just ascending from a lower-level world to the current Star Sea. The impact was already so severe. One can imagine what kind of ordeal a true ascension would entail. Without the protection of immortal spiritual energy, ordinary cultivators would probably have no chance of survival. In the few breaths of Li Fan's leisurely thoughts, his injuries had already been completely restored. Without leaving, Li Fan gazed at the spectacle beneath this high wall. The invisible high wall, the continuous fragmented world Great Wall, the endless Star Sea Rift at the lowest point of the Star Sea. Intertwined in one place, dreamlike and mysterious. Even though Li Fan's strength was about to stand at the peak of the Star Sea, in his eyes, this Star Sea was still full of mysteries. Perhaps as he continued to grow stronger, the more he came into contact with and discovered, the more confusion he would have in his heart. Until one day, he broke through a certain limit. Everything would eventually be revealed to the world. Li Fan temporarily took one last deep look at this Star Sea spectacle, and then the wooden sword Phantom was unsheathed and flew towards the Xuanwang world. The ceremony to deal with the immortal ship is not urgent for the time being. If things are done too quickly, it will arouse suspicion instead. It's just that as progress is made, it's time to officially begin cultivating this life's Xuanwang Great Heavenly Venerate. The vast amount of immortal spiritual energy required in the Xuanwang sublimation plan can only be mobilized by succeeding as the Xuanwang Great Heavenly Venerate. The position of Great Heavenly Venerate still has the various constraints of the former immortal realm. The scene of Sun Tianxi's unnatural death in the previous life was still vivid in his mind, which also destined that Li Fan would definitely not take risks himself. Fortunately, in this life, there is no need to create a Sun Tianxi who is born in harmony with the Tao. The Tao-preaching Phantom has been preaching day and night in multiple mortal small worlds. He has already found a suitable target. Li Fan's figure flickered and came to an unnamed mortal world. The scale of this small world is not comparable to that of Daki or Dali, and it is even far inferior to the Spirit Wood world. A mountain range composed of 13 peaks is the entirety of the world. Rather than a small world, it is more like a small-scale cave heaven. But in such a mortal small world that even a foundation establishment cultivator might not care about, Li Fan sensed the birth of a weak world heavenly Tao consciousness. And a boy within whose nature can be described as pure and true. Perhaps it is because the world is too small that it is extremely difficult for the humans here to reproduce the next generation. Therefore, the total human population has always remained at a low level. For them, the resources in the mountains are almost endless. There are so few people on the 13 mountain peaks, and they all know each other. So there are very few disputes. Most of the time every day is free. The humans here inevitably developed curiosity about the outside of the mountains. But just like the star-sea beings who are always trapped within the high walls, they cannot leave the boundary of the world in their entire lives. There is such a little boy who, from the day he could walk, often climbed the highest peak in this world. Standing alone on the summit, overlooking this narrow world. The 13-peak mountain range is all within sight. Then he lay on the ground, silently looking at the sky. Li Fan had observed this little boy. During his climbing and overlooking, there were still many miscellaneous thoughts in his mind. But when he lay down and looked at the sky, his consciousness almost fell into absolute blankness, and his thoughts completely calmed down. If Li Fan could not still sense his life aura, he would almost have thought that he had passed away. It must be known that living beings in the world, interacting with the outside world, will inevitably give birth to their own ideas. Only a very few people can, either by chance or by innate talent, fall into this state of emptiness without knowledge or consciousness. However, this realm that is hard to come by for a cultivator is the norm for this little boy. Even, this 13 peaks world is really too small. But by chance, it gave birth to its own heavenly Tao consciousness. Among the extremely limited number of living beings, the little boy's act of lying at the highest point of the world and looking at the sky all day naturally attracted the attention of this heavenly Tao. However, the heavenly Tao consciousness of this 13 peaks world is also in a state of infant-like germination. It is just instinctive curiosity approaching. Thus, the little boy's soul is like a blank sheet of paper. He slowly imprinted the approaching heavenly Tao of the 13 peaks world. The traces left by the world heavenly Tao in the soul did not affect the little boy's own nature. He still climbed to the top and looked at the sky day after day. And without his awareness, the heavenly Tao consciousness increasingly familiar came and left its imprint. Li Fan has observed countless people in small worlds. He had to admit that this was a miracle that could not be replicated. Similar to man and similar to heaven and actually man. Heaven and man are one, man seizes the wonders of heaven. Observing the Tao of heaven, upholding the actions of heaven, is complete. This little boy, who does not even have a formal name, inadvertently achieved the perfect realm that is dreamed of in the records of ancient cultivators. Even though the scale of the world is too small, and the degree of perfection of its heavenly Tao is completely different from that of the Xuanwang world, there is no doubt that for Li Fan, this little boy is definitely a perfect great heavenly venerate embryo. The Xuanwang great heavenly venerate is actually to supervise the heavens with man. The heavenly Tao flows normally, and at certain necessary moments, the great heavenly venerate comes forward to intervene and regulate. For Li Fan, he merely wants a puppet to serve as a key to opening the legacy of the former great heavenly venerate. The degree of autonomy of the puppet should be as low as possible. But if it is just a puppet without its own ideas, it will not be able to complete the test of succession at all. The appearance of this little boy perfectly solved Li Fan's problem. According to the current state, after he becomes the Xuanwang great heavenly venerate, he will not have any autonomous actions at all. He will completely abide by the original operation mode of the Xuanwang heavenly Tao, governing by non-action. And for the Xuanwang heavenly Tao, a Xuanwang great heavenly venerate who does not care about anything is also what it is absolutely happy to see. Perhaps the degree of fit is not below that of Mr. Bai. The more Li Fan looked at this little boy, the more satisfied he became. He flicked a finger, and a small amount of light and shadow quietly poured into the pure and flawless blank consciousness of the little boy. He did not even disturb the approaching heavenly Tao consciousness of this world. This time, Li Fan did not directly instill all the details of the immortal slaying realm test of the great heavenly venerate. It was just a few hints and guidance at the key selection nodes. The little boy's thoughts are too simple. With these guides, it should be enough for him to complete the test under instinctive choices. The future Xuanwang great heavenly venerate cannot be without a name. From now on, you will be called Nameless. In order to maintain Nameless's purity, Li Fan did not even implant his own existence in his sea of consciousness. Leaving the 13 peaks, performing the ceremony to enter the immortal slaying illusion, succeeding as the Xuanwang great heavenly venerate. And the future detonation of the immortal artifact, using immortal spiritual power to infuse the Xuanwang world, promoting the birth of the first heaven and earth immortal soul after sublimation. All rely on silent guidance and hints. Thus, it means that Li Fan needs to cooperate with Nameless in turn to carry out the Harmony Dao plan. But Nameless's characteristic of governing by non-action can minimize uncontrollability. For a long time, Nameless's existence will almost be zero. However, if in this life, after I harmonize with the Tao, the sublimated Xuanwang world is still there. Li Fan's eyes revealed a strange color. As time passes, his body merges with the heavenly Tao consciousness of the super Xuanwang world. Maybe Nameless can achieve something comparable to a true immortal with this opportunity. It can be foreseen that the Xuanwang world under the promotion of Li Fan's various methods in this life can almost be promoted to an immortal domain. And being able to merge with the heavenly Tao consciousness of the immortal domain. Even the true immortals of the past may not have been able to do it. At that time, its strength will definitely be far superior to the star sea consciousness of the immortal ship. It's just that the required years are too long. And only a pure person like Nameless, born by chance, can do it. If it were Li Fan, it would not last long, and his original consciousness would inevitably conflict with the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. Therefore, from the beginning, Li Fan cut off the idea of replacing him. I just don't know, after the Xuanwang world sublimates into an immortal domain, what changes will there be in the position of the Xuanwang Great Heavenly Venerate? Will the shackles left by the immortal realm of the past disappear, or will they deepen again? 1366. The Tao is buried in the sea of stars. Having received Li Fan's subtle guidance, Wu Ming didn't immediately leave the 13 Peaks world. He simply, naturally, stood up from his position of lying down and looking at the sky. He was now closer to this world's heavenly Tao. He gently stretched out his arms, touching the wind, touching the sky. The blue sky and white clouds remained as before. The living beings of the 13 Peaks world were unaware. Only Li Fan could see that the entire world was subtly trembling because of Wu Ming's touch. It seems that sensing Wu Ming's intention to leave, the speed at which this world's heavenly Tao is merging with him is further increasing. In the future, the world's heavenly Tao will still exist, but a rubbing of it will follow Wu Ming to the greater world beyond. How similar. If they had the ability, who would want to be a caged bird forever? Li Fan sighed softly, then said with a solemn expression, "Then I'll give you another push." The illusory image of the creation true immortal seal character flashed across the sky of the 13 Peaks world. This world was too small. The creation character only needed to show its face to cause a world-shaking impact. Spiritual energy began to grow within the world. The 13 Peaks mountains slowly rose. The plants and trees in the mountains burst with vitality. Wu Ming, standing on the mountain peak, felt something. He awoke from his immersed state and looked around, but ultimately gained nothing. Feeling the changes in the surrounding world, Wu Ming, though puzzled, gradually revealed a happy smile on his face. The changes in the 13 Peaks world continued. Li Fan left a wisp of divine sense in the world to monitor Wu Ming's actions, while he himself left first. Returning to the profound yellow world, he took out a jade talisman from his body, flickering rapidly, looking very urgent. It was the jade talisman that Mo Reuben had left him earlier. Mo Reuben stayed within the eye of the Coon Beast, wanting to use its power to search for the Zon Heaven King's whereabouts within the profound yellow world and the dark star sea, saying that there would be results in at most 3 to 5 months. Calculating the time, it was almost time. As his divine sense made contact, Mo Reuben's voice instantly appeared in Li Fan's mind. It seemed to be affected by some kind of interference, intermittent and not very clear. I discovered strange things. Come quickly. The transmission was only this one sentence. The light of the jade talisman then dimmed, but Li Fan also faintly sensed that this object was pointing towards the guiding force of the Coon Beast bone veins in Nine Mountain State. Taking a step, Li Fan arrived in the Nine Mountain State. The so-called Coon Beast bone veins were the 9 mountains spanning heaven and earth. According to the guidance of the jade talisman, Li Fan arrived at the summit of Jade Prison Mountain. Jade Prison Mountain was the highest of the 9 mountains. Standing on its peak, he had a panoramic view of the 9 mountains' structure. It should be the power from the eye of the Coon Beast in Mo Reuben's jade talisman that was enhancing his vision. Li Fan had previously overlooked Nine Mountain State from high altitude many times, but he had never been so clear before. All the mountains and rivers that had evolved from the Coon Beast's corpse were eliminated. In Li Fan's eyes, only the most primitive parts of the Coon Beast remained. Just as Mo Reuben had said before, although the Coon Beast was dead, its bone veins still existed. Through these 9 mountains, even after 10,000 years of vicissitudes, Li Fan could still faintly see the hidden figure of that ancient behemoth. The 9 mountains are heaven's length, heaven's shortness, heaven's emptiness, heaven's haste, heaven's not, heaven's substitute, heaven's prison, heaven's movement, heaven's slenderness. These are precisely the 9 aspects of the veins. This Kun beast was transformed from the jade pendant that the Zan Heaven King brought back from the immortal realm, but its meridians are no different from those of humans. The guiding power coming from the jade talisman grew stronger and stronger, and suddenly, it seemed to be enveloped by a layer of film. Li Fan did not resist this power that enveloped him, allowing it to lead him. A moment later, Li Fan returned to the eye of the Kun beast. The sensed aura of danger made him strengthen his own defenses. Compared to before he left, something seemed to have changed here. And Mo Rubin's condition didn't look good either. It wasn't that he had suffered any obvious injuries, but that he was too listless. It was as if his essence blood had been directly emptied. For a cultivator of Mo Rubin's strength, this was something that would almost only happen if he suffered a fatal blow. "Brother Mo, what happened?" Li Fan exclaimed in a low voice first. Mo Rubin waved his hand. "It's fine now. It was caused by that strange thing I told you about." He didn't dawdle and went straight to the point. "Fellow Taoist, please look." The space within the eye of the Kun beast suddenly lit up. On the countless circular bubbles on the surrounding arc-shaped boundary, the same scene was presented. This is not real-time observation by the eye of the Kun beast, but the scene recorded earlier, Mo Rubin reminded. Countless bubbles overlapped, and thousands of images merged. Instantly, Li Fan felt as if he was there. The star sea was silent, yet it hid vitality. A miniature black vortex slowly rotated continuously. That was the black that represented the destruction of everything, expanding resolutely towards the outside, though slowly. True immortal residual power, the power of the star sea's revival. No matter what it was, under the sweep of this black vortex, everything was swallowed and assimilated. The screen's perspective suddenly zoomed in. From a corner of the star sea, it expanded to almost the entire dark star sea. That black vortex was inconspicuous in the already pitch-black dark star sea. But after witnessing the panoramic view of the star sea, Li Fan's gaze remained firmly locked on that vortex. The sense of crisis in his heart was unstoppable. His heart skipped several beats, which was very rare. Li Fan then realized that the black vortex was located in the very center of the star sea where he had been before and made contact with the true meaning of the star sea's origin. Moreover, the black energy that constituted this black vortex was extremely similar to what he had obtained from decomposing true immortal flesh and blood with the white circle falling dust, and what was contained within Han Zong's body, which was trapped in the eye of the Kun beast. However, the three gave Li Fan distinctly different feelings. The levels were distinct. The one in the black vortex was even more dangerous. Li Fan couldn't help but frown slightly. "What is this?" he asked. "I'm not sure, but it's certain that it's related to the calamity of Tao annihilation of the immortal realm in the past," Mo Rubin said solemnly, dropping a bombshell. Quote? Li Fan was shocked. Calamity of Tao annihilation. Mo Rubin waved his hand, and the black vortexes on the countless bubbles around him all disappeared, restoring the normal observation of the star sea. "I accidentally discovered this black vortex when I was using the eye of the Kun beast to search the star sea, looking for Brother Zan Yuan. At first, I didn't pay much attention to it. I even thought it was just a normal evolving phenomenon of the star sea over the years. But later," Mo Rubin coughed and stretched out 10 fingers towards the bubbles in the eye of the Kun beast. In the blink of an eye, tens of millions of ink-colored lines flew out from Mo Rubin's fingertips, each flying towards a different bubble. Li Fan clearly saw that the end of each ink-colored line was a miniature version of Mo Rubin. It's just that the expressions on their faces were different, some ferocious, some fearful, some crazy. As the countless miniature Mo Confucian warriors surged towards the heavenly beast's eye bubble and made contact, they seemed to instantly suffer some kind of cruel torture, emitting sharp, miserable cries in unison. However, their bodies continued to move. Their hands firmly stuck to the bubble, they then yanked fiercely. As if a layer of rotten, foul-smelling skin was being peeled off, they tore off a layer of viscous, black, unidentified substance from the heavenly beast's eye. "Ah, ah, ah!" The miniature Mo Confucian warriors wailed even more miserably. Their figures were even more blurred by the corrosion of the black substance, as if they would disappear at any moment. However, under the control of the original Mo Confucian, they never let go. They completely tore the black, rotten skin from the heavenly beast's eye. Glug, glug. Subsequently, instead of collecting these black substances, they directly opened their already unclear mouths and swallowed them in large gulps. As the thick, rotten blackness entered their stomachs, the faces of each miniature Mo Confucian became indistinct. The demonic heart is indestructible, the immortal body is inexhaustible. At this moment, Mo Confucian's indifferent voice suddenly rang out. A mysterious power instantly enveloped and descended upon those blurred bodies, maintaining them, preventing them from completely dissipating. It was as if they were individual pouches, not broken, containing those black, viscous substances. Mo Confucian's expression was extremely solemn, cautious, as he summoned his demonic heart to return to its place. Of course, not returning to himself. Instead, he took out a jade box and stored them all inside. After completing all of this, Mo Confucian finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Li Fan, however, could see that Mo Confucian had weakened again. He stared intently at the other party, waiting for an explanation. Mo Confucian rested for a while before saying weakly, "This is already my fourth cleansing. Originally, I thought this black aura was just a normal phenomenon in the star sea, harmless, but I never expected that just observing it a few times would cause the heavenly beast's eye to be corroded by it. Fortunately, the heavenly beast's eye originated from the immortal realm, its essence higher than the lower realm star sea. And it wasn't direct contact. Therefore, there is still room for recovery. I can use my previous cleansing method to completely remove the black aura attached to it." Upon hearing this, Li Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. That is a blessing in disguise. However, he quickly became alarmed and asked in horror, "The calamity of Tao annihilation, fellow Taoist previously said it was a calamity that destroyed the immortal realm. It has now appeared in the star sea. Even true immortals can't resist it. Are we not facing imminent disaster now? Fellow Taoist, there is no need to be so nervous. The situation is not that bad." Mo Confucian shook his head. After a pause, carefully considering his words, Mo Confucian slowly said, "Back then, Brother Zan Yuan was worried about the calamity of Tao annihilation in the immortal realm spreading to the lower realm. Although he never explicitly said it, I could see it. I also told you before that if you don't know the name of the calamity of Tao annihilation, even if you see it face to face, you won't know the details of this disaster. If you know its name, even if you see its clues for the first time, you will spontaneously feel it. Fellow Taoist, now that you know the name of Tao annihilation, observing this black aura, have you felt anything?" Mo Confucian asked. Li Fan recalled what he had just seen. "I haven't." "That's it," Mo Confucian said in a deep voice, "I guess this black aura is not the calamity of Tao annihilation itself, but the sign of the impending calamity of Tao annihilation. Just like before a heavy rain, dark clouds will accumulate, before a mountain collapses and the earth cracks, the earth's veins will inevitably move. Disasters in the world are often accompanied by certain omens. This black aura may be the omen of the impending calamity of Tao annihilation." And, Mo Confucian's expression became even more serious. "It's not just an omen. As fellow Taoist saw before, the black aura seems to be able to devour everything that approaches it in the star sea. So, if we don't take precautions and allow it to spread, perhaps the increase in the scale of the black aura will cause the calamity of Tao annihilation to come sooner." Upon hearing this, Li Fan frowned, his expression equally solemn. Seeming to be digesting the information in Mo Confucian's words, he remained silent for a long time. How could it be like this? After a long while, Li Fan only said this sentence. His tone still carried a trace of panic. Mo Confucian could only remain silent in response. The affairs of the world are impermanent. Or perhaps, all of this was already destined from the day the immortal realm was destroyed. After a long time, Mo Confucian sighed. "Is there no way to stop the spread of this black vortex?" Li Fan asked, somewhat unwilling to accept his fate. "Even if there is, it is not something we can know. Brother Zan Yuan might have a way." Li Fan's eyes lit up, as if he had found a life-saving straw, and he quickly asked, "By the way, fellow Taoist, you use the heavenly beast's eye to search for profound yellow in the star sea, have you found any trace of the profound heaven king?" Mo Confucian smiled somewhat self-deprecatingly. "If I had found him, I wouldn't have bothered to clean up this Tao annihilation black aura myself. However, it's not a complete loss." Li Fan immediately stared at Mo Confucian. Back then, when Brother Zan Yuan disappeared inexplicably, at the last moment, he sent out several warnings. Among them, we several Dharma King brothers should have all received them. There was also one that was sent outside the profound yellow realm, even outside the starry sky. This message was extremely secret. Originally, it was not something I could have detected. It was only by using the heavenly beast's eye that a trace of it was left. That's how I sensed it. Mo Confucian said quietly. Upon hearing this, Li Fan narrowed his eyes, outside the starry sky. Could it be? He was shocked in his heart. There is only one possibility. The recipient of Zhan Yuan's message should be the faceless immortal. Mo Confucian said directly. I remember, you said that when the profound Heaven King disappeared back then, the faceless immortal's statue, its head, broke for some reason. Mo Confucian nodded. So I guess, Zhan Yuan was in danger, the faceless immortal protected him. But he still couldn't protect the medium of transmission, the stone statue was cut off. At the last moment, Zhan Yuan discovered something, so he sent a message through the heavenly beast's eye of the great starry sky crossing formation towards the location of the faceless immortal outside the star sea. He wanted to tell that faceless true immortal about his discovery. Li Fan listened intently, unable to help but say, can you, through the traces of the heavenly beast's eye, find out exactly what message Zhan Yuan sent back then? That is impossible to do. Mo Confucian also said with regret. Not to mention that brother Zhan Yuan would definitely have encrypted it back then. The secret hidden in this message, brother didn't tell us Dharma King brothers, but chose to notify that faceless immortal. Obviously, even if he told us, we would not be able to deal with it at all. Just like the true face of the calamity of Tao annihilation, knowing it would only increase our troubles. 1367. A line breaks the high wall. Xuantian King is sending a message. Li Fan pondered for a moment, then sighed, it must be a secret that only a true immortal can touch. Could it be information about the culprit behind the disappearance of Xuantian King? Mo Rubin shook his head, groundless speculation is meaningless. Although we can't know the specific content of Brother Xuanyuan's message back then, this message through the eyes of the Kun Beast might point us in the right direction. With that, Mo Rubin manipulated the eyes of the Kun Beast again. The myriad bubble images around them froze. Then, they rapidly reversed. It was as if the eyes of the Kun Beast were piercing straight forward through the sea of stars. This is the trajectory of Brother Xuanyuan's message as it traveled through the sea of stars back then. The high wall traps the living beings of the dark star sea. Perhaps this message is the only one that has escaped the sea of stars in 10,000 years. I can calculate the exact location where the message broke through the high wall. Then, I will go to the site in person to investigate. Mo Rubin slowly explained. Li Fan frowned. At most, the message would have left some traces on the high wall. It couldn't have punched a hole in the high wall, could it? Mo Rubin smiled mysteriously and asked, why not? Does fellow Taoist know what the high wall really is? Mo Rubin asked solemnly, seeing Li Fan's surprised expression. Li Fan said, named the high wall, it is actually the end of the sea of stars, where there is no road ahead. However, this end is artificially created, blocking the original path forward. It is like a high wall descending from the sky, sealing off the sea of stars. That's right, the high wall is not a creation, but a rule. Since Brother Xuanyuan's message to the faceless immortal most likely broke through the high wall and transmitted it to the outside of the starry sky, then it also means the rule has been broken. A gleam flashed in Mo Rubin's eyes. At this moment, Li Fan understood. If the broken rule in the high wall has not been repaired in 10,000 years, it might be a gap leading to the outside of the high wall. But, is that possible? After all, so much time has passed. Will the gap in the high wall still exist? Li Fan was skeptical. Mo Rubin smiled, that depends on our luck. The Tao annihilation phenomenon is about to engulf the sea of stars. If we can't find a way to cross the high wall, then I'm afraid there will only be a dead end. His smile was full of coldness. Upon hearing this, Li Fan's face was equally heavy. Mo Rubin cupped his hands. This trip to the edge of the sea of stars is a long one. I have previously observed that fellow Taoists' escape technique is unparalleled, so I would like to ask for your assistance. Li Fan solemnly replied, it's no problem. A viscous film covered the two of them. After a moment, they had already left the inside of the eyes of the Kun Beast and arrived in the dark star sea. The wooden sword phantom quietly unsheathed, covering Li Fan and Mo Rubin. Mo Rubin performed a hand seal. Suddenly, his forehead split open, and an oval, brownish-yellow eye emerged. The feeling this eye gave Li Fan was exactly the same as the eyes of the Kun Beast he had been in before. This is one of the additional formations of the eyes of the coon beast, which can attach one of the observation points to the body. It can be used to guide the way in the sea of stars. As Mo Rubin explained, he manipulated the brown eye, releasing a beam of light. It didn't illuminate the dark starry sky. Perhaps only Li Fan and Mo Rubin could see it, leading straight into the depths of the starry sky, pointing the way. Fellow Taoist can just follow along. If there are dangerous areas where the residual power of true immortals gathers along the way, the coon beast's guidance will also avoid them. As if confirming Mo Rubin's words, the originally straight light suddenly made a bend. It seemed to avoid some obstacle before continuing to delve deeper into the sea of stars. Li Fan waved his hand. There's no need to be so troublesome. The wooden sword phantom suddenly accelerated, but it didn't dodge or avoid, directly crashing into the dangerous area marked by the eyes of the coon beast. Mo Rubin's expression changed slightly in an instant. However, before he could speak, he was shocked to discover that in just an instant, they had traveled a long distance in the sea of stars. And the dangerous area blocking their path, even if the wooden sword phantom crossed it, didn't bring any impact at all. Thus, a somewhat comical scene appeared. The guiding light of the eyes of the coon beast constantly twisted and turned in front. The wooden sword phantom only went forward, never detouring. The light had to constantly cooperate, changing the direction of guidance ahead. But the flying speed of the wooden sword phantom was too fast, so that the guidance of the eyes of the coon beast sometimes disappeared for a while. Li Fan had to stop and wait for it to reappear. In this way, the two rushed towards the edge of the sea of stars at high speed. I originally thought fellow Taoist's escape technique was already very strong. But I didn't expect it to be even stronger than expected. It can actually ignore the residual power of true immortals accumulated in the sea of stars. After a long period of astonishment, Mo Rubin sighed in admiration. It's just that I've gained some more gains during this period. The lifespan that was about to end has also increased as a result. Li Fan said calmly. Mo Rubin's gaze swept back and forth across Li Fan's face, but in the end, he didn't say anything more. With Li Fan's escape technique protecting them, the originally arduous journey across the sea of stars directly became a safe and smooth road. Almost a day passed, and they had already passed through the sea of relic instruments and the remnant realm Great Wall. They arrived at the edge of the sea of stars. The guiding light of the eyes of the coon beast also gradually became somewhat blurry. Li Fan therefore slowed down. Even if the core of the wooden sword phantom was the change between truth and falsehood, being between the virtual and the real. But if it crashed into the high wall at such a high speed, I'm afraid it would be seriously injured on the spot. Mo Rubin used the coon beast attached eye to observe the surroundings. A miss of an inch is a loss of 1,000 miles. The distance from the profound yellow realm was too far. Even if there were no mistakes in the calculation at the starting point, the ending position would inevitably have some deviation after reaching the edge of the sea of stars here. It should be nearby. Before Mo Rubin could finish speaking, the wooden sword phantom controlled by Li Fan suddenly stopped. There is no road ahead, the high wall has arrived. Those 8 words made Mo Rubin's expression serious. Please, fellow Taoist, walk along the border. If you observe any traces of the message from Xuantian King, I will immediately speak up to remind you. Li Fan nodded, indicating that he understood. It wasn't that he was deliberately acting cold and aloof, but the residual power of true immortals gathered under the high wall was completely different from the normal sea of stars. Moreover, without the resistance and reduction of the remnant realm Great Wall, relying entirely on oneself to resist this great power, even Li Fan, who now possessed the supreme escape technique, had to deal with it with all his strength. It was difficult to move forward, exploring along the high wall. I don't know how long it had passed, but Mo Rubin still hadn't found the target. And Li Fan faintly felt a sense of dizziness. Even more, an inexplicable sense of panic surged in his heart, urging him to leave. However, his instinct didn't indicate a crisis, just an unfounded feeling in his heart. Li Fan endured it, trying to understand the reason for the changes in his heart. Soon after, he seemed to understand something. This is because I've been under the high wall for too long, creating the illusion that the high wall is collapsing and pressing down on my head. It's because the difference between my own momentum and the high wall is too great. After understanding this, Li Fan felt a little relieved. Since there wouldn't actually be a crisis, he simply turned a blind eye to these abnormalities in his heart and continued to explore the high wall. But Li Fan was clearly underestimating the oppressive ability of the high wall's momentum. After another quarter of an hour, the feeling of panic in Li Fan's heart became even more serious. The profound yellow immortal heart mantra completely lost its effect, even affecting the flow of spiritual power in his body and the movement of his thoughts. Li Fan was even more horrified to discover that his body shape and height were imperceptibly shortened by a trace under the pressure of the high wall's momentum. After further investigation, Li Fan discovered that it wasn't just that. His divine soul and even his cultivation strength were also compressed and reduced. It was as if the high wall was really pressing down on his head. Li Fan didn't continue to be stubborn. He temporarily retreated and moved away from the high wall. This is the first time I've been under the high wall at such a close distance for so long. It wasn't until his body returned to normal that Li Fan breathed a long sigh of relief. Looking at Mo Rubin, his condition was even more serious than Li Fan's. Perhaps because he had been observing the high wall for a long time, the coon beast attached eye on Mo Rubin's forehead seemed to be squeezed hard by a hand, slowly closing. The degree of opening was almost half less than before. And Mo Rubin's body was trembling slightly uncontrollably, as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Seeing this, a trace of doubt flashed in Li Fan's heart. With Mo Rubin's temperament, even if he saw the high wall with his own eyes, he shouldn't be so frightened. In the end, Mo Rubin opened his mouth and explained the reason. 10,000 demon hearts all see the high wall. Emotions are thus multiplied 10,000 times and imposed on me. Fellow Taoist, you are laughing. Mo Rubin slowly returned to normal. Li Fan didn't take it to heart. It is originally an existence beyond the ordinary. It's good that people are okay. Have you discovered any traces of Xuantian King's message? To Li Fan's surprise, Mo Rubin actually nodded. I compared the section of the border we passed. I did find a place that was somewhat different from the others. But the observation sample is too small and cannot be determined yet. Next, we must at least check all the areas locked by the eyes of the coon beast. Very well. After resting for a while, when the two of them returned to their peak state, they set off again. Coming under the high wall again, Li Fan's expression suddenly changed drastically. Because he discovered that without any prelude, the feeling of being crushed that he had felt before actually reappeared. The previous rest hadn't been able to resolve the oppression brought about by the high wall's momentum. When they returned to the foot of the high wall again, Li Fan and the others directly inherited the previous feeling and once again endured the mighty power of the high wall. Mo Rubin's body trembled violently. The terrified expression on his face showed that he was in the same situation as Li Fan. Since returning is useless, then we can only persevere. Mo Rubin said in a trembling voice. Li Fan closed his eyes and forcibly suppressed the various discomforts in his heart. Following the guidance of the coon beast attached eye, he struggled to explore along the wall. Moving forward step by step, he seemed to be getting smaller and smaller. The high wall became more and more vast, making people feel even more fearful in their hearts. Fortunately, the area that needed to be explored wasn't particularly wide. Sure enough, the place we encountered before is different from other high walls. Quick! The almost completely closed coon beast eye shone a dim light, pointing the way for Li Fan. Being oppressed by the momentum of the high wall, with the continuous reduction of strength, the effect of the wooden sword phantom's escape technique was also constantly weakening. Li Fan had a premonition in his heart that if he stayed for a while longer, he might not be able to maintain the wooden sword phantom state. At that time, without the help of escape techniques, he wouldn't be able to escape from the foot of the high wall. And the power of the high wall would increase with time, and he would probably be crushed and disappear by the high wall in the end. He could only use open black lens bracket returning to truth close black lens bracket to save his life. Fortunately, before that, Li Fan brought Mo Rubin to the target location in the end. It really was just a point. In the vast dark star sea, it was one of the endless endpoints. Without special guidance, wanting to find its exact location under the momentum of the high wall was tantamount to a fool's dream. But with Xuantian King's message back then, it turned the impossible into a possibility. Originally, Li Fan was still planning to escape with his escape technique before his strength was exhausted. But when he stepped on this point, the momentum of the high wall was still there. However, it would no longer accumulate. It was as if they had returned to the first time they came under the high wall. Li Fan and Mo Rubin looked at each other and saw the ecstasy in each other's eyes. Sure enough, I guessed right. The rules of the high wall were pierced by Brother Xuanyuan's message. Li Fan also echoed. Here, it's like a weakness, a flaw in the high wall. First of all, we can at least stay here all the time to study the high wall. Otherwise, let alone research. Even just approaching it for a long time is a luxury. Mo Rubin's eyes narrowed, his face completely dazed. He looked at it obsessively, as if he saw the hope of escaping the dark star sea. A demon heart flew out of his body. The expression on his face was exactly the same as Mo Rubin's body, trying to reach out and touch the end of this time and space. 1 moment, 2 moments, 3 moments. Mo Rubin's expression gradually froze. Because he didn't feel anything. That's right, after so much effort, they actually came to the location where Xuantian King broke the wall back then. Facing the flawed high wall, Mo Rubin still didn't feel anything. Even a flawed high wall was not something that beings below true immortals could touch. Understanding this truth, a trace of grayness flashed across Mo Rubin's face. It wasn't just Mo Rubin, even Li Fan couldn't sense anything from this so-called loophole. The front was still just a void end. Unfathomable, incomprehensible. Whether there were flaws or not, they couldn't tell the difference at all. They could only perceive 1 or 2 through the specific performance of the high wall on people. Li Fan was naturally unwilling in his heart. He suddenly had the idea of using the ascension formation to increase his own momentum, reduce the distance between himself and the high wall, and get a glimpse of what was going on. But then he thought that Mo Rubin was on his side now, and the ascension formation would definitely attract the other party's attention. Only then did he temporarily suppress the idea. I'll wait until next time when I come alone. They could only sigh at the wall, and the two fell into silence for a time. And the pressure of the high wall didn't decrease by a single point because of their silence. Soon it reached the point where they couldn't bear it anymore. There was no way, Li Fan had to take Mo Rubin back to a safe area temporarily. 1368. All living beings understand the immortal principle. Mo Rubin looked back at the boundary of the high wall, a hint of unwillingness appearing on his face. But after all, he was an unparalleled genius in the ancient cultivation world. After a while, his mood calmed down again. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, Mo Rubin slowly said, "Once, I was only 1 step away from ascending to immortality. As a half-immortal, Brother Xuanyuan rarely showed his true strength in front of us, and more often interacted with us as companions. This gave me the illusion that the gap between immortals and mortals was not so deep. At least for me, it was by no means an insurmountable chasm. But now, he. Mo Rubin's tone was full of sighs. Without climbing to the peak, one does not know the height of the mountain, without approaching the deep abyss, one does not know the depth of the water. Even if we have been close to the immortal ruins and truly felt the power of a true immortal, how can it compare to us truly reaching out and touching it now? To be honest, the power of a true immortal is indeed beyond my imagination," Li Fan also sighed. "What are your plans next, fellow Taoist? Will you continue to stay here and study the secrets of the high wall, or will you leave temporarily and continue searching for the profound Heaven King?" After sighing, Li Fan turned to ask. After hesitating for a moment, Mo Rubin looked back at the high wall boundary again. "I'm a little unwilling to leave just like that. I plan to take another look. 30 days is the limit. If I don't gain anything in these 30 days, I will immediately turn around and leave, and never face the high wall again in this life," Mo Rubin said, feeling a little tangled and confused. Li Fan could understand Mo Rubin's mood at the moment. One can die for the truth. The secrets of a true immortal are right in front of you, even if they are invisible and untouchable, but who can just take one look and leave decisively? Especially since the secrets of the high wall are also related to the hope of escaping the dark star sea. Li Fan said in a deep voice, "In that case, I will leave a wooden sword phantom to help you, fellow Taoist." As he spoke, Li Fan separated a small sword shadow and enveloped Mo Rubin within it. "You actually choose to leave and no longer study it?" Mo Rubin was immediately surprised. I am different from you, fellow Taoist. You were once a being with the hope of ascending to immortality." Li Fan praised him first without showing any emotion, and then sighed softly, "But I know very well that with my aptitude, even if I look at it for tens of millions of years, there will be no substantial change. I simply cannot fathom the secrets of the high wall." Mo Rubin was speechless upon hearing this. However, after looking at the wooden sword phantoms surrounding him, he was about to say something. But then he heard Li Fan's tone suddenly become impassioned. "However, my temporary departure does not mean that I will give up. Since I, this humble person, cannot do it, then why not let everyone in the world try it?" Mo Rubin's eyes widened suddenly, thinking he had misheard. "You want to transport everyone in the world here and comprehend the Tao at the foot of the high wall?" He felt a sense of absurdity. With our strength, we are already struggling to survive under the high wall. If we were to replace those with lower cultivation levels, they would definitely be crushed directly by the power of the high wall. How can they talk about comprehension? Li Fan smiled freely. My eyes are like the eyes of the world, my hands are like the hands of the world. My arrival is like the personal arrival of the world. Lend me your body, and invite all living beings in the world to comprehend the principles of the high wall together. In the voice of chanting scriptures, another phantom flew out of Li Fan's body. It had 9/10 of the aura of the wooden sword phantom, but it vaguely resembled Li Fan. It was Li Fan who separated a wisp of his own divine soul and merged it with the escape technique phantom. Then, with the help of formations, he amplified the divine soul's perception hundreds or thousands of times. Let this phantom of mine stay here and comprehend the Tao with you, fellow Taoist. And I will return to the Xuanwang world and share the phantom's feelings with the people of the world, Li Fan smiled. Mo Rubin hesitated to speak. Li Fan continued, don't worry, I won't directly announce the existence of the high wall to the world, nor will I explain to them what they are feeling as a flaw in the high wall. I will simply synchronize the feelings of my Tao comprehension phantom to them. Thousands of people, thousands of thoughts. Everyone will give different answers. Even if there is no correct answer among them, it will give us some inspiration, Li Fan said with a knowing expression. Quote. Indeed, it's a method, Mo Rubin said after a long silence. I'm leaving. Before Li Fan could finish speaking, his figure had already disappeared from Mo Rubin's sight, following the wooden sword that pierced through the star sea. Mo Rubin shook his head slightly and temporarily put Li Fan out of his mind. After concentrating and resting for a while, he once again controlled the wooden sword phantom to approach and explore the flaws in the high wall. At the same time, even though Li Fan had not yet returned to Xuanwang, a sudden change had already occurred on the preaching platforms standing in various small worlds of the Xuanwang realm. The Saint Teacher Phantom, which had been preaching day and night, suddenly stopped lecturing. It looked up at the sky, as if lost in thought. Then, a huge roar came from the preaching platform. The beings in the small world did not understand what was happening, and were uncertain and talked about it. However, beams of dark light suddenly descended from beyond the sky. Following the sky, they corroded and stained it. In less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, they completely dyed the original blue sky into ink. The world was thus plunged into darkness. No matter how much the great sun above the sky bloomed with its own light, it would ultimately not be able to illuminate this turbid world. The small world between heaven and earth was like the dark star sea at this moment, shrouded in darkness. Only the enlightenment phantom that had always stood on the preaching platform emitted a faint light, bringing the only remaining light to the world. How had the mortals of the small world ever seen such a terrifying sight of light being swallowed? They all thought that the end of the world was coming. In an instant, they fell into fear and despair. If it were not for the light emitted by the preaching phantom, which prevented the small world from falling into complete darkness, I am afraid that many creatures would have committed suicide in despair in this short period of time. Thus, the preaching phantom emitting the light of salvation became their only lifeline. Originally, only those with aspirations for cultivation would go to the preaching platform to listen. But now, in order to survive, almost all living beings, instinctively, swarmed towards the preaching platform in the center of the small world like moths to a flame. There were more and more living beings under the preaching platform. The preaching platform also expanded accordingly. It expanded thousands of times compared to its original range. It almost accommodated the entire small world. The people of the world knelt on the ground, begging the Saint Teacher Phantom above to save them. The Saint Teacher Phantom stood quietly and did not move. The people of the world begged bitterly, but the Saint Teacher did not respond, and they never dared to get up. Finally, a sigh of compassion for the heavens and the people spread throughout the world. The dark sky also changed in this sigh. The Saint Teacher Phantom flew towards the sky. It burst out with incomparable brilliant light, briefly illuminating the dark world. The Saint Teacher's figure turned into a rainbow, filling the sky. Covering the entire sky, it slightly blocked the external darkness. It was like covering it with a layer of light cloth, making the world a little brighter. This gave the living beings of the world hope to live on. They cheered and praised the Saint Teacher's great name. However, their cheers stopped abruptly after not too long. It seemed that more rolling darkness came from beyond the sky. Like a high wall, it pressed down on the sky. The already small amount of light brought by the Saint Teacher was once again extinguished by a large part. The people of the world once again fell into panic, and desperate cries resounded through the mountains and plains. The saint teacher's firm face was revealed on the luminous sky cloth. He seemed to have concentrated his last strength and launched a charge towards the dark wall outside the world, trying to shatter the darkness that was about to destroy the world. The collision between the saint teacher and the darkness was silent. In the end, the saint teacher completely disappeared without a trace. And the rolling dark wall outside the world seemed to have become a little different. The people of the world stared intently at the point where the saint teacher's face finally impacted the dark wall. They seemed to hear the voice that the saint teacher wanted to convey to them at the end. The path to salvation is within it. The people of the world wailed in grief. With the crisis of world destruction in front of them, some people gave up on themselves and completely abandoned the hope of life. But the vast majority were doing their best to think about the saint teacher's last sentence. Obviously, the method to break the dark wall and save the world was in the invisible but real small point caused by the saint teacher's desperate blow. Just as the living beings on the ground wanted to feel the specific situation of that small point, an incredible thing happened. The preaching platform left by the saint teacher emitted a faint glow and scattered on them. In an instant, they seemed to have crossed the distance between earth and sky and personally arrived above the sky. As if they were there, feeling the existence of that small point. So the people of the world understood that this was the last method left to them by the saint teacher to save the world and save themselves. In order to save themselves, the living beings on the ground erupted with amazing potential. One by one, they quickly opened up the connection with the preaching platform, and with their mortal bodies, they began to comprehend the small point in the dark wall. Such a scene happened in all the small worlds where the preaching platform stood. And the one who caused all of this was naturally Li Fan. At this moment, Li Fan's main body had already returned to the Xuanlong realm. After using the power of the formation to evolve endless darkness and block the sky of many small worlds, he felt the resistance from the heavens of these small worlds. Although the power of one world can be ignored for Li Fan today, it was a bit difficult for Li Fan to deal with the combined forces of the worlds. But it was only difficult. After spending some effort, Li Fan suppressed them all. Anyway, in the plan, these small worlds will eventually return to Xuanlong and be used as nourishment to sublimate the super Xuanlong realm. The consciousness of the heavens of these small worlds will eventually be swallowed up, connecting these nourishing small worlds with formations. Li Fan observed the situation in these worlds. In my experience, people will only explode with the greatest potential when they are facing a fatal crisis. If they are only asked to help comprehend without this sense of crisis, the efficiency will definitely be reduced a lot. It's good like this now. Feeling the countless thoughts of comprehension synchronized from the preaching platform, Li Fan nodded with satisfaction. The gap between mortals and cultivators is already like a chasm. Not to mention mortals and true immortals. But precisely because true immortals are too high above. In the eyes of true immortals, there is actually no difference between mortals and ordinary cultivators. Therefore, as far as comprehending the flaws in the high wall is concerned, there is actually no difference between cultivators and mortals. The advantage is that there are enough mortals. The sample size is detailed enough. Moreover, during this period of time, under the influence of the preaching platform, the small world has been evolving towards the cultivation world in a subtle way. Many cultivators have also emerged from this group of people. After analyzing the comprehension of the masses for a while, Li Fan found that almost all of them were useless. However, he was not discouraged. This was just the beginning. He differentiated an array simulated personality specifically for classifying and processing these thoughts of mass comprehension, filtering out most of the invalid information, and only retaining and transmitting the ones worth Li Fan's personal review. This is also an arrangement. It's not really expected that the secrets of the high wall can be revealed by the masses. In the end, I may still have to rely on myself. Li Fan sensed the feeling synchronized from the enlightenment phantom on the distant edge of the star sea. High wall, creation of a true immortal. It's really a bit difficult to study it alone. In addition to the masses, I can also let those immortal artifacts help. It's a pity that I have already fed the limitless mirror to the Xuanlong realm before. If there is no gain in this life, I can consider trying it in the next life. In fact, discovering the flaws in the high wall through Mo Ruben was a pleasant surprise. Li Fan's current goal is to first combine the heavenly and earthly immortal souls into one. As for crossing the high wall, it is not so urgent for the time being. Even if I really fathom the secrets of the high wall, I will never risk my life. The outside of the high wall is too dangerous. The scene of Maobao devouring immortals and the collapse of the high wall in the previous life appeared in front of him again. There was no fear in his heart, just a cold snort, suppressing all these distracting thoughts. Stepping out, he came to the Xuanwang main realm. Looking up at the sky, Li Fan, who had received the promise of the Star Sea, could almost effortlessly obtain contact with the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao at this moment. Moreover, the Heavenly Tao was no longer as indifferent as before. But obviously with a bit of flattery. This Xuanwang Heavenly Tao. Li Fan snorted coldly, feeling a little dumbfounded. Temporarily not caring about these, Li Fan began to further and more specifically understand the various changes happening in the Xuanwang realm through communication with the heavens and the earth. It was like a detailed examination before a major operation for a seriously ill patient. Although Li Fan could investigate on his own, it was always not as convenient and accurate as directly asking the Xuanwang realm's heavenly Tao consciousness. While communicating, Li Fan was also constantly imparting to the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao some of the insights he had gained in this life in the Star Sea's original true meaning and at the foot of the high wall. Completely active giving, without any desire to take. This step was to increase the intimacy and bond with the Xuanwang realm. Just like childhood is the easiest time to cultivate good feelings. Li Fan also wanted to strengthen the connection between them before the Xuanwang realm completed its sublimation, so that it would be easier to swallow the heavenly and earthly immortal souls in the future. 1369. Ascend to the heavenly level of the world. The Xuanwang sky, a sudden change of wind and clouds. Whether it was the power of the Star Sea's revival or the view from above after ascending, they were both secrets that the Xuanwang realm's heavenly Tao could not originally touch. It instinctively and continuously absorbed, and corresponding changes quietly occurred between heaven and earth. However, this was destined to be a long process, just like the Star Sea's revival. It had only just begun, in its nascent stage, and almost no one in the Xuanwang realm could perceive this change. As the source of this change, and especially while still connected to the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, Li Fan was naturally able to clearly see all the changes in the world. This was a power of evolution completely opposed to the Xuanwang world-destroying change. But it was equally vast and surging, stirring the heart and soul. Li Fan also felt the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao's rapidly increasing favorability. With the might of the Star Sea's origin and the tangible benefits of generously imparting the Tao, the rate of increase in favorability far exceeded that of the Holy Emperor in his previous life. It wasn't until the increase in favorability gradually slowed down that Li Fan temporarily stopped this lesson. The Xuanwang Heavenly Tao was reluctant to part. But Li Fan resolutely bid farewell. He directly returned to the Daqui small world, severing the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao's senses. As Li Fan's birthplace and the place where he first lectured on the Tao in this life, the sky of Daqui was not shrouded in a wall of darkness like other small worlds. However, the Tao lecture platform stood tall, its scale almost covering the entire habitat of humanity. While living beings listened to the holy teacher's lecture on the Tao, their thoughts and insights were simultaneously recorded in the Tao lecture platform, perceived by Li Fan. It was as if hundreds of millions of living beings were helping Li Fan comprehend the Tao at the same time. The content of their comprehension was all-encompassing and varied. However, now, apart from the Daqui Tao lecture platform, the diverse thoughts of all beings in other small worlds had been reduced to flaws in the high wall. This was also the reason why Li Fan chose to maintain the original state of Daqui, to ensure the diversity of Tao comprehension. Inside the Tao lecture heaven, the artificial celestial grid, resembling a silver eye, appeared still. In reality, it completed more than 1 billion rotations every moment. Looking at the Tao comprehending beings of Daqui, at the mountains, rivers, trees, and forests of the small world, at the flowing water and white clouds. Compared to when this artificial celestial grid was first created, the silver eye had become more vivid. It didn't resemble a cultivator's creation, but rather a true living being. What exactly is the heavenly Tao of a world? Fearing power and relying on strength. The Xuanwang realm heavenly Tao's temperament, somewhat similar to a pet dog, was still vivid in his mind. Li Fan couldn't help but ponder this question. Opening his left hand, a wisp of invisible thoughts floated in the golden, circular, cage-like space. These were all the consciousnesses of the small world heavenly Taos that had dared to resist when he raised the dark high wall in various small worlds not long ago. Li Fan had extracted them all and imprisoned them here. Then, he used the artificial celestial grid to replace them, maintaining the normal operation of each small world. What I extracted was not the complete heavenly Tao of the world. It should only be the open black lens bracket celestial grid close black lens bracket with various temperaments generated in those small worlds over a long period of time. After being extracted, each small world returned to its original state, and the world operated according to its instincts. If there were no artificial celestial grid of mind to fill it, the temperament of the world's celestial grid should be related to various factors such as the size of the world itself and the state of its resources. For example, this wisp originated from a small world full of disasters. Therefore, the feeling it gives me is very cautious and full of vigilance towards the outside world. And this wisp comes from a mortal world about the size of Daki. Everything in this world is complete, with a sense of uprightness. If we don't talk about scale, it is even more like a orthodox than the Xuanwang realm heavenly Tao. Li Fan distinguished the many world celestial grids in the cage. Then, he slowly and methodically fed them all to the silver eye in front of him. Although it is not yet known how the world celestial grid is born, and what specific conditions need to be met. But Li Fan can be sure that the gestation of the world celestial grid itself represents a certain kind of power. Almost visibly, as the silver eye slowly devoured these small world celestial grids, it itself became more vivid. The feeling it gave Li Fan was that it was becoming more and more alive. Although it was like a living thing before, it was far inferior to now, almost like a pet with a soul. Before devouring the world celestial grid, the silver eye would only faithfully execute Li Fan's orders, monitoring and sensing the thoughts of the beings in the Daki small world. But now, this silver eye would occasionally observe Li Fan in secret. The divine eye undoubtedly revealed a meaning of ingratiation. Li Fan made eye contact with it, and it seemed to be encouraged. It rolled its eyes, acting coquettishly and performing. A bit interesting. From its eyes, Li Fan saw the desire for more world celestial grids. Li Fan remained unmoved, and gently beckoned. The silver eye took the initiative to float closer, putting its body close to Li Fan's outstretched hand. In an instant, countless thoughts that had appeared in the Daki small world, both present and past, appeared around Li Fan in different categories. And the silver eye also meticulously organized its classification for Li Fan, making it easy for Li Fan to view. With a thought from Li Fan, the silver eye could quickly sense it, and then present the summaries and sorting that Li Fan needed, one by one. Compared to before, it is undoubtedly much more intelligent and easier to use. No wonder in the ancient era of cultivating immortals, they would always turn a world into a magical treasure at every turn. This world celestial grid is almost the most advanced version of an artifact spirit. Li Fan looked at the silver eye in front of him, lost in thought. It's a pity that even after swallowing so many small world celestial grids, the feeling this silver eye gives me is still quite different from the Xuanwang realm heavenly Tao. It's a bit unrealistic to want to use it to replace it. What exactly is the factor that affects its qualitative change? If he could use his own creation to replace the Xuanwang heavenly Tao's consciousness, it would undoubtedly be a significant event for Li Fan. Only by completely transforming the Xuanwang realm into a solid barrier belonging to him could it serve as a bridgehead for exploring beyond the high wall. Li Fan pondered while sensing the thoughts of all beings conveyed by the silver eye. Suddenly, a piece of information heavily marked by the silver eye popped up. Li Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. It was the synchronized perception of the experiences of Sun Erlang, Wang Xuanba, and Yu Zhenwei. Previously, under Li Fan's subtle guidance, they went to the Five Old Men's territory, wanting to find the nascent soul cave heaven. But after experiencing some twists and turns, they accidentally entered the carefree paradise. They were trapped in a dream world full of man-eating demons, and finally found a way to break the world and successfully escape. But they did not leave the paradise. In order to understand the secrets of the paradise, they had to continue to the remaining two dream boundaries. So much time has passed, they should have discovered something. Carefree paradise. With a thought, countless lights and shadows rushed towards Li Fan in an instant. Sun Erlang's experiences during this period instantly appeared. Having the experience of completing the first dream world, Sun Erlang and his party originally thought that the next two worlds should be much easier. But the facts proved that they far underestimated the risks of carefree paradise. The second dream world they entered was a terrifying doomsday they had never heard of. In the vast starry sea, civilization was withered and vitality was dim. A terrifying alien insect had become the true master of the starry sea. Wherever the swarm of insects passed, they devoured all living beings on the earth. Only hard rocks that were difficult to digest were left behind. When Sun Erlang and the others descended, what they saw was a desolate land of death. And their task was to survive for half a year under the siege of the insect army that had not yet withdrawn from the surface. The second dream world was completely different from the first world. There were no puzzles. The task prompt and the method to escape the world automatically appeared in their minds the moment they entered. There were even task rewards. At first, Sun Erlang and the others did not think this task was difficult. But when they really fought against the overwhelming swarm of insects, they knew they were wrong. Even if they had obtained the Tao from the holy teacher's phantom and mastered many fighting supernatural powers, they experienced helplessness for the first time in the face of the swarm of insects with absolute crushing numbers. The swarm of insects could not be killed at all. No matter how many they exterminated with supernatural powers, they would quickly emerge from somewhere underground and fill the gap. Having suffered, the three quickly changed their strategy, retreating while fighting. However, the swarm of insects was almost everywhere in the world. No matter where they fled, there was always an endless swarm of insects chasing behind them. In less than 7 days, the three had almost fallen into despair. Wang Xuanba even cursed, thinking that this task was impossible to complete. Fortunately, Sun Erlang had learned the pig demon statue's spirit-devouring technique in the previous dream world. He finally learned the basics of it in the midst of hard fighting. Then, he fed on the corpses of the swarm of insects, using war to support war. With the endless supply of resources and no fear of consumption, the situation of the three suddenly improved a lot. Sun Erlang held the situation. Then, Wang Xuanba was lucky enough to find a powerful magic weapon in the belly of an alien insect. It could summon a mechanical puppet as high as 30 feet. At first, this puppet did not move after being summoned. But after some research, Wang Xuanba discovered its true usage. His body turned into virtual light and entered it. Then, he merged with the huge puppet's body and mind. Using the puppet's powerful power, he killed the swarm of insects. Although the situation seemed to have improved, the endless sea of alien insects still made Sun Erlang and others feel desperate. After persisting so hard for nearly 3 months, their bodies and will had almost reached their limit. Thinking that they would not really die in the dream anyway, they almost had the idea of giving up. At the last moment, it was the meticulous Yu Zhenwei who discovered that although the swarm of insects seemed to be acting on instinct, but in fact, the trajectory of their actions each time secretly conformed to a certain pattern. It was as if something was directing them in secret. This discovery made the three people's spirits shake. After confirming that Yu Zhenwei's discovery was very likely, the three decided to take a gamble. At the cost of using themselves as bait, they finally lured out the master behind the swarm of insects. Originally thought that this master would be a superior among the alien insects. But when the master appeared, Sun Erlang and the others were extremely surprised. Because the one who commanded the swarm of insects seemed to be a creation of the cultivator. A purple gold gourd, covered with unknown runes. And above the gourd, stood a wooden carved boy. He pointed his finger at Sun Erlang and the other three surrounded by the swarm of insects. The purple gold gourd below emitted various strange rays of light. Countless alien insects suddenly went crazy and rushed towards Sun Erlang and the others regardless of life and death. The three knew that as long as they defeated the wooden carved boy and obtained control of the purple gold gourd, they could also control the swarm of insects. Completing the task of surviving for half a year would be easy. So they made a desperate fight. Wang Xuanba transformed into a mechanical puppet, attracting the attention of the swarm of insects. Sun Erlang was like a sharp arrow, rushing straight to the wooden carved boy regardless of himself. And in the dark, Yu Zhenwei, the weakest of the three, made the final blow. Finally smashing the wood carving. At the end of the war, all three were dying and deep in the endless tide of insects. But as Yu Zhenwei held the purple gold gourd in his hand, those ferocious alien insects all fell into a frozen stillness. Next, the survival task was no longer suspenseful. 2 months later, the second dream world, completed. After leaving the dream, not only did the three recover from their injuries, Yu Zhenwei also brought out the purple gold gourd. The gourd contained a number of open black lens bracket star-devouring insects close black lens bracket totaling 99,999,999,999. Of course, Yu Zhenwei, who was in the golden core stage, could not fully exert the power of this magic weapon. He could only mobilize the weakest 9 billion star-devouring insects. As the realm improves, the number and strength of star-devouring insects that can be mobilized will continue to increase. Although he had obtained a treasure, Yu Zhenwei and the other two did not have much joy. Instead, endless doubts and fears arose in their hearts. 90,000 billion star-devouring insects, even in the real Xuanwang realm, are a force that is almost world-destroying. And now, this force is actually controlled by a small golden core cultivator. Although it is only in a dream, and it is not certain whether it can be brought back to reality. But it still made Yu Zhenwei and others feel extremely absurd. They have only been in the dream for such a short time, and they have gained so much. It is hard to imagine what kind of accumulation those who have been in the dream all the time will have. With trepidation, after resting for a while, they set off towards the third dream. They already have treasures such as the purple gold gourd, and with the help of 9 billion star-devouring insects, the third world should be easy to pass, right? But after entering the third dream world, reality gave them another heavy blow. The moment they entered the dream world, they all turned into straw men who could not move or speak. The spiritual power and treasures on their bodies all disappeared. They could only use the power of the dream itself to carry out simple communication. This time, there were no monster beasts or insect swarms attacking. There was also no task prompt in the dream. Just 3 straw men, lying quietly on the black stone that looked like the top of a mountain. Suffering from wind, sun, rain, and thunder. Unable to move, the 3 initially thought about what the conditions for completing the task would be every day. But as time passed day by day, their mentality collapsed a bit. 1370. The mystery of the paradise is initially solved. In the beginning, the 3 would occasionally exchange insights on completing tasks. But they gradually discovered that all their guesses and assumptions were utterly meaningless. The 3 of them, like straw figures, were isolated from the world. Only the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning from the high heavens could interact with them. Apart from that, everything in the mortal world seemed unable to perceive their existence. Birds, beasts, and insects flew past them without lingering. Even the dust of the world would not settle on them. So the 3 of them slowly fell silent. They lay powerless, watching the world change. The sun rose and the moon set, the years passed. As if on fast forward, the days went by. The mountain peaks where the 3 were located gradually became thin and sharp due to erosion from rain and wind. The originally majestic and full mountain bodies slowly turned into solitary, sharp peaks. Abruptly towering between heaven and earth. The surrounding terrain of the mountain peaks also transformed from continuous green hills into magnificent canyons with countless ravines. Only the black stone upon which Sun Erlang and the others lay remained eternally unchanged amidst the transformations of time and the sea turning into mulberry fields. In the blowing wind and beating rain, the 3's thoughts were also eroded by the power of time, becoming somewhat decayed and blurred. They even began to slowly lose their reaction to external events. If things continued like this, the 3's consciousness might one day completely dissipate. Just as they were about to completely sink, a magnificent, divine figure, suddenly radiating thousands of rays of light, emerged from their minds. Seeming taller than heaven and earth, blocking all the eroding wind and rain. Holy Teacher. Although their memories were already blurred, these 2 words seemed to be engraved deep within their souls, instinctively emerging. Holy Teacher, Holy Teacher, Holy Teacher, the 3 repeated these words obsessively. Like a spring gushing from the earth, memories of the past reappeared in their parched minds. Ah, the 3 seemed to have awakened from a nightmare, knowing that the Holy Teacher had saved their lives in the dark. But if they couldn't find a way to escape their predicament, they would probably still face the inevitable end of oblivion. So, seizing this rare moment of clarity, the 3 began to discuss incessantly. During the exchange, the 3 were somewhat surprised to find that they seemed to have truly endured tens of millions of years of time. Their personalities had become much more stable. Even in the face of the current crisis, they no longer panicked as before. The dream trial will definitely not be a dead end. When the mountain peak beneath us is finally eroded and broken by rain and wind, and the black stone falls, perhaps we will find release. As long as we hold on until that moment, we can complete the task, the 3 ultimately concluded. And with this as their ultimate belief, they gritted their teeth and persevered. Countless more years passed, and the figure of the Holy Teacher in their minds became barely visible. Only the constantly repeated obsession became the reason for their persistence. On this day, the mountain body, which had been thinned to the extreme, supported only by a thin stone pillar, could no longer bear the weight of the black stone at the top. After a gust of wind, it collapsed with a roar. The 3 straw figures, falling from the mountain peak into the mortal world, saw the world as if it had frozen in time. The clear sky suddenly turned dark. like a layer of black film covering it. A huge black bird beak pierced the sky, coming from beyond the firmament. Just half of the bird's head was almost larger than the entire world. The two sharp bird eyes, occupying the sky, turned slightly and locked onto the three falling straw figures. Sun Erlang and the others saw a look of satisfaction in the eyes of this unspeakably huge and ferocious bird. With a terrifying bird cry, the world began to disintegrate inch by inch. From the three straw figures, 3 orbs of light flew out from the positions of their eyebrows, hearts, and abdomens respectively. Slowly rising, they flew towards the ferocious bird. Sun Erlang and the others, whose consciousness was still in the straw figures, vaguely saw scenes of time flowing and mountains and rivers changing from these 3 orbs of light. Boom! Immediately afterward, the world plunged into endless darkness. Even the monitoring artificial celestial grid was unsure how much time had truly passed. Sun Erlang's and the others' consciousnesses returned. They had successfully escaped from the dream. Not only were they safe and sound, but they had even gained a divine power called Mountain River Years Observation. Their bodies transformed into the straw figures on the mountain peak, and time seemed to freeze around them. Then they observed the changes in the world, and the years passed like shuttles. Similar to when Li Qing transformed into the Azure Sea Pearl and observed the changes of the world. However, the powerful aspect of this Mountain River Years observation is that, after activating the divine power, one's lifespan is almost frozen. Even if tens of millions of years pass outside, the impact on oneself is almost negligible. Of course, this is just a dream prompt, a theoretical explanation. As for whether this divine power is really effective, Sun Erlang and the others had no intention of trying it out yet. After completing the 3, and also all, dream boundaries, their environment finally changed again. It was still within the territory of Autumn Creek State of the 5 Old Men Association. However, unlike the previous sparsely populated situation, this Autumn Creek State was bustling with activity. Not only were there cultivator figures everywhere in the city, but even countless buildings had suddenly sprung up in the originally desolate wilderness. Moreover, it seemed that cultivators were living in these buildings. The changes were not only happening externally. They were also happening to Sun Erlang and the others themselves. Sun Erlang, Golden Core Perfection, Death Count, 1. Paradise Experience Level, 2. Current Unlockable Dream World Level, 3 inches. Carefree Coins, 2000. This was the personal information that Sun Erlang and the others could see. When the pink progress bar was finally full, the so-called Paradise Experience Level finally advanced to 2. There was an option to unlock dream worlds. In addition, there were some other more detailed information introductions. And when their minds focused on those words, detailed explanations would finally appear in their minds. They no longer had to rely entirely on guessing. Sun Erlang carefully read each item, lest he miss any key information. So, native cultivators of the 5 Old Men Association entering the Carefree Paradise, although they also have to undergo the trials of 3 dream worlds, will never experience the difficulties we did. In the Paradise's terms, the world difficulty level has reached level 3. The reason why our encounters are so special is because we are not members of the 5 Old Men Association, but outsiders who have intruded without the permission of the Carefree Celestial Venerable. But the Celestial Venerable is merciful and will not directly expel us. Instead, he will bestow dream trials. If we can successfully pass, we can officially join the dream paradise. If the trial fails, we will be exiled from the paradise forever. At the same time, as punishment for consuming power to construct the dream, a large portion of our soul power will be absorbed. Sun Erlang's face looked a little ugly. He exchanged glances with Wang Xuanba and Yu Zhenwei, and continued to check. The place we encountered when we first entered the dream is the transfer station to the trial dream. All cultivators entering the paradise for the first time will appear there. Within the dream paradise, cultivators harm each other. If this rule is ignored and forced fighting occurs, the attacked party will be transferred to a safe area. At the same time, depending on the severity of the situation, the attacker will have their paradise coins deducted. Carefree coins, or paradise coins, are obtained by cultivators through exploration activities in the dream paradise. They can be exchanged for various resources in the Celestial Venerable's treasure trove to strengthen themselves. Within the Celestial Venerable's treasure trove, there is everything, all-encompassing. Sun Erlang looked at the 2,000 paradise coins he carried, and with a thought, opened the details page of the Celestial Venerable's treasure trove. In an instant, Sun Erlang was stunned on the spot. Even with his current paradise experience level of 2, the number of items he could see was limited. But the list of resources in this celestial Venerable's treasure trove still made him unbelievable. Not to mention the most basic natural treasures, elixirs, and magical artifacts. Even cultivation methods were just ordinary items in the celestial Venerable's treasure trove. Moreover, unlike the cultivation methods popular in the Xuanwang world, the worst of the methods here could be cultivated to the transformation god realm. And, according to the paradise's description, there was no need to worry about being unable to cultivate because the cultivation methods were too profound. As long as one completed the exchange, one could instantly master them. Consuming paradise coins could promote the progress of cultivation methods. After exchanging for it and learning it, it cannot be shared with others. But it can be given away before learning it. In this way, although there is no restriction in paradise that laws cannot be cultivated together, it is not much different. If you want to cultivate, you also need to exchange and pay. The cultivation and methods in the real world will only be synchronized once when you first enter paradise, becoming your starting point in paradise. But future progress in paradise, under normal circumstances, cannot be brought back to reality, that is, the Xuanwang world. Sun Erlang frowned when he saw this. But after a little thought, he quickly relaxed. After all, the various things in paradise were too heaven-defying. If everything could be synchronized and appear in reality, then the size of paradise and the Xuanwang world would definitely not be at the same level. As the name suggests, paradise is constructed from various dream worlds, led by the power of the great carefree celestial Venerable. The blueprint for constructing the dream world may originate from historical fragments that once occurred in the Xuanwang world, or from the dreams of living beings, or from deeper, great ideas. Therefore, it is not always safe, but full of all kinds of dangers. In order to facilitate exploration, there is a distinction between dream experience and dream world levels. Sun Erlang nodded slightly. With their strength of golden core perfection, exploring dream worlds of level 3 was already the limit. Taking it a step further would definitely lead to death without exception. Having a rough judgment of the degree of danger would prevent dream explorers from dying in vain. In paradise, there is death. The number of times a cultivator can die is not unlimited. The number of deaths is a very important part of judging a cultivator's identity in the dream, and is the second most important indicator after the dream experience level. Cultivators with similar numbers of deaths are roughly in the same world layer in paradise. The rough division is 1 to 3 times, 3 to 5 times, 5 to 10 times, 10 to 15 times. The upper limit of deaths should be 15 times. If you die again at that time, it's really dead. In reality too, Sun Erlang's mind was shocked. The increase in the number of deaths not only means changes in the surrounding personnel, but also means the decline of one's own spirituality. Spirituality is a hidden value that is not displayed, but it truly exists in paradise. It can affect the actual efficiency of combat and cultivation. The more you die, the lower the spirituality, and the more difficult it is to improve. It seems that this spirituality has some other effects. Sun Erlang pondered secretly. The number of deaths can also be eliminated by some methods. In addition to using paradise coins to exchange in the celestial Venerable's treasure trove, you can also use some props obtained in the dream. Of course, they are all valuable. From this point of view, the carefree paradise is full of crises. But the reason why it attracts the entire Five Old Men Association is because this dream truly deserves the name carefree. Each cultivator only needs to pay a certain amount of paradise coins to generate their own unique dream world. Whether it is a supreme emperor who speaks with authority, or a celestial emperor who controls everything, they can all be realized in the dream. In the dream, it is almost the same as reality. Even the more paradise coins you pay, the more detailed it becomes. However, in addition to the initial dream building fee, maintaining the existence of the dream also requires paradise coins. This is also the driving force for cultivators to explore the dream world. The higher the dream world level, although the greater the risk, the corresponding gains will also be greater. Exploring dreams can be done alone. It can also be done in groups. Every period of time, there will be free dream worlds available for exploration. Of course, you can also spend paradise coins to unlock them in advance. Sun Erlang gradually gained a detailed understanding of all aspects of carefree paradise. What really concerned him were some of the information he learned at the end. Everything in the dream, under normal circumstances, cannot be brought back to reality. But there are exceptions. One is the power of the carefree celestial Venerable's blessing. It can be realized with almost no cost. But this has rarely happened in the entire history of paradise. The second is a key prop. By submitting it, you can choose a part of your dream power to bring back to reality. The third is to deeply explore the unknown dream. Fourth, submit a large number of paradise coins. Sun Erlang and the others exchanged glances again, communicating with each other. This paradise is really beyond our expectations. Even the holy teacher may not fully understand it. To be able to create such a great paradise, the strength of that carefree celestial Venerable is truly unimaginable. But dreams are dreams after all, they are illusory. We must eventually return to reality. It's just that, from the looks of it now, it seems a little difficult. There are hundreds of millions of living beings in paradise, and only a handful of them can return to reality each year, Yu Zhenwei pondered. Actually, I think, even if we can't go back, it's not bad to stay in this paradise. Look at this treasure trove, there are many dream world templates. Any one of them is extremely wonderful, Wang Xuanba said, staring at the various things in the celestial Venerable's treasure trove. Sun Erlang was silent. 1371. The Secret of the Absolute Xuanwang, 8K, please vote for the monthly ticket. Unable to find a way to escape the dream in a short time, Sun Erlang and the others discussed and decided to first enhance their strength within the dream. Of the three, Yu Zhenwei had the purple gold gourd, and Sun Erlang had the spirit-devouring skill. Only Wang Xuanba had not gained anything in the dream world and was a weak link. Therefore, the three combined their Land of Bliss coins and purchased a body protection divine power for Wang Xuanba. Undying Reincarnation Body, Initial Stage. An ancient immortal sect's unique skill from the profound yellow world, the Reincarnation Sect. With minor mastery, yin, yang, and the 5 elements cannot harm it in the slightest. With great mastery, it can be called undying and indestructible, impervious to all tribulations. This short introduction was enough for Wang Xuanba to decisively choose this divine power. Sun Erlang's expression was a bit strange, and he muttered, if the Reincarnation Sect's divine power is really as powerful as the introduction says, how could it have been so easily destroyed back then? Yu Zhenwei smiled and said, it's just 5,000 Land of Bliss coins, it can't be that powerful. But I think it should be enough for self-defense at this stage. After the exchange, Wang Xuanba, while feeling the changes in his body, said, actually, there is another body protection divine power that is also good, called Carefree Roaming Intent, but unfortunately, this divine power does not seem to originate from the profound yellow world, and I don't know much about its details. Moreover, the artistic conception of this divine power is not to my liking. Sun Erlang seemed to be thinking, I see that there are many items in this celestial venerable treasure trove that do not seem to be native products of the profound yellow world. Could it be that this worry-free dreamland actually encompasses things from outside the profound yellow world? The three looked at each other, gaining a new understanding of the power of that worry-free celestial venerable. The remaining Land of Bliss coins were not enough to exchange for entry into the dream world. The three had to wait for the free dream to begin. It must be said that the words, Land of Bliss, are truly not an exaggeration. Even if one is not in a tailor-made dream, the ordinary Land of Bliss is still a vast world where cultivators can indulge themselves. It not only includes the normal territory of the 5 Old Ones Association, but also the Myriad Immortals Alliance can be reached normally. It's just that in the Dreamland of Bliss, the Celestial Venerable of Creeching and the Myriad Immortals Alliance organization do not exist. Cultivation resources are inexhaustible, there is no fighting or strife, and cultivators can fully enjoy the magnificent scenery of the vast world. You can even spend a tiny bit of Land of Bliss coins to set up a cave dwelling anywhere in the profound yellow world. And with the Celestial Venerable's power reflected, even in the same area, there can be countless overlapping cave dwellings. There is no need to compete for land, and cultivators entering and leaving them will not encounter others. A miniature scene of the profound yellow world appeared in front of Sun Erlang and the others. Any place in the picture can be reached instantly for only a few Land of Bliss coins. Can we even leave the profound yellow world and go to other cultivation worlds in the starry sky to live? Each world has its own magnificent scenery, no worse than the profound yellow world. A look of longing suddenly appeared on Sun Erlang's face. It's just a pity that it seems that only those with a Land of Bliss experience level of 6 are qualified. They wanted to try, but failed. Sun Erlang and the others couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Silver Eyes presented Sun Erlang and the others' experiences in the Land of Bliss one by one. Just like Li Fan's eyes, even if Li Fan didn't personally step into the land of bliss, he could still know the inside story. To be able to survive under the great array of returning to emptiness of all things, and even have the strength to protect it. This worry-free land of bliss is indeed not simple. Its dream range even extends out of the profound yellow world and towards the dark star sea. This was indeed somewhat beyond Li Fan's expectations. In the great Qi small world, he looked into the territory of the Five Old Ones Association, his eyes flickering. What worry-free describes in the dream should not be fabricated. Some of the descriptions of the cultivation world also match what I know. The star sea is clearly already a void of nothingness, lifeless. However, worry-free can reproduce the past scenes of the cultivation world. There are several possibilities. First, worry-free has been to these cultivation worlds. Second, it uses ancient books as a reference, copying them. Or, Li Fan's heart stirred. That worry-free celestial venerable is using the countless world wreckage in the remnant world Great Wall as a blueprint. If this guess is true, then it means that worry-free, or the power of the dreamland of bliss, has even reached below the high wall. Deep unknown dream. Thinking of this, Li Fan suddenly became serious. The blockade of the high wall, Zhan Tianhuang's message, the flaws in the high wall. The stone mother of transformation, the undying information of the Tian sect, the entire sect escaping. The worry-free dreamland of bliss. Countless known pieces of information instantly converged in Li Fan's mind. Before long, a bold idea suddenly emerged. Could it be that the worry-free celestial venerable, relying on the power of the land of bliss dream, has already come into contact with the flaws in the high wall? If it were before, Li Fan would definitely not have made such a guess. After all, the profound yellow inverse reason longevity, which had been suppressed by preaching for thousands of years, suddenly possessed the ability to cross the high wall. No matter how you look at it, it seems a bit absurd. But if combined with the performance of the worry-free land of bliss under the world-destroying immortal array in the previous life, this guess becomes reasonable again. Perhaps it is precisely because in reality, due to the shackles of the new law, they can only be subservient to preaching. That's why the Five Old Ones Association chose to take a different path. If they really have this strength, then the fact that these 5 longevity realm experts have always been so quiet can also be explained. It's just delaying time as much as possible. Li Fan knew that the above was just his speculation without much basis. But for him, whether there is substantial evidence or not doesn't matter at all. As long as there is a trace of doubt, it is extremely necessary to verify it. Anyway, the worry-free land of bliss welcomes everyone. As long as you pass the so-called dream trial. And what I lack the least is all kinds of cultivators. In an instant, Li Fan's gaze passed through the preaching platform and looked at suitable candidates in the many small worlds. Silently, they received the holy teacher's guidance in the dark. They disappeared from their original locations and went to the worry-free land of bliss. Becoming Li Fan's eyes and ears to inquire about the situation in the land of bliss. Although the land of bliss is vast, a single thought can navigate it. Li Fan was not worried that the worry-free celestial venerable would choose to turn against him for his blatant probing of the secrets of the land of bliss. In this life, he has always been hidden behind the scenes. The means of manipulating these cultivator pawns originated from the power of the 9-star crimson pearl of the immortal realm and the ancient immortal array. Li Fan did not believe that worry-free could see through and find him. Moreover, even if worry-free really discovered that he was secretly causing trouble, so what? The current Li Fan has all kinds of divine powers. As long as it is not a true immortal who comes in person, nothing else can pose a threat to Li Fan. There is no need to be too restrained anymore. Li Fan created another simulated personality, specifically used to supervise the land of bliss information that was probed. There are too many secrets hidden in the land of bliss, and these pawns cannot find them out overnight. Next, Li Fan focused his attention on the end dissolution disk again. In this life, the dissolution disk's mission has been to deduce the immortal array's degradation. Finally, there has been a breakthrough. Originally, the dissolution disk's deduction process had been very slow. Being able to deduce the immortal array was one thing, but being able to simplify the immortal array without losing much of its power was another. However, things took a turn for the better after Li Fan repeatedly ascended and overlooked the star sea from a higher dimensional perspective. The projection of the great Tao, from top to bottom. Like an inverted cone. The principles of the immortal realm are certainly extremely profound, not something that ordinary mortals in the lower realm can coetan. But mortals are the foundation of the great Tao. The two have something in common. This was the insight that surged in Li Fan's heart as he studied the changes between truth and falsehood. It was precisely based on this theory that the dissolution disk used the commonalities between immortals and mortals as a breakthrough point, and finally initially completed the deduction of the immortal array degradation. The first immortal array to be simplified and used for actual verification was naturally immortal descent, return of all things to emptiness. After all, in this life, the immortal spiritual power legacy of the profound yellow great celestial Venerable was to supply the sublimation of the profound yellow world. If this world-destroying immortal array could not be activated, then Li Fan's deterrent power would undoubtedly be greatly weakened. And once the plan to sublimate the profound yellow world succeeded, if he did not master the means to overturn the table, Li Fan would definitely fall into an extremely passive situation. The wooden sword's phantom flickered, and Li Fan came to the dark star sea and began his experiment. He gently pointed forward, and a large number of golden thin lines instantly appeared. Like paintbrushes, they depicted the profound unit structure of the array in the void. The scope of the return to emptiness array of all things used for this experiment only covered a radius of 1 jong. Therefore, the source power essence required was not too much. As the details of the array construction became more and more perfect, the world-destroying immortal array slowly took shape. Immortal array degradation absolutely does not mean a reduction in the array's power and quality. It's just that at the cost of limited sacrifice, the energy formed between mortals can drive the immortal array. Golden light spread, and the moment the array was completed, all the light instantly extinguished. Sensing the terrifying power of destruction hidden within the pitch-black region ahead, Li Fan silently cast a layer of sword shadow protection upon himself. Ensuring there would be no unexpected events, Li Fan then took out a black star stone and threw it towards the returning to emptiness grand formation ahead. This black star stone was one of the treasures Li Fan had taken from the first layer of the Immortal Boat's secret vault when he left the profound Immortal Boat earlier. It was formed from the impurities that could not be destroyed after the destruction of the immortal cultivation world. Equivalent to a physical version of the world's wraith. Able to survive under the power of a true immortal, the hardness of this black stone's texture was imaginable. However, the moment the black stone entered the grand formation of returning all to emptiness, it was as if it were simultaneously bombarded by countless sharp carving knives. Clear invisible etchings instantly appeared on the black stone. The speed at which the marks appeared increased rapidly. With a poof, the black stone shattered into pieces, cut open by the immortal formation. However, the storm of world destruction still showed no sign of weakening. It continued to blow fiercely. These tiny stones were cut smaller and smaller, soon becoming invisible to the naked eye. Compared to the world-destroying immortal formation of the previous life, the power has indeed weakened. But after all, it is driven by the essence of source power, definitely acceptable. Having completed the test, Li Fan immediately stopped the grand formation. Then, he collected the black stones that had already been crushed into sand-like particles. Excellent forging material, it must not be wasted. Able to resist the power of a true immortal for a moment, it can save one's life at a critical moment. Next, Li Fan also conducted downgrade verifications on the other immortal formations he had mastered, such as desolation and flowers blooming in an empty room. Without exception, all were successfully achieved. The immortal formations that previously only existed in the theory of the dissolution disk could finally truly appear in the world, before Li Fan had mastered the power of a true immortal. His heart was naturally filled with joy. Silently savoring the profundity of the immortal formations, Li Fan immediately returned to the profound yellow world. In various parts of the world that had not yet sublimated, he quietly began to set up formations. With Li Fan's current attainments in formations, coupled with the assistance of the final dissolution disk, even without the profound yellow great heavenly lord helping out, setting up formations would not be too difficult. Mainly limited by the quantity of raw materials and the essence of source power. Even though the number of nether race people in this life had accumulated enough, the essence of source power was still somewhat insufficient in the face of Li Fan's all-round needs. A portion must be kept in reserve in case of unforeseen circumstances. When the accumulated resources were exhausted, Li Fan had to wait for the nether race people to produce the essence of source power, and then slowly set up the formations. During this period, Li Fan also did not forget to take the initiative to inquire about Mo Reuben, who was comprehending that flaw at the foot of the high wall. "Brother Mo, 30 days have passed. Have you gained anything?" After a long time, Mo Reuben's response came faintly. Not yet, however, I feel that I am not far from truly comprehending it. Brother Mo, you said before that if there were no results within 30 days, you would immediately turn back and never look at the secrets of that high wall again, Li Fan sighed and reminded him. Mo Reuben was silent for a while. Then, as if possessed, he vowed, give me another 30 days. It's just one step away. If I leave now, I'm afraid I will never be willing for the rest of my life. Give me another 30 days. After 30 days, I will definitely make a decision. Mo Reuben did not respond any further. Li Fan smiled slightly. The secrets of the high wall were to Mo Reuben like the murals on Hero Island were to the martial arts heroes. The attraction within even surpassed their own lives. It was really not something that could be easily abandoned. Even if Li Fan came to inquire again after 30 days, he would definitely receive the same answer. If it weren't for the strange black gas vortex that appeared in the center of the Star Sea, I'm afraid Mo Reuben wouldn't have even set up this 30-day period. Thinking of that inexplicable black gas, a trace of gloom could not help but flash in Li Fan's eyes. He had already guessed that the appearance of this black gas should be related to his rash use of the Ascension formation. However, Li Fan had already re-investigated the several locations where he had previously used the Ascension formation. Not all places had black gas growing. Li Fan speculated that it might be closely related to the things that fell from high places. It's like the splash of water on the surface of the water. Only when the things that fall into the bottom of the water are large enough will the splash be obvious enough. I personally took a shortcut and fell from a high place, insignificant. But if it is a world, the power of the fall is enough to breed black gas. But the center of that star sea is an exception. Perhaps it is related to the special nature of that water surface itself. Li Fan pondered in silence. He had observed the spreading speed of these black gases in the star sea. Confirming that in this life, before he completed the profound yellow sublimation plan, these black gases would not have any impact on the profound yellow world. Therefore, even if he didn't care about them for the time being, there would be no major problems. The only thing worth worrying about is that if there is a little more black gas, it might alarm the true Immortal of enlightenment in the Immortal ruins. Facts had proved that the true Immortal was not really completely ignoring the external environment. If something appeared that affected or even threatened him, he would definitely break away from the state of enlightenment. In the previous reincarnation experiences, he was disturbed by the Medicine King Cauldron and the returning to emptiness grand formation, which was the best proof. The calamity of Tao annihilation, a sign that it is coming. Li Fan muttered, Mo Reuben's guess about the black gas. His mind was locked on a mass of black gas sealed by golden light within his body. It was precisely what he had obtained from the decomposition of the true immortal flesh and blood using the white circle falling into the mortal world before. The power level of this black gas was obviously not at the same level as that generated by falling after ascension. But it still brought Li Fan a sense of palpitations. What was the cause of the calamity of Tao annihilation that destroyed the immortal realm back then? This was certainly not a problem that Li Fan should be concerned about at present. But it was an unavoidable reality as his strength continued to improve. Li Fan's ascension fall was definitely not the root cause of the birth of black gas. It was just a kind of fuse, prematurely triggering the world-destroying disaster hidden beneath the calm surface. Li Fan was certain that even without his actions in this life, the lower realm Star Sea would probably eventually follow in the footsteps of the former immortal realm. It's really pressing step by step, not allowing people to breathe. How difficult it is to truly achieve longevity and freedom. Regarding the various aspects of black gas, Li Fan had no way to resist it now. He just snorted coldly and firmly remembered its existence in his heart. It took almost a whole month for Li Fan to finally complete the arrangement of the returning all to emptiness grand formation in this life. The formation veins were quietly hidden beneath the profound yellow land. After the essence of source power was condensed into one, as long as the formation was not activated, the creatures within the realm would no longer be able to detect it. At the moment the formation was completed, only a very few creatures in the profound yellow world suddenly felt a sense of impending disaster in their hearts. But soon, this intuition disappeared, as if it were completely their illusion. Even the profound yellow heavenly Tao only had a faint perception of Li Fan's actions, and was not very sure. This could be seen from the fact that the profound yellow heavenly Tao's goodwill had hardly decreased. Li Fan's eyes did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Looking at the myriad forms of life in the profound yellow world, from shock and fear, they returned to calmness. Sometimes, people still have to believe in their own intuition. After saying this faintly, Li Fan was about to return to the Great Qi, but his gaze suddenly fell on one of the creatures in the profound yellow world. Li Fan was no stranger to this person. It was Zhang Haobo. At the beginning of reincarnation, Li Fan still had some interactions with him and He Zhenghao and others. However, as Li Fan's strength became more and more powerful, it was already difficult for these people to fall into his sight again. This time, it was just a casual look back before leaving after the formation was completed. But it was this casual glance that made Li Fan once again become interested in Zhang Haobo. In this life, Li Fan habitually started from the familiar Kong Cloud Sea when arranging the Immortal Descent and returning all to emptiness grand formation. And a month ago, when he had just begun to set up the formation, Zhang Haobo, who was still immortal, was still staying on the Kong Cloud Sea, on the glazed island. But now, a month had passed, and Zhang Haobo had left the Kong Cloud Sea with his family. As the crimson flame burning the sea ahead of schedule, Li Fan was slightly stunned. Calculating with his fingers, he did not find any signs that the burning sea disaster was about to come early. Why did he run away? Li Fan couldn't help but become a little interested. His divine sense locked onto Zhang Haobo. He found that since escaping from the Kong Cloud Sea, he was still somewhat uneasy. In his words, he seemed to want to lead everyone to continue escaping. However, under the strong opposition of the exhausted family, Zhang Haobo finally compromised and gave up this idea. But he still looked worried. He often looked up at the sky, wondering what he was worried about. Zhang Haobo's family naturally found it difficult to understand his performance. Zhang Haobo looked gloomy all day long, and was troubled. Perhaps in the entire profound yellow world, only Li Fan could understand the source of his worries. He can actually sense the world-destroying killing intent I have laid down. Li Fan's expression was huanghu, as if he had returned to a long time ago, when Zhang Haobo, as a fisherman, told him about the changes in the Kong Cloud Sea, and then the whole family fled. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, Zhang Haobo appeared before Li Fan, as if sculpted from ice. If Zhang Haobo's ability to sense the changes in the Kongyan Sea was due to his intuition as a fisherman, then his ability to faintly sense the impending doomsday crisis after the completion of the myriad entities returning to emptiness formation was definitely extraordinary. Could it be that there's some hidden secret within this old acquaintance? Li Fan's divine sense instantly swept over Zhang Haobo's body. He was still immortal, without cultivation. There was no way to hide anything from Li Fan. Within Zhang Haobo's brain, almost fused with the brain tissue, was a glittering fragment of a mirror. It was only about a third the size of a fingernail. The aura emanating from it was not unfamiliar to Li Fan. This is a fragment of the immeasurable mirror. After careful observation, Li Fan instantly understood the reason for everything. Sun Luyao, the spirit of the immeasurable mirror, had said that there were still some fragments of the immeasurable mirror within the Xuanwang realm. In his previous life, he had helped search for most of them. But there were still some that hadn't been found. Perhaps they had already been swallowed by the Xuanwang heaven and earth, participating in the reincarnation of the treasures of heaven and earth. What caused Zhang Haobo's premonitions to be different from ordinary people was precisely one of these immeasurable mirror fragments. The immeasurable mirror had the ability to deduce the future. Consequently, Zhang Haobo was able to sense the impending disaster. A single fragment can sense the grand formation I've set up. Li Fan frowned. He then took out the mirror fragment, held it in his palm, and carefully observed it. So that's how it is. This fragment is the core part of the immeasurable mirror responsible for external sensing and data collection. It's even more sensitive than the main body of the immeasurable mirror that Sun Luyao found. Since it's a celestial artifact, it's normal for it to be able to sense a celestial formation. Li Fan looked at Zhang Haobo, who was still standing motionless beside him. Unfortunately, this celestial artifact fragment is too small. When Zhang Haobo was immortal, this celestial artifact fragment could still influence him. But when Zhang Haobo embarked on the path of cultivation, especially after entering the foundation establishment stage and possessing his own foundation establishment treasure, the influence of this celestial artifact fragment on him was weakened instead. There's probably still some resentment and vengeance from the fragment, for Zhang Haobo's failure to recognize Mount Tai, for abandoning his own celestial artifact fragment to fuse with other treasures. Li Fan smiled. In his palm, the Xuanwang Doomsday transformation, the passage of time, the vicissitudes of life, was suddenly activated. The mirror fragment seemed to sense something, flashing faster and faster, its light changing more and more rapidly. But having fallen into Li Fan's hands, how could it possibly escape? Time flowed, and in the alternating changes of light and darkness, like the rising and setting of the sun and moon, this mirror fragment transformed into streaks of light. It was scattered by the wind and disappeared into the heavens and earth. Like its main body, it met the same fate. It was used by Li Fan as nourishment to feed the Xuanwang heaven and earth. Sensing that the Xuanwang favorability, which had slightly decreased due to the formation, had returned to its initial state, Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, he sent Zhang Haobo back to his original position. Without the immeasurable mirror fragment in his mind causing trouble, the constant worries that had plagued him would no longer exist. From then on, he would live a carefree life on the Xuanwang land with his family. It was unknown whether this was fortune or misfortune. Zhang Haobo's matter served as a reminder to Li Fan. Although the celestial formation was already complete, and the beings in the Xuanwang realm could no longer perceive it. Celestial artifacts such as the heavenly profound mirror might not necessarily be able to sense the celestial formation itself, but they might also be able to sense the crisis caused by the celestial formation. I need to take extra precautions. But there's no need to worry too much. After all, even if they sense it, what can they do? A hint of disdain flashed in Li Fan's eyes. If they dare to jump out, then that would be perfect. Burn them all to the Xuanwang realm as nourishment. Now that he had mastered the method of downgrading celestial formations and could deploy them at any time, Li Fan was indeed qualified to say so. In addition, Li Fan's gaze swept over the beings of the Xuanwang realm that had flashed by earlier. He focused on those beings who, even with the celestial formation concealed, still had some faint sense of the myriad entities returning to emptiness formation. After an inspection, he actually found some celestial artifact fragments that were still in the process of being digested. They were all at the end of the heaven and earth digestion process, with very little remaining. For Li Fan, they were all useless. He simply fed them all to the Xuanwang heaven and earth. Then he monitored again. In the end, there were no more gains. Li Fan slowly withdrew his gaze. It seems that there are very few secrets hidden in the Xuanwang realm that are useful to me. As for the remaining ones, I'll have to wait until I advance with the heaven and earth celestial soul before I can explore them. Li Fan couldn't help but feel a trace of emotion. While preparing for the sublimation of Xuanwang, Li Fan also did not forget about the mission on the Xuanxian boat. First, he used the ritual to designate a small world with a population of 30 million as a placeholder. Li Fan temporarily stopped again, because he sensed that Wuming of the 13 Peaks world was about to be born. With a thought, the scene of that small world instantly appeared before his eyes. Having completed the fusion with the heavenly Tao of the small world, Wuming happily descended the mountain. After waving goodbye to the few relatives in the world, Wuming took a step and jumped out of the 13 Peaks world. Appearing before him were hundreds of world-rending whale groups swimming in the dark void. The world-rending whales were in groups, opening up the void in play. This magnificent and spectacular scene deeply attracted Wuming's mind, who had never seen a scene outside the mountains. A full many days passed before he finally came back to his senses. Then, somewhat reluctantly, he walked step by step towards the Xuanwang realm. Strictly speaking, Wuming at this moment had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation. He was just a weak mortal. But possessing the heavenly Tao of a small world, he was not just a mortal without the power to restrain a chicken. With the guidance that Li Fan had secretly laid down before, the celestial severance formation naturally could not trap Wuming. Wuming followed suit, like Li Fan in the past, breaking through layers of formations. Finally descending into the Xuanwang realm. The vast sky, the white mist that stretched across the heavens and earth. The blazing sun, the gentle breeze that slowly blew by. Feeling this beauty that was beyond his understanding, Wuming was intoxicated by it. He remained motionless for a long time. Just like before, when he quietly lay on the mountaintop, comprehending the heavenly Tao of the world. A profound aura emerged from Wuming's body. It was actually the successful introduction of qi into his body in an instant, stepping into the qi refining stage. The aura continued to rise, but suddenly stopped abruptly, as if a river had encountered a dam. Wuming, who had originally closed his eyes to comprehend, couldn't help but open them, full of doubt. When he looked up at the sky again, he had already seen the various shackles left by the heavenly venerate of Dharma transmission in this world. If it were in the past, he could have instantly transformed into a god in one step, like Mr. Bai. But now, the times had already changed. However, Wu Ming was not discouraged. He was just like the heavenly Tao Bai that Li Fan had summoned before, following the current cultivation rules of the Xuanwang realm. He began to wander in the Xuanwang heaven and earth, searching for the materials needed for cultivation. Wu Ming stretched out his hand, feeling the wind blowing through the Xuanwang realm. Searching for the treasures of heaven and earth needed to break through to foundation establishment. He remained motionless for a long time. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes and strode forward. He didn't start the ritual to enter the immortal burial ground immediately. Instead, he chose to cultivate. Li Fan said with interest, observing Wu Ming's every move in secret. Li Fan was not worried that Wu Ming's actions would affect his plan. Because he sensed that the hint he had left behind was still effective. It's just that because it's just a hint, his subjective initiative is much stronger than Sun Tianxi, who is like a puppet. Cultivate, then cultivate. There's no path to immortality ahead, and the heavenly venerate of Dharma transmission is above. No matter how talented you are, you can't surpass Dharma transmission. Even if Dharma transmission himself comes, he has to sit down and talk to me properly. Although he said so, Li Fan still separated a simulated personality to monitor Wu Ming's actions at all times. This life's plan must not be lost. His attention shifted from Wu Ming back to the silver eyes in front of him, which were like pets. Having been fed too many world heavenly grids during this period, the simulated heavenly grid created by Li Fan, the silver eyes, seemed to be about to usher in its final transformation. The aura on it surged uncertainly. The eyeballs kept spinning, but the center was always around Li Fan. Li Fan pondered, and finally carefully selected a world heavenly grid from a medium-sized small world. He fed it to the silver eyes. A ray of light then burst out from it. 1372. The immortal puppet finally comes to the world. 7K. Please vote for the monthly ticket. The light that suddenly erupted was so dazzling that even Li Fan subconsciously narrowed his eyes. What Li Fan felt from it was not just its own brilliance, but the mysterious rhythm that inexplicably descended and gathered on the silver eyes. Li Fan had seen something similar to this rhythm in his reincarnation experiences. It was exactly the same as what emerged from the vortex outside the sky when the small world was being upgraded. However, the rhythm now appearing on the silver eyes was even more powerful and unfathomable. Even with Li Fan's current cultivation and understanding of the great Tao, he couldn't fathom its essence. Under the shroud of the rhythm, it was as if a paintbrush was rapidly depicting and adding countless details to the silver eyes. Although it was still the same eyes, in the eyes of Li Fan, the observer, they became more and more active. In the end, even Li Fan, the creator of these eyes, felt a sense of unfamiliarity with his own creation. After the activity in the silver eyes reached its peak, it began to spread to the great Qi small world. Like a spring breeze caressing the earth, a gentle thunder and light rain, silently nourishing all things. The power of ascension silently nourished every inch of land in the great Qi small world. Even after Li Fan had already used creation, and the power of changes in the world to promote the transformation of this small world, this power could still further sublimate it. This is the true power of creation. It's not driven by the creation true immortal seal script, but a phenomenon that naturally descends and arises from the circulation of the great Tao. It is the rule itself depicted by the creation true immortal seal script. Or rather, just a part of it, it will be of great use to me in promoting the sublimation of the Xuanwang world in this life. Li Fan stared intently at everything happening in the great Qi small world, trying to engrave all the details in his mind. The rhythm of creation lasted less than 10 breaths from its descent to its disappearance. Only Li Fan in the small world could perceive this transformation of heaven and earth. When the surging rhythm subsided, the various changes it brought continued unabated, playing out in the world in a way that all living beings were unaware of. Li Fan was immersed in the scene he had just witnessed, savoring it endlessly. When he calmed down and looked at the rebellious heaven-defying nature of the silver eyes again, he immediately noticed the change in the eyes. Unlike before, when they would constantly stare at him in a flattering manner. Most of the time, the eyes were closed. Only occasionally would they open, but the target of their gaze was not Li Fan, but the various aspects of the great Qi small world below. It seemed that Li Fan, its creator, was no longer so important to it. Interesting. Such unruliness aroused Li Fan's interest instead. After a careful examination, he confirmed that this simulated heavenly mandate was still completely under his control. Perhaps it was because it had swallowed many heavenly mandates of small worlds, but the eyes had inexplicably gained a part of mission. The mission of maintaining the normal operation of the small world. The priority of achieving this mission was only below Li Fan's control authority. Therefore, when Li Fan did not issue any commands, the silver eyes instinctively operated in the mode of worldly heavenly Tao. This was closer to the original worldly heavenly Tao than the original, simulated heavenly mandate. Or rather, the silver eyes now were indeed the heavenly Tao of the small world. They had completed the transformation from simulated to real. Even the level of the heavenly Tao to which the silver eyes now belonged exceeded the scope of ordinary small worlds. Therefore, it also brought about changes in the world itself. If my previous promotion of the world's sublimation with the creation incantation and immortal spiritual power was a crude transformation of the world from the outside in, then the changes occurring in the silver eyes at this moment are a silent transformation of the world from the inside out. Both can achieve the goal, but obviously the latter is more clever. Li Fan's eyes showed a look of contemplation. While comprehending the entire process, he deduced and improved this life's sublimation plan. The sublimation of the world can be roughly regarded as the process of ascending to a high position. From the outside in is like forcibly dragging with external force. Once the external force disappears, there is a risk of suddenly falling. If there is no anchoring method, the entire world will crash and be shattered to pieces. From the inside out is to rely on one's own foundation to slowly promote. One step at a time, there is no risk of falling. But the disadvantage is that the whole process is too slow. Often takes thousands of years. I can't wait. A flash of understanding flashed in Li Fan's eyes. However, I may be able to do both. Divine consciousness drilled into the silver eyes, and the entire process of the simulated heavenly mandate's transformation appeared in Li Fan's mind. It corroborated with what he had observed externally. In a short period of time, he gained a lot. It seems that the optimal solution for promoting Xuanwang's sublimation is to create a heavenly mandate and replace it. But with my current methods, I can still simulate the heavenly mandate of a small world. But if I want to create the Xuanwang heavenly mandate, Li Fan shook his head slightly. Not only because the heavenly Tao of the Xuanwang world has devoured countless other immortal cultivation worlds over the past 10,000 years, but also because the new method of transmitting the law and reversing the principles binds the Chengsheng realm cultivators to the Xuanwang heaven and earth. If you want to kill the Xuanwang heavenly Tao and replace it with a simulated heavenly mandate, you must also kill these Chengsheng realm cultivators at the same time. Not to mention the person who passed on the law. That worry-free heavenly venerate who controls the worry-free paradise can survive under the immortal extinguishing array. The current Li Fan is not able to kill him. However, in fact, over the past 10,000 years, the heavenly doctor and the law transmitter have used the corpses of other worlds to patch up Xuanwang. This is the second method, from the inside out. Using other worlds to feed Xuanwang. Sure enough, what the heavenly doctor seeks is not just to revive the soul and revive the heavenly law realm. He also wants to go a step further and directly promote the resurrected heavenly law realm to move towards the immortal realm. This is what was mentioned in the heaven patching record, breaking out of the cocoon and being reborn, ascending to feather transformation. It's a pity. A cold light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. All of this is destined to be my wedding dress. His consciousness instantly locked onto that fragment of the immortal realm formed by the fusion of 6 chess pieces, hidden deep within his body. If we talk about the weight of devouring, I'm afraid that thousands of worlds in the lower realm can't compare to a complete immortal realm. Just wait for the last chess piece to return from outside the sky, it should be able to be pieced together completely. Then wait for Xuanwang to sublimate and integrate. I will take the lead. Thoughts surged, deducing all possible interference factors at that time. The preparatory work is actually almost ready. Next, I have to consider how to prevent the sublimation process from being interrupted. The heavenly doctor and the law transmitter will inevitably return from the star sea. That true immortal of the immortal ruins may also be awakened. And, the great heavenly master of Tiandu, the faceless immortal. These existences, each of whose names could force Li Fan to immediately return to reality in the past. Now Li Fan can plan how to resist them. Half a month later. A strange movement from the Xuanwang world awakened Li Fan from his planning. It was the reaction of the imprint previously left on the heavenly Yang puppet. In this life, because of secretly promoting the sublimation of the Xuanwang world. As the world expands, some things hidden in the Xuanwang world are also quietly transforming along with the Xuanwang world. For example, the ancient mutated immortal mortal miasma hidden in the underground cave of Keeling Prefecture. Or the heavenly yang deeply buried at the bottom of the Kanyan Sea, using the earth fire return to origin array to temper the puppet body. The power of the earth fire is much more turbulent than in the previous life, causing heavenly yang to faintly show signs of premature recovery. Li Fan flashed and came to the bottom of the Kanyan Sea. Staring at the puppet body under the earth, his mind recalled the scene in the previous life when the heavenly yang puppet alone resisted the heavenly venerative law transmission. Although it basically had no power to fight back, it always stood firmly in front of the law transmitter. He pondered secretly, heavenly yang is indeed a good helper. In the previous life, he was beaten too badly by the law transmitter. In this life, I will help you get back your face. Li Fan's divine thought instantly passed through the scorching earth fire and came into contact with the heavenly yang puppet body buried deep underground. Because it was in a perfect state and actively slowly awakening, heavenly yang's remaining thoughts were not as irritable as before when disturbed. There was no heavenly yang's life, not weaker than others. There was only the confusion of crossing thousands of years and coming to a new era. Even if it absorbs the power of the earth fire for 10,000 years, this body is still too weak. At most, it's only at the peak of the transformation god. Is it worthy of the 4 words, not weaker than others? Li Fan's words instantly appeared in heavenly yang's sea of consciousness. Heavenly yang, who was gradually awakening from his slumber, was immediately aroused by these words. The earth rumbled, and the earth fire spewed out. The huge puppet body was about to leap up from the seabed. Heavenly yang's life, heavenly yang's muffled voice roared lowly, telling of his eternal belief that spanned 10,000 years and would never change. However, the intense emotions, like a volcano about to erupt, calmed down in an instant after hearing Li Fan's light sentence, little junior brother. This title made him instinctively feel kind, sad, and guilty. Anger disappeared, and instead he wanted to determine the identity of the person who made the sound. Senior brother will help you. Li Fan's blurred figure suddenly descended. 9 heavens. Dustfall finger. Along with Li Fan's whisper, the entire Kanyan Sea seemed to calm down in an instant. It was like a completely mirror surface, without the slightest wave surging. A finger slowly pressed down from above the sky. Although it was only a thin finger, it had the power to cover the sky and the sun. It accurately covered and pressed on heavenly yang's huge puppet body. The heavenly yang puppet body has been tempered by the earth fire for 10,000 years. It has already exceeded the scope of finding natural treasures. However, at this moment, under Li Fan's finger, all the parts of the puppet were easily crushed into powder. Heavenly yang was stunned, the unyielding will froze, and then it was about to completely dissipate between heaven and earth. At this time, the voice of Master Guang Yangxi slowly echoed in heavenly yang's consciousness, which was about to disappear. Transform into things with your body, cross thousands of years. Along with this figure, there was also a body heavily bound by golden chains. When heavenly yang looked at that body, it was as if he saw himself in the past. Go, heavenly yang, go and become the strongest in this world. Master Guang Yangxi's old voice kept echoing. Heavenly yang's only remaining thought subconsciously floated towards that body. At the same time, he began to operate the body transformation Hezizite technique, which had already been engraved into the depths of his instinct. With almost no obstacles, heavenly yang successfully attached himself to that body. At the same time, heavenly yang also discovered that there was a thought in this body that had the same origin as him, but had no autonomous consciousness. Without his own manipulation, that group of thoughts took the initiative to come over and nourish his almost broken consciousness. In a trance, heavenly yang seemed to see everything that happened in Shenhua Dao back then. Sealed memories flooded into his heart. A nameless fire was reborn from the ashes. Heavenly yang once again roared out that sentence. Heavenly yang's life, not weaker than others. With one mind, heavenly yang's remaining thoughts completely settled on this body. Heavenly yang discovered that this body was more like a puppet than a flesh body. It was a puppet made of strange metal and flesh containing terrifying unknown energy. What Master said is right. This puppet body is much stronger than the one I forged with earth fire before. Master, I am still so useless after all. Guilt flashed by, and heavenly yang's last thought quietly merged into this flesh puppet. At the moment when heavenly yang's consciousness was transferred to the flesh puppet, Li Fan had already transferred them together to the great Qi small world. The sublimated simulated heavenly mandate, together with the layers of immortal arrays laid down in an instant. Lock this flesh puppet. The aura surging from the puppet made Li Fan have to temporarily avoid its edge. That was the terrifying power from the true immortal flesh, far beyond the mundane. This puppet was exactly what Li Fan had previously made by using the copper cast immortal crane as the bone, attaching the true immortal flesh, and then fusing it with Heavenly Yang's eternal will. It was just an empty flesh, without life or soul. It had been waiting for Heavenly Yang to wake up. Before Li Fan handed it over to Heavenly Yang this time, he also mixed in a large amount of black star stone powder. It can be said that, in terms of the hardness of this puppet, it is probably enough to ignore the terrifying suction of the immortal ruins and walk on the immortal ruins with its flesh. Heavenly Yang's thoughts slowly merged with the true immortal flesh puppet. Li Fan watched from afar the changing expressions on the puppet. With the eternal will to assist, it should be able to persist and will not be completely eroded by the power contained in the true immortal flesh. But after all, he is just immortal, and the thoughts that can be retained in the fight against immortal power will not be too many. Like the previous Heavenly Yang puppet, he will act instinctively in a daze. With my previous disguise as Guang Yangxi, it is enough to make him obey my orders. But this puppet is much stronger than the original Heavenly Yang puppet. Li Fan was quite satisfied and carefully observed the changes taking place on the immortal puppet. The copper cast immortal crane came from the secret treasure of the immortal boat. According to records, it was cast from fragments of immortal artifacts. Li Fan used the ancient incantation to generate the true immortal flesh by backtracking on the true immortal bone hand. The black star stone powder was the smallest powder particle of the world's wreckage after being cut by the immortal extinguishing array. The three are all existences that can contend with immortal power. Then it is fused with Heavenly Yang's eternal will. The puppet before my eyes could truly be called a open black lens bracket celestial puppet close black lens bracket. True immortal flesh and blood were originally just clinging to the bronze bones. After merging with Tian Yang's will, it was as if it had a backbone, even growing dense roots that burrowed into the bronze bones. Flesh and bone were completely integrated. Tian Yang's eternal legacy, like a dazzling and immortal diamond, bloomed with light in the sea of consciousness. The puppet's appearance became more and more vivid and clear. The surging aura slowly calmed down, and the newborn Tian Yang stood quietly. His eyes were tightly closed. He didn't remove the immortal formation's protection. Li Fan tried to issue commands to Tian Yang in the identity of the avatar of Light Yangxi. Tian Yang was indeed very obedient. It was just a pity, as Li Fan had expected, that in the process of merging with the true immortal flesh and blood and resisting, Tian Yang's autonomous will was depleted too severely. The remaining instinct was even less than expected. What a pity, but with this life's experience, I can appropriately increase the intensity of Tian Yang's will a bit more before completing the fusion in the next life. Taking the Tian Yang celestial puppet, he headed towards the depths of the star sea. Li Fan began to test the strength of this celestial puppet's body. First, he unleashed a grand 5 elements nirvana sword. It was a divine ability that Li Fan had comprehended on his own, but as he gradually came into contact with near-immortal power, he hadn't used it for a long time. The black light, which originally seemed capable of annihilating everything, didn't even leave a shallow mark when it struck Tian Yang's celestial puppet. Li Fan raised his eyebrows, and then 10,000 black sword lights rained down, surrounding Tian Yang's celestial puppet. However, this seemingly fierce and powerful attack didn't even trigger Tian Yang's instinctive self-defense. Tian Yang stood still quietly, allowing the black sword light to bombard him, as if facing not a killing move, but a gentle breeze. After a long while, Li Fan nodded in satisfaction and stopped activating the 5 elements nirvana sword. The celestial puppet's body has indeed reached the point of being immune to all mundane forces. But this doesn't mean that my grand 5 elements nirvana sword is useless from now on. The cycle of the 5 elements, moving forward and annihilating everything. The artistic conception of this divine ability is not inferior. It's just that when facing immortal level existences, wanting to rely solely on the core of the 5 elements to perform annihilation power is a bit too low. Li Fan was lost in thought. But if I can integrate the changes of open black lens bracket truth and falsehood close black lens bracket. Li Fan bent his fingers, wanting to unleash a sword towards the distant starry sky. But hesitating, he couldn't bring himself to do it. I still haven't comprehended it enough. Being able to integrate it into the escape technique is already the limit. Wanting to use it for killing. Perhaps I need to experience 2 or 3 more reincarnations. Or, the help of that strange object that can directly allow Huan Zhen to perform reincarnation simulations on his own. Li Fan shook his head slightly, calmed his mind, and slowly retracted his fingers. He began testing the Tianyang celestial puppet again. Next were the powers of various true immortal inscriptions. Disorder, suppression, submerge. Using the essence of source power as ink, Li Fan displayed everything he had learned to his heart's content. The immortal formation sealed the surroundings, so that the energy fluctuations wouldn't leak out. Layers of true immortal power all descended on Tianyang celestial puppet. Faced with pseudo-immortal level destructive power, Tianyang celestial puppet finally had a bit of a reaction. The true immortal flesh and blood seemed to be inflating like bellows, emitting a force field, isolating all the effects brought by the true immortal inscriptions. It wasn't Li Fan ordering Tianyang to do so. It was entirely Tianyang celestial puppet's instinctive reaction to the threat. Li Fan sensed this invisible force field, and his pupils shrank sharply. But the true immortal inscriptions he was urging in his hand didn't stop. One after another, the power of true immortal rules was absorbed and neutralized after approaching the force field. The true immortal inscription storm was like a gust of wind, only causing Tianyang celestial puppet's clothes to flutter, failing to injure it in the slightest. Is this the power of a true immortal? And this is just the spontaneous defense of true immortal flesh and blood. Li Fan's eyes revealed a bright light. He wanted to comprehend and study this true immortal invisible force field. But what disappointed him was that this force field was like the flaw in the high wall. Clearly right in front of him, clearly existing. But he was still unable to touch it, invisible and unknowable. A scene suddenly appeared in front of Li Fan's eyes. An eagle in the sky overlooked its prey on the ground. Then it grew sharp claws and swooped down. Just as it was about to capture its prey, it crashed into a piece of transparent protective glass. The eagle was dizzy and barely managed to stabilize itself. It beat against the glass in front of it, unable to understand why it couldn't move forward when the prey was clearly within reach. It couldn't understand the existence of glass. Just like the current Li Fan, unable to understand the existence of high walls and force fields. True immortal power is not something I can touch at the moment. But a superior man is not born different, he is good at using things. Being able to temporarily use the Tianyang celestial puppet is enough. In this way, even when facing the immortal ship, I have the capital to flip the table. Li Fan stopped doing useless work. He began the final attempt. With a serious expression, he whispered, "Nine heavens soaring will, true immortal descending to the mortal world." He once again used the nine heavens descent finger. However, this time it was with all his strength. Burning a mass of true immortal flesh and blood, and ascending under the blessing of the formation, Li Fan's vision rapidly rose. In an instant, it was as if he was already standing at the peak of the star sea, facing the high wall from afar. And the Tianyang celestial puppet in front of him, although it had the word immortal, it only had flesh and blood, without the power of the immortal spirit. Therefore, it was still below the mortal world. In the ascending perspective, Tianyang celestial puppet was as small as an ant. The solemnity and caution he had previously felt when facing it disappeared completely. A feeling suddenly arose in Li Fan's heart, as if a true immortal was sitting high above the sky, overlooking the myriad living beings below. Locking onto Tianyang celestial puppet, with an arrogant expression, he pressed down with a finger. Boom! A violent storm swept through the sealed immortal formation. The will to crush all living beings, mixed with the power of falling from the high heavens, manifested as an index finger phenomenon that instantly became as large as a tilting sky from the size of a soybean. Like a collapsing sky, it pressed down fiercely. Faced with such a powerful divine ability, Tianyang celestial puppet finally instinctively sensed a trace of danger. A trace of blood-colored light bloomed in its eyes. Tianyang celestial puppet raised its hand to support the sky. Li Fan groaned, his finger felt like it was pressed on a hard boulder. Trembling, it could no longer advance an inch. Fortunately, Tianyang celestial puppet was only instinctively defending, and did not take the opportunity to counterattack. Otherwise, Li Fan would definitely have suffered heavy damage. Li Fan didn't have it easy, but Tianyang celestial puppet, enduring Li Fan's strongest divine ability, was not in a much better state. After all, it was not a real immortal puppet, but a fusion of several near-immortal objects. This momentum of falling from a high place directly caused part of the celestial puppet's flesh and blood to collapse. The bronze bones even made sizzling sounds, obviously suffering a great impact. The purpose was only to test the actual combat power of the Tianyang celestial puppet, not to destroy it. Seeing that it was almost at its limit, Li Fan finally withdrew his divine ability. Removing the ascending formation, Li Fan slowly descended from the peak of the star sea back to the mortal world. Slowly adjusting his breathing to eliminate the abnormalities in his body. Looking at Tianyang's celestial puppet, Li Fan frowned slightly. After all, it's just a puppet, not a real life, and doesn't have the ability to self-repair. The true immortal flesh and blood consumed in the battle cannot be recovered on its own. Just as Li Fan was thinking this, it seemed that Tianyang sensed his thoughts. Driven by the eternal legacy core, the true immortal flesh and blood attached to the outside of the bronze bones suddenly surged again. As if one produced two, two produced three, and three produced all things. The wounds on the celestial puppet from the previous test were eliminated in an instant. The battered celestial puppet returned to its peak state. Seeing this scene, Li Fan couldn't help but be stunned. The scene of the flesh and blood being stimulated and continuously proliferating out of thin air when he used the ancient character incantation to stimulate true immortal flesh and blood flashed back in his mind. He was speechless for a long time. After a long while, he sincerely sighed. True immortal divine power is indeed mysterious and unpredictable, not to be underestimated. He frowned. If it weren't for the eternal legacy of Tianyang as the core, suppressing this mass of true immortal flesh and blood, I'm afraid the celestial puppet would get out of control with a little carelessness. At the same time, Li Fan also understood that it wasn't that the celestial puppet didn't have the ability to repair, but that the celestial puppet's autonomy was too poor, and it didn't have the desire to actively repair. Only when Li Fan reminded and manipulated it would it carry out this action. It's still because the Tianyang will invested was worn away too severely. Its ability to withstand hits is enough. But wanting it to restrain Xuanfa, Tianyi, or even the true immortals of the immortal ruins is a bit difficult. It seems that if I want it to exert its maximum combat power, I still have to enhance its subjectivity. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. I remember that Chaogong still has the combat experience of the celestial puppet open black lens bracket ancestor close black lens bracket from the Tianji realm. It's just that this guy, like Shu Ke, should have been swept into the Star Sea Rift Depression. Li Fan turned his head and faced the edge of the Star Sea, remotely sensing the mark he left on Chaogong. As before, Chaogong's aura was very stable, unlike Shu Ke, who was erratic. And compared to before, it seemed to be a little closer. Interesting. It seems that I don't need to look for him, he can come back on his own. That's good. Li Fan's gaze swept left and right, the sealed immortal formation suddenly changed, turning into a myriad things returning to emptiness formation, stirring up a whistling storm. Erasing all traces of the battle. The downgraded immortal formation is indeed easy to use. After doing all this, Li Fan didn't rush to leave. Instead, he stood quietly, as if waiting for something. In the Star Sea, there is eternal darkness and silence. Li Fan waited patiently for more than half a month. But he never got what he wanted. It seems that my guess is correct, the fall after an ordinary individual ascends will not attract black chi. Only the weight of a world, or a fall occurring in a special area such as the center of the Star Sea, will trigger black chi. This is the summarized phenomenon. So what exactly is the reason for this phenomenon? The tribulation of Tao annihilation. Li Fan murmured to himself, and together with Tianyang's celestial puppet, returned to the Xuanwang realm. Although the eagle couldn't understand the existence of glass at first. When it begins to try to touch and study the characteristics of glass, change will eventually occur. It's 7K today, I don't have time. I'll make up the missing 1K tomorrow. 1373. Life and Death of Shanghai Disease, 7K, monthly votes required. The Great Zon Small World, the platform for preaching. The celestial young immortal puppet stood behind him, eyes closed and motionless. Li Fan sat upright, reviewing the insights about the weaknesses of the high wall, selected from the countless creatures of the simulated celestial grid. Is it in front? No, it is high. Like a great river dam, leaping into the sky, severing my vitality and blocking my path forward. The power of the dark high wall is immeasurable. Without divine and holy immortal power, how can it be destroyed? Yet, a 1,000-mile dike is breached by an ant's nest. One person's body, the souls of thousands, the will of billions. A blazing fire, illuminating the darkness. It must be said that in the face of life and death extinction crises, people can indeed unleash unimaginable potential. Among these mortals, whose cultivation is at most golden core, there are actually some who faintly touch the truth. Some of their insights and thoughts even inspire Li Fan after reading them. But after all, their level is too far from the high wall. Even with a quantity of trillions of reveries, wanting to superimpose and qualitatively change to uncover the secrets of the high wall. It is by no means an easy task. At least, Li Fan did not see any signs of their success in a short time. But Li Fan was not in a hurry. Temporarily interrupting the review, he flicked out a sword shadow, packaging all these useful thoughts and sending them to Mo Rubin. I hope this unparalleled genius of the ancient immortal cultivation world can truly gain something. Li Fan looked towards the starry sky, his expression inscrutable. Although the celestial young immortal puppet has been created in this world, in Li Fan's deduction, relying solely on celestial young is not enough to protect him and successfully combine with the celestial soul of the super profound yellow world to attain the Tao. In addition to those encountered in past reincarnations, we must also consider what lies beyond the high wall. Before Li Fan's eyes, the scene of Mao Bao's descent and the collapse of the high wall at the end of the previous life, until even the stillness realm picture became flickering and dim, reappeared. When the profound yellow immortal domain is born, will the high wall still be able to block and isolate the inside and outside? If the unknown forces outside the high wall sense and descend, then the time left for me will really not be much. Based on the encounters of the previous life, Li Fan calculated the buffer time in between. Plan for defeat before planning for victory. Although it may not happen, it must be guarded against. My strength lies primarily in stillness realm. Secondly, it is the array Tao cultivation that overlooks the star sea. Thirdly, it is the descent of a finger, 9 heavens. Next, it is the many true immortal runes. In Li Fan's sea of consciousness, the doomsday disintegration disk, which had completed the immortal array downgrade deduction task, did not rest for a moment. It is deducing an array that can be called shocking. This array gathers the culmination of all the array Tao knowledge that Li Fan currently possesses. Using mortal power to walk the path of a true immortal. Counting the arrays that Li Fan currently possesses. Derived from the profound origin beginning spirit grand array gems, myriad spirits return to numbers desolation, empty room blooms flowers immeasurable, vastness, square. Inspired by the ancient profound yellow protecting world grand array, Li Fan independently deduced the erased simulation, 100 states of sentient beings immortal descent, myriad things return to emptiness. One birth and one death, its power is not below that of an orthodox immortal array. And now, Li Fan wants to integrate all these immortal arrays, taking the infinite law as the core concept to create an ultimate defensive immortal array. Li Fan still remembered that in the previous life, the Holy Emperor used the bright moon starlight grand array to besiege the central 4 continents of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. No matter how high or low their cultivation was, once they stepped into it, they would be like falling into an endless star sea, trapped and unable to escape. In this life, he also wants to do this. However, the target that Li Fan intends to surround is the profound yellow world. Outside the profound yellow world, build another array high wall. If all unstable factors can be delayed for a while, that is victory. The disintegration disk flashed with light, countless array sub-shapes were generated, combined, and evolved within it. With the foundation of immortal array downgrade, the original separation between immortal and mortal was broken. The deduction direction of the immortal array is proceeding as Li Fan expected. The vastness, square grand array can guide the situation and analyze those who enter the array. Use empty room blooms flowers, 100 states of sentient beings to create an infinitely illusory and realistic world. Gems, myriad spirits return to numbers, can instantly make any adjustments to the array world. Any form of energy, any form of life, has its suitable and unsuitable environment. The combination of the essence of many immortal arrays creates an infinite, ever-changing, reverse world tailored to weaknesses. Use the world to trap people, use the world to kill people. It is just like Li Fan, who has the existence of the heaven-defying treasure, stillness realm. But is still trapped in this world of profound yellow and star sea. 100 lifetimes have passed, and it is visible to the naked eye that it will take more time to transcend. This array that the disintegration disk is deducing is to tailor-make a profound yellow world of their own for every future intruder. From a mechanistic point of view, the fundamental principle of this array is similar to the infinite illusory realm of life after life that Li Fan experienced in the immortal severing grand array when he left Great Zon. However, it is clear that the reality and delicacy of the world constructed by this immortal array are far from what ordinary illusions can compare to. Based on the nightmare difficulty Profound Yellow World encounter as the basic blueprint, simulate infinite variations of the Profound Yellow World. This array can be named Bewilderment, Profound Yellow Sentient Beings. Once its name is determined, its intent is solidified, and its array is formed. The constantly flashing light in the Doomsday Disintegration Disk suddenly stopped. And then suddenly burst outward, forming a perfect spherical light sphere that seems to be composed of billions of fragments. In each fragment, a world scene that is similar to the Profound Yellow World is being staged. In the center of these billions of fragment worlds, the Profound Yellow World, surrounded by the high wall, lies quietly in the center of the dark star sea, emitting a faint light, illuminating all the surrounding world fragments. Even Li Fan, the creator of this array, was a little stunned after witnessing this spectacle. In a fleeting glimpse, Li Fan caught a glimpse of the worlds constructed by the disintegration disk. Even though he had worked hard in the Profound Yellow World for many years, his forehead was now covered in cold sweat, and he was a little shocked by his creation. If I accidentally get lost in it, I'm afraid I will be suppressed for hundreds of lifetimes. As long as it is below the true immortal, even if they recognize the true essence of the world they are in, they will not have the strength to break it. In a sense, this bewilderment, Profound Yellow Sentient Beings grand array is definitely the high wall of array Tao. In Li Fan's contemplation, the fragment light sphere surrounding the disintegration disk slowly collapsed inward. Finally, it returned to the core of the Doomsday Disintegration Disk. Currently, the disintegration disk has only deduced the core part of the Profound Yellow Sentient Beings grand array. There is still a long way to go to perfect the overall details. But even if it is just the core of the array, it is enough for Li Fan to prepare in advance. To complete this Profound Yellow Sentient Beings grand array that envelops the Profound Yellow World, the amount of source power essence required is simply terrifying. After a slight estimation, Li Fan frowned. With the current number of Nether Clan people, no matter how hard they try, they will definitely not be able to meet Li Fan's needs. It seems that I have to think of other ways. Either, I still use the breeding method of the alien beast's flesh and blood factory. Or, I find an alternative energy source equivalent to the essence of source power. As Li Fan thought this, he separated a strand of divine sense and landed in the underground of Great Zon. The number of Nether Clan people here has tripled since Li Fan captured them and kept them here. Every day, besides eating, drinking, and sleeping, they pray to the great holy teacher. Strangely, not only did they not become weak due to the lack of activity, but they were much healthier overall than when they were hiding and fleeing from the pursuit of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. This phenomenon is different from what Li Fan had experienced before. In the past, after the Nether Clan people were exploited, they became extremely weak. Their lifespan was shortened, and their reproductive ability plummeted. If not taken care of properly, there was a threat of extinction. But from the current situation, the Nether Clan people seem to have broken their own cursed fate. Li Fan recalled and compared the differences between this life and the past. The breeding method is actually not much different. Although I didn't over-oppress them and gave them enough rest time, the Holy Emperor of the previous life also did the same. The Nether race within Great Chi are also short-lived. Could it be? Li Fan recalled that in this life, he had once used the Tao Pill method to seize the body of a Nether race member, attempting to glimpse the hidden true immortal inscription within their first-generation Great Heavenly Venerate bloodline. Is it related to the characters involved in the transformation between immortals and mortals? Li Fan couldn't help but speculate. The Nether race is the creation of the former Profound Heaven King. Their bloodline is the source of the origin power essence, and also the source of their original sin. Now, the curse they suffer has lessened. Li Fan vaguely understood. The Profound Heaven King's temperament is such that he wouldn't necessarily do things to the extreme. While punishing the Nether race, he might leave a glimmer of hope. If a Nether race member can awaken and discover the secrets within their own bloodline, the shackles weighing them down will be weakened. To verify his conjecture, Li Fan immediately took action. The Holy Teacher's phantom, devoutly worshipped by the Nether race, silently emitted several dim rays of light, randomly shining into the bodies of several Nether race members below. As if receiving a divine revelation, these Nether race members suddenly froze. Numerous images emerged in their sea of consciousness for no reason. They were extremely excited, first kowtowing to the Holy Teacher's phantom in gratitude, and then immersing themselves in the Holy Teacher's enlightenment. The sounds of their prayers and murmurs became louder and faster. Like the Nether race member Li Fan possessed in the beginning, their bodies aged rapidly. Some even turned white-haired in an instant, transforming into withered bones in the blink of an eye. This terrifying scene did not frighten the nether race members praying nearby. On the contrary, they felt incomparable envy, and their devout faith became even more fanatical. Finally, in the midst of chanting, all the nether race members who had received the divine revelation from Li Fan burned their lives and turned into ashes during their enlightenment. At this price, Li Fan keenly noticed that perhaps because the shackles of the curse on them had lessened again, the remaining nether race members had indeed become stronger again. Not only their physique, but also their divine soul and comprehension, had been strengthened in all aspects. It was as if they were slowly reverting to what the bloodline of the first generation profound yellow great heavenly venerate should have been like. How could someone chosen by a true immortal from the upper realm to serve as the first generation profound yellow great heavenly venerate be weak? How could his bloodline be so bukan? Li Fan narrowed his eyes and continued to spread several divine revelations through the holy teacher's phantom. With the overall number of nether race members at present, they could still withstand such a life-burning improvement. However, I still need to pay attention to grasping the appropriate degree of my actions to unlock the shackles. I don't want to have to face a suddenly resurrected great heavenly venerate at a crucial moment in this life. Having learned his lesson once, Li Fan was naturally extra cautious in this regard. Next, the nether race members, slowly returning to their original state, demonstrated their incredible energy and reproductive ability to Li Fan. It was not much slower than the speed at which the flesh and blood factory creations used to be generated. Moreover, there were no defective products. All the offspring born were inhumanly strong. Rather than belonging to the human race, they were more like the demon beast race. As the nether race's seal was gradually lifted, the amount of origin power essence generated by each person's prayer also increased exponentially. This could be considered to have solved Li Fan's urgent need to a certain extent. However, looking at the nether race members, whose numbers had doubled again in a short period of time, Li Fan felt a rare chill in his heart. They are already to such an extent under heavy shackles. If they were in their heyday, I'm afraid their reproductive ability would not be much weaker than that of the legendary Zerg race. The key is that each of these nether race members is so physically strong. It's simply completely contrary to common sense. Thinking this in his heart, Li Fan silently trimmed and controlled the slightly inflated number of nether race members. He only stopped when they were pleasing to the eye. It seems that I have to keep an eye on them to feel at ease. Li Fan separated a simulated personality and quietly implanted it into the holy teacher's phantom worshipped by the nether race. He also laid down a layer of the profound yellow sentient being's grand formation, which he had just deduced, in the area where the nether race lived, ensuring that they were completely sealed off before stopping. One really can't be careless at all. Rhythmically controlling the number of nether race members, linear growth. Using the origin power essence they produced to construct the open black lens bracket mystic, profound yellow sentient being's close black lens bracket grand formation. Time passed so quickly. Until this day, Li Fan suddenly raised his head and gazed at the sky. The Medicine King cauldron finally left the immortal ruins and fell towards the profound yellow world from the edge. The induction produced by the 6-in-1 immortal realm fragment in his body became stronger and stronger. It seemed to be urging him to go forward and meet it quickly. With a flash of sword light, Li Fan had already left the profound yellow world. Coming outside the world, looking at the Medicine King true cauldron, which was gradually becoming larger and swaying in his field of vision. With a wave of his hand, he directly put it away. Returning gracefully, all in one go. From beginning to end, he did not alarm anyone in the profound yellow world. Seeming to sense Li Fan's suppression from the outside world, the Medicine King true cauldron constantly emitted wisps of energy fluctuations, trying to escape Li Fan's control. But it was just a futile struggle. The outer layer was the profound yellow sentient being's grand formation, and the inner layer was the eternal return to emptiness formation. Under the suppression of the power of the immortal formation, the Medicine King true cauldron immediately became honest. Standing still quietly, Li Fan separated a wisp of divine sense and entered the cauldron. He proceeded smoothly and came to the core control center of the Medicine King true cauldron. Looking at the emptiness in the center, Li Fan smiled slightly. His right hand grabbed emptily and then clenched. The entire space seemed to be distorted under this grasp. A vague figure was directly dragged out by Li Fan. "Senior, spare my life." This figure was naturally Lu Rushan, the hidden sect master of the Medicine King sect. Being pulled out by Li Fan, he did not have the demeanor of a sect master at all, and shouted in a panic. It was not that Lu Rushan was incompetent, but that the methods Li Fan displayed at this moment were simply unpredictable. He had proceeded all the way without touching the various restrictions within the Medicine King cauldron, and went straight to the core center. He had even seen through his hiding methods at a glance. Lu Rushan's thoughts turned rapidly, and he was thinking about which expert of the 10 sects the person in front of him was. However, Li Fan was like an ordinary person, without any aura leaking out, making him unable to figure it out. Only that indifferent expression, and a light glance, made Lu Rushan's own spiritual sense frantically warn him, and his hands and feet were cold. Just as he was about to speak, Li Fan directly pointed at the center of his eyebrows. The powerful and unmatched power surged into his divine soul like a huge wave. Originally, he was just Go Huo in a seriously injured state, but at this moment, he suffered such a heavy blow, and Lu Rushan suddenly became dying, with only a trace of remnant soul left. Under normal circumstances, Li Fan would not use soul-searching methods. But involving the clues about the immortal realm fragments secretly left by Sun Piao Miao, the old ancestor of the Medicine King sect, Li Fan had to be cautious. Countless lights and shadows, Lu Rushan's past memories came one after another. Li Fan checked them one by one in detail. Especially any information about Sun Piao Miao was treated with emphasis. In Lu Rushan's era, the name Sun Piao Miao only existed in ancient legends. Even after succeeding to the great unification of the Medicine King sect, Lu Rushan's knowledge of Sun Piao Miao mostly came from a volume of travel notes left by the old ancestor. Previously, Li Fan had only heard about the various aspects of this travel note from the Medicine King sect members. Now, he read it word by word in Lu Rushan's memory. With the answer already known, looking back at some details in the travel notes, Li Fan did indeed notice some suspicious points. The travel notes began after Sun Piao Miao established the Medicine King sect. Without warning, as the sect master of the Medicine King sect, Sun Piao Miao was about to leave the profound yellow world and travel to various realms. It should be known that at that time, the Medicine King sect had just been established, its foundation was unstable, and there were too many trivial matters waiting for the Medicine King sect master to handle. However, Sun Piao Miao directly patted his buttocks, left a pile of mess, and left as he said he would. If it weren't for the fact that the few personal disciples he had accepted were still reliable, and the Medicine King sect's purpose was to help the world and save people, and generally would not have disputes with other sects, I'm afraid the Medicine King sect would not have survived until Sun Piao Miao returned. Sun Piao Miao's sudden departure could certainly be explained by his free-spirited and unconventional nature. However, in Li Fan's view, it was more like he had suddenly received some kind of mission, leaving him with no choice. It should be known that with Sun Piao Miao's strength at the time, the starry sky was not an easy journey for him. This can be seen from his encounter with the Star Sea anomaly, where he almost fell and was seriously injured, plummeting into the Xiaoyao realm. With this foresight, Li Fan carefully reread Sun Piao Miao's travelogue records. Logically speaking, since it was a travelogue, it should record the memorable parts of the entire journey. However, Sun Piao Miao didn't mention his own experiences at all, not even that he had once been seriously injured. All the ink was used to describe the characteristics of the immortal cultivation realms he passed through. It was as if he was just a recording camera without emotions. He seemed afraid that later generations, after wanting to revisit these places, would not be able to find these immortal cultivation realms. Most importantly, what is the purpose of the chess pieces he left behind? Since he has left such obvious clues for future generations, he shouldn't have remained completely silent about it. Li Fan carefully examined the travelogue, but couldn't find what he was looking for, and couldn't help but frown slightly. To ensure nothing was missed, he searched again. After still finding nothing, Li Fan searched through the other memories of Lu Rushan. As the saying goes, effort pays off. Finally, Li Fan found a possible clue in an anecdote that Lu Rushan had heard in his childhood. This anecdote was only occasionally mentioned by Lu Rushan's master. Even Lu Rushan himself had forgotten it. Back then, the Medicine King sect had a heavily injured guest who came seeking help. The injuries were too severe, and everyone in the sect was unable to save him. Even the ancestor personally examined him and came to the same conclusion. Logically speaking, there is no such thing as omnipotent medical skills in the world. Our Medicine King sect did indeed try our best to save him. Who would have thought that this guest, in despair, would actually start cursing at our Medicine King sect? He even used his last remaining strength to launch a frenzied attack on the Medicine King sect disciples. Our Medicine King sect saves people and helps the world, but we are not pedantic people. Naturally, we also have our own anger. Immediately, the disciples took action, intending to kill him. But the ancestor stopped everyone, came to the side of the dying guest, pointed a finger towards the sky, and said something. The guest's body trembled slightly, and his violent aura completely disappeared. He stopped attacking, looked up at the sky, and the ferocity on his face turned into 2 lines of clear tears. Then, as if relieved, he passed away. The ancestor sighed slightly and ordered us to bury this person properly. At that time, the young Lu Rushan, like everyone else who heard this anecdote, was naturally curious and asked, what exactly did the ancestor say to him that could so easily resolve his insane killing intent? Lu Rushan's master said in a faint voice, birth, old age, sickness, and death are the eternal principles of the great Tao, and even this starry sky cannot avoid them. So what about you? That's what the ancestor said back then. The young Lu Rushan, unable to understand the gravity of these words, simply nodded innocently and agreed, yes. Just die then, why lose your temper? You deserve it. But now, Li Fan could taste a different meaning from Sun Piaomiao's words back then. At that time, the immortal path had not been severed, and everyone aimed to ascend and become an immortal. Sun Piaomiao's words don't sound like something a medicine king who heals people and saves lives would say. It coincides with my previous guess about the pessimistic believers of the immortal world. Li Fan pondered secretly and tried to find more clues in Lu Rushan's memory. Sure enough, good things come in pairs. Li Fan really found another past event that seemed somewhat suspicious. Under normal circumstances, immortal cultivation sects would build statues for their founding ancestors for future generations to worship. However, throughout the Medicine King sect, there wasn't even a single statue of Sun Piaomiao. Master, what did the ancestor actually look like? Why isn't there even a painting of him? The ancestor said back then that instead of worshipping him, it's better to worship our sect's Medicine King True Cauldron. We refine medicine, save people, and help the world, all thanks to this cauldron. Without the cauldron, there would be no Medicine King, and there would be no future. Medicine King True Cauldron, future. Li Fan let out a long breath, slowly withdrew from Lu Rushan's memory, and stood silently in thought. Lu Rushan's remnant soul trembled beside him, not daring to disturb him. Perhaps it's just my conjecture, but in my opinion, the hints left by Sun Piaomiao are already very obvious. However, the premise is that I already know that the Medicine King Cauldron is very likely a fragment of the immortal world. If I guessed correctly, Sun Piaomiao must have hinted at the special nature of the Medicine King Cauldron somewhere else. It's just that the disciples didn't notice it, and the information disappeared into the long river of history. If it weren't for my accidental discovery of the anomaly in Sun Piaomiao's relics on the immortal boat, I'm afraid this secret would have been buried forever. Li Fan looked at the Medicine King Cauldron. The change of truth and falsehood urged the spiritual power in his body, dividing out a trace of power belonging to the world-saving longevity scripture. Li Fan had practiced this technique before, and with his current strength, he far surpassed ordinary harmony Tao. Imitating it was almost effortless, and there was no difference from the genuine world-saving longevity scripture. In Lu Rushan's incredibly shocked eyes, Li Fan easily broke the restriction of the Medicine King True Cauldron and took control of it. The disciples of the Medicine King sect have fallen to this point. Failing to help the world in times of crisis, instead fleeing for their lives. Bastard! Li Fan coldly snorted and cursed. Falling into Lu Rushan's ears, it was like thunder. Knowing everything about the Medicine King sect, and this tone as if he were an elder. In an instant, a bold guess floated in Lu Rushan's mind. Senior is. Li Fan ignored him, just grabbed Lu Rushan, and flashed out of the Medicine King Cauldron. At the same time, in a single thought, he directly closed the Great Dream Spring and Autumn formation in the Medicine King Cauldron. Then, like a sieve, he shook all the Medicine King sect disciples sleeping inside, and threw them out. In an instant, Medicine King sect cultivators fell from the sky like raindrops. Fortunately, they had all woken up before, noticed something was wrong, and hurriedly stabilized their bodies. The Medicine King sect members, awakened from their great dream, were confused. In their mutual exchanges, they gradually locked their gazes on Li Fan, the only stranger. especially the figure of Lu Rushan, who was already blurred and about to disappear, in Li Fan's hand. Sect leader, master. The disciples, elders, and Lu San exclaimed in surprise, glaring at Li Fan. Li Fan turned a blind eye to these auras locking onto him, and continued to manipulate and shake the Medicine King True Cauldron. It wasn't until all the Medicine King sect's secret treasure materials, as well as various precious spiritual plants and herbs, had turned into balls of light and flew out, that Li Fan stopped. Reaching out, the great array of returning everything to emptiness was born from the palm of his hand, covering the Medicine King True Cauldron. Silently, the Medicine King Cauldron, which could still resist for a moment in the immortal ruins, turned into dust inch by inch. Medicine King Cauldron. Watching Li Fan destroy the Medicine King sect's treasure with their own eyes, all the Medicine King sect members were furious. They wanted to seek revenge and retaliate against Li Fan. The aura of the world-destroying immortal array, inadvertently revealed from Li Fan's fingertips, made them all feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave and were frozen on the spot. There's also a chapter of 2,000 words, which will be updated around 2 o'clock, you can get up early tomorrow to read it. 1374. Dust Cauldron transforms into fairy chest. Monthly votes required. Gone were the resentment and unwillingness. Whether it was Tao harmonization, transformation god, or core formation. Under the open black lens bracket immortal descent, all things return to emptiness. Close black lens bracket grand formation. Everyone in the Medicine King sect showed the same expression. Fear, only boundless fear filled their hearts. It wasn't until Li Fan withdrew the power of the Doomsday formation that the people of the Medicine King sect gradually emerged from that extreme emotion. However, with Li Fan silent, none of them dared to move a muscle. The power of the immortal formation circulated, though withdrawn, it did not dissipate. It formed its own space, enveloping the entire Medicine King sect. While deterring the crowd, it also shielded the rule of the Xuanwang world that different laws cannot be cultivated together. This was to prevent the newly awakened Medicine King sect cultivators from engaging in infighting. Then, Li Fan acted as if they didn't exist, watching the finest particles of the Medicine King True Cauldron, which, as he had expected, finally coalesced into a chess piece. However, this chess piece was not covered in a layer of gray like the ones Li Fan had collected before. Instead, it was distinctly white. Even the edge of the white color had a circle of color very similar to the fused chess piece. Li Fan reached out and retrieved the white chess piece. Looking at it carefully, the small piece seemed to contain endless vitality. And the chess pieces he had subdued within his body before, including the fragment of the immortal realm that had already been fused, all trembled slightly. As if welcoming their backbone, they burst out with bursts of cheers. The urgent urging, several times stronger than before, came from the chess pieces within him. They seemed eager to merge with this white chess piece. This urging gradually transformed into Li Fan's own desire. The craving was so strong that even running the immortal heart mantra was difficult to resist. But Li Fan was, after all, extraordinary in his willpower. With great perseverance, he finally suppressed the restlessness of the chess pieces within him. Calming his mind, he was able to carefully examine the white chess piece in his hand again, comparing it with the 6 chess pieces sealed within his body. Within Li Fan's body, there was 1 large and 5 small. The large one was 7-colored, formed by the fusion of 6 ordinary gray chess pieces. The 5 small ones revolved around the colored chess piece. And the white chess piece in front of him, although it was just a single piece, gave Li Fan the same feeling as the fused 7-colored chess piece. It seems that what Sun Piao Miao left in the Xuanwang world should be the most crucial piece. The complete immortal realm. The last remaining one is the one in the Xuanxian boat. At the thought that in a few years, he would be able to see a corner of the shattered immortal world, even Li Fan, no matter how indifferent, couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Does this fused immortal realm contain immortal spiritual energy? Can I use it to ascend to immortality? Within the immortal realm, are there any relics left by the true immortals who forged these chess pieces back then? Perhaps, are there any true immortals within this immortal realm who want to be reborn with it? Many questions flooded Li Fan's mind like a tide. If it were an ordinary cultivator, even if they obtained the immortal realm, facing the completely unknown within and the great risks, they would definitely hesitate and dare not use it easily. But Li Fan, with open black lens bracket returning to truth close black lens bracket in hand, did not have so many concerns. Especially in this life, Li Fan's immortal formation was newly formed, and the charging protection of returning to truth had doubled, already having sufficient protective measures. The white chess piece transformed from the Medicine King cauldron seemed to possess infinite magic, attracting the attention of all the cultivators present. They could vaguely sense that there must be some great secret hidden behind this chess piece. However, fearing the power that Li Fan had just displayed, they only dared to watch from afar. In the end, it was Lu Ruchen, who had recovered, who mustered the courage to speak. "May I ask, Senior, is this chess piece a relic of the old ancestor Sun Piao Miao?" The reason why Lu Ruchen dared to speak was because Li Fan had deliberately released the Medicine King sect cultivators from the cauldron before destroying the Medicine King cauldron. He had shown enough goodwill. Li Fan kept the white chess piece within his body, suppressing it separately from the other chess pieces, and then sneered, "Sun Piao Miao gave this thing to you descendants for so long, and even left many hints in the open and in the dark, but you can't see through its true face. You are truly a bunch of trash." Li Fan's merciless reprimand indirectly answered Lu Rushen's question. Most of the Medicine King sect disciples showed a trace of shame on their faces when they heard this. Lu Ruchen smiled awkwardly, wanting to inquire further, but was stopped by Li Fan. "This matter is no longer something you can interfere with." Li Fan squinted at Lu Ruchen, commenting, "Although you violated the Medicine King sect's tenets, leading the entire sect to escape the Xuanwang world was a good thing by accident." With a flick of his finger, countless scenes flashed in the field. These were the great changes that had taken place in the Xuanwang world and even the Star Sea during the 10,000 years that the Medicine King cauldron was absorbed by the Immortal ruins. The Medicine King sect members were in an uproar. When Li Fan slightly released the Immortal formation's protection, they felt the boundless killing intent that suddenly rose from their hearts, directed at their friends, teachers, elders, and brothers. In the end, they confirmed that Li Fan had not fabricated it. They all looked pale and lost their souls. Li Fan ignored them and only summoned the 7 Dao harmonization cultivators of the Medicine King sect, including Lu Ruchen. "Do you know what this chess piece transformed from the Medicine King cauldron is? It is one of the fragments of the Immortal realm left by Sun Piao Miao." Li Fan's words shocked the Dao harmonization cultivators of the Medicine King sect. Then, he controlled it and slightly released the aura of the 7-colored chess piece sealed within his body. Even if only the tip of the iceberg of the Immortal Realm's law fragments was revealed, it was enough to make these Dao harmonization cultivators of the Medicine King sect mesmerized. The Immortal Realm suffered a calamity, and there were early signs. Back then, Sun Piao Miao received an immortal mandate and left behind a backup plan to revive the Immortal Realm. Li Fan spoke eloquently, stating the facts that he had guessed. "Now that Sun Piao Miao is missing, since you are Sun Piao Miao's disciples, you should assist this deity in completing the great cause of restoring the Immortal Realm." Li Fan said condescendingly, as a matter of course. Lu Ruchen and others were previously immersed in the wonders of the Immortal Realm's laws. Hearing Li Fan's words at this moment, they were suddenly stunned. They all looked at Li Fan with disbelief. "Revive the Immortal Realm? Us? This deity has already collected the fragments of the Immortal Realm. We are only waiting for an opportunity. At that time, you only need to assist from the side," Li Fan said indifferently. Facing the request of Li Fan, this suspected true immortal powerhouse, how dare the Dao harmonization cultivators of the Medicine King sect refuse? However, they were drumming in their hearts. Such a powerhouse could destroy their entire sect with a wave of his hand. Why would he need their help? However, if Li Fan didn't say it, they wouldn't dare to ask. Are these people from the Medicine King sect useful? To Li Fan, they were naturally useful. But not for reshaping the Immortal Realm. It was to act as a catalyst for the fusion of various forces when sublimating the Xuanwang world. 1375. Fairy Puppet sneaks into boat, 6K. So far, the process of finding and merging with the Immortal Domain chess pieces has been too smooth. So smooth that Li Fan couldn't help but feel suspicious, wondering if he would be stuck at the final moment of merging the Immortal Domain law fragments. If Sun Piao Miao really left any restrictions, then the Medicine King sect, as Sun Piao Miao's descendants, should be able to bypass such constraints to some extent. This is only the first aspect. Li Fan's gaze swept over the 7 Dao harmonization experts of the Medicine King sect present. Your cultivation, in the past, might have barely been considered the pinnacle of cultivators. But 10,000 years have passed, and the world has changed. Now, you are somewhat weak. You might even struggle to be of assistance to me. Therefore, I will help you increase your strength in a short period of time. Lu Rushen heard this and cautiously asked, the improvement in strength that Senior is referring to is Modern cultivators cultivate by devouring heaven and earth. Precisely because they transform the power of heaven and earth for their own use, wielding the power of heaven and earth with every move, they can manipulate spiritual energy on a scale far surpassing ancient cultivators, Li Fan said, as various aspects of cultivation that defied the principles of heaven and earth were presented before everyone. The expressions of the several Tao harmonization experts of the Medicine King sect were not very good. No wonder the heavenly descent method cannot be practiced alongside the calamity. This kind of cultivation method is simply demonic and heretical, Lu San muttered softly. Li Fan coldly snorted, what is evil? What is righteous? In the cultivation world, there is only strength. If the strong say the new law is righteous, then the new law is righteous. Although the Medicine King sect and others disagreed with this statement, they dared not refute it under Li Fan's imposing presence. Li Fan slightly shook his head. Very well, only when you personally experience the wonders of the new law will you perhaps be able to change your views. With a gentle wave of his hand, detailed information about the prowess of heaven and earth instantly appeared before everyone. Each of you, choose one. I will help you harmonize with the Tao again using the new law. The 7 people's bodies trembled instantly. I choose this one, Scarlet Serpent. Zhang Yushan was the first to speak. As a former warden of the immeasurable hell, Zhang Yushan had committed countless killings and did not care about what was righteous or evil at all. As long as it could increase her strength, she was willing to try it. Good, you have good taste. This Scarlet Serpent's power is moderate and peaceful. It can smooth out the sequelae brought about by the rampant killing intent in your body, Li Fan nodded in praise. With someone taking the lead, the remaining Tao harmonization experts of the Medicine King sect exchanged glances and no longer held back. They began to choose. Soon, the division of the prowess of heaven and earth was completed. Time is of the essence. Next, I will take you hunting. The wooden sword's phantom image unsheathed, enveloping the cultivators present. Then, in an instant, they had already arrived in the Xuanlong realm. Even with a layer of sword shadow protection, Lu Rushan and the others could still sense the faint influence brought about by the principle of the heavenly descent method. I cannot always protect you. The Sutra of Universal Salvation and Eternal Life only needs Lu Rushan to practice it. The others can switch to other Tao harmonization cultivation methods, Li Fan said, displaying information on thousands of Tao harmonization true arts to everyone. The power of each and every one of them was no less than the Sutra of Universal Salvation and Eternal Life, almost dazzling them. We'll talk about it after you harmonize with the Tao in return. Now, first gather your spirits. Li Fan's figure floated above everyone's heads. He looked up at the firmament and casually issued a decree. Dark clouds surged, and wind and thunder roared. A huge vortex suddenly formed in the sky. Like a crack in the firmament, countless lightning bolts flashed within it. Li Fan murmured in a voice that only he could hear, erroneously transform the principles of heaven and earth. The 5-word mantra was transmitted backward to heaven's ears. Li Fan used the false mandate of heaven. Soon after, 7 blurred figures were summoned and appeared in the vortex. It was precisely the prowess of heaven and earth that the Medicine King sect and others had previously chosen. The 7 prowess of heaven and earth appeared, and the eyes of the Medicine King sect and others instantly turned red. Each figure was as tempting to cultivators as the elixir of immortality. And now, 7 of them gathered. If not for Li Fan's power, which firmly suppressed them, these Tao harmonization cultivators of the Medicine King sect would have lost their minds and rushed out recklessly. Faced with this overwhelming temptation, Li Fan's expression remained unchanged. At the same time that the prowess of heaven and earth appeared, the immortal formation had quietly sealed off this space. The senses of the prowess of heaven and earth were very sharp. Realizing that the connection with the origin of heaven and earth had been severed, they immediately awakened from their confusion. But before they could take any action, the 5 fingers of dark clouds had already covered their heads. Li Fan casually pressed down with his palm. The 7 prowess of heaven and earth seemed to feel the weight of the entire world upon them. In an instant, they were unable to move. Moreover, the invisible shackles and restraints pressing on them were becoming stronger and stronger. Li Fan slightly bent his 5 fingers, turning his palm into a claw. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the prowess of heaven and earth's law bodies shattering inch by inch constantly came. Under the terrifying force, their figures were forced to hunch over. At the critical moment of life and death, the power of the laws within their bodies tried to make a final struggle, boiling and surging, trying to escape Li Fan's control. But like the constantly lapping waves, they ultimately could not shake the towering dam. All the struggles of the prowess of heaven and earth were destined to be in vain. The dying burst not only did not shake their shackles but instead accelerated their demise. Even while lost in the madness of greed, the scene of Li Fan suppressing 7 prowess of heaven and earth with one palm caused the Tao harmonization experts of the Medicine King sect present to be greatly shaken. It was not until Li Fan's reprimand came that they recovered from their shock. "What are you still standing there for?" Lu Rushan and the others felt the disappearance of the restraining power on their bodies, and at the moment, they no longer suppressed the greed in their hearts. They rushed towards their predetermined targets one after another. They unleashed their killing moves on the prowess of heaven and earth that were suppressed by Li Fan. Truly engaging with the prowess of heaven and earth, the Tao harmonization experts of the Medicine King sect truly experienced the power of heaven and earth. Even though the prowess of heaven and earth could not fight back and could only let them output. Even though the prowess of heaven and earth had previously been severely injured by Li Fan's palm. Everyone almost exhausted the spiritual power in their bodies before barely killing these prowess of heaven and earth. Even among all the prowess of heaven and earth, the ones Senior chose for me are definitely the best, a thought could not help but appear in their minds. And such a strong prowess of heaven and earth has no power to resist in front of Senior. The Medicine King sect and others once again had a clear and quantified understanding of Li Fan's strength. As one prowess of heaven and earth after another was killed, Li Fan also released the Immortal Formation seal. Inheriting the power of the prowess of heaven and earth, the power of the Xuanwang realm's law origin, from the huge vortex above the firmament, poured down directly. Like clouds falling from the sky, it landed on the Medicine King sect and others. The aura on their bodies increased exponentially. 7 newly advanced Tao harmonization immortal sovereigns descended into the Xuanwang realm. At the same time, there were also anomalies in the heaven and earth. The fall of one prowess of heaven and earth was enough to shake the heaven and earth. 7 falling together. The anomalies were the same as those that occurred after the death of a cultivator, illuminating the sky. The Medicine King sect felt the ubiquitous and almost tangible terrifying malice of heaven and earth. And Li Fan, although he did not personally take action, erroneously transformed the principles of heaven and earth and suppressed the prowess of heaven and earth. He was even the culprit for the fall of the prowess of heaven and earth. The malice of heaven and earth he faced was hundreds of times greater than that of the Medicine King sect's Tao harmonization experts combined. The previous goodwill was gone, as if the person they were facing had an irreconcilable hatred. Being an enemy of heaven and earth, the malice surrounded them like a substance, turning into a hideous murmur. This made the Medicine King sect and others, who had always adhered to the belief of saving the world and helping the people, feel somewhat unaccustomed. But if they were to return the power they had already obtained to heaven, that was impossible. They would rather fight against heaven and earth. Under such circumstances, Li Fan was not flustered and had long been prepared, standing in front of the Medicine King sect's Tao harmonization experts. Looking directly at the firmament, he stated the reason for his actions. The process of the Xuanwang sublimation would have the help of several forces. For example, the power of the Star Sea's revival, or the remaining power of other sealed cultivation worlds. And the immortal spirit power of the great heavenly venerate's legacy. So many complex and vast forces were like a dose of strong medicine. With the Xuanwang realm's current dilapidated and weak body, it might not be able to withstand it. Therefore, a medicinal primer was needed as a buffer. Today, these Tao harmonization experts of the Medicine King sect who devoured the prowess of heaven and earth of the Xuanwang realm were this medicinal primer. Next, Li Fan would first infuse the power to revive the Xuanwang into their bodies through various means. It was not to hand over the power to them, but to use them as containers for transit and buffering. When the Xuanwang realm officially sublimated, the Tao harmonization immortal sovereigns would fall, and all kinds of power would be returned to heaven in one fell swoop. External service and internal use, both approaches would work. The medicine would cure the disease, and sublimation was in sight. Li Fan's conclusive explanation could be summarized in a few words: I'm doing this all for your own good. But the various reasons were not fabricated by Li Fan, but were indeed true. Even the Xuanwang heavenly Tao could sense this. The current Xuanwang realm was too far from its goal after sublimation. The sum of the power it wanted to devour even vaguely exceeded the Xuanwang realm itself. There was indeed the possibility of being too weak to receive nourishment. The sharply increasing malice of heaven and earth suddenly stopped. The Xuanwang heavenly Tao seemed to be thinking. Then, after a brief stalemate, the malice finally slowly receded. This scene, in the eyes of the Medicine King sect and others, was Li Fan facing the Xuanwang heaven and earth alone, and then using some method to completely eliminate the malice of heaven and earth. Such a method was truly unheard of. The Medicine King sect and others were even more in awe of Li Fan. With the successful Dao harmonization of the new law, their strength soared by a large margin. Especially Lu Rushan, who not only recovered from his injuries but also gained some insights during the Dao harmonization process. At this moment, Lu Rushan, who had returned to the Great Zan small world, was reporting his insights to Li Fan. According to what Senior said before, if you want to go further in the Dao harmonization of the new law, you must defy the principles of heaven and earth. However, during the process of our Dao harmonization, we have already devoured the prowess of heaven and earth. What is the prowess of heaven and earth? The embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth, the continuation of the principles of heaven and earth. Therefore, if you want to defy the principles, the easiest way to get started is to follow the clues and find people based on the shadows. Find the principles of heaven and earth behind the prowess of heaven and earth that you have devoured. Lu Rushan spoke eloquently. For example, I devoured the prowess of heaven and earth, azure silk. In fact, it is about the existence and extension of the principle of vitality. With a concrete direction, the principles of heaven and earth are no longer ethereal and elusive. Through constant cultivation and comprehension, one can find the origin of the principles of heaven and earth. However, reversing these principles is almost unimaginably difficult. It's like trying to lift yourself up by grabbing your own hair. Without the aid of any external force, it's practically impossible. Li Fan quietly listened to Lu Rushan's explanation. It has to be said that being able to succeed as the leader of a sect, Lu Rushan's comprehension is truly remarkable. The other newly advanced Dao integration cultivators of the Medicine King sect listened attentively, each showing a thoughtful expression. Finally, after Lu Rushan had nothing more to say, everyone looked at Li Fan. To be able to comprehend so much on the first day of entering the new Dao integration realm, you are quite good. Li Fan's faint praise made Lu Rushan feel overwhelmed by favor. However, you're still thinking too simply. In the Xuanwang realm, over thousands of years, only a handful of people have been able to attain immortality by reversing the natural order. Moreover, it has been a long time since a new immortal has appeared. Why is that? Think about it carefully. Li Fan's guidance came to an abrupt end, causing the expressions of the Medicine King sect to subtly change, their minds racing. In the following days, the 7 Dao integration cultivators of the Medicine King sect lived very fulfilling lives. They converted to the new Dao integration cultivation method, consolidating their newly advanced foundations. From time to time, they would listen to the saint teacher's phantom lecture under the lecture platform. They would also spar with a predecessor whose aura was mysterious, unfathomable, and not very talkative. Even if this predecessor stood still, the Dao integration cultivators of the Medicine King sect could not harm him in the slightest, even if they exerted all their strength. Therefore, they were able to unleash and verify what they had learned to their heart's content. As for the other disciples of the Medicine King sect, Li Fan looked at the pink eye beside the silver eye in front of him, which was a circle smaller. Tens of thousands of threads converged into a thick bridge, connecting the silver and pink eyes to each other. The power of forgetfulness permeates the Xuanwang realm and is not limited to the territory of the 5 Old Ones. So there is no need to go to the 5 Old Ones to enter the land of utmost bliss. It's just that before, we couldn't find a way. But now, I have already dispatched a total of 9,632 vanguards. Mimicking the heavenly persona to completely synchronize their senses is enough to lock onto the land of utmost bliss through their thoughts. The tens of thousands of threads acting as a bridge were the cultivators dispatched by Li Fan who had entered the land of utmost bliss in advance. And sleeping within the pink eye was a large number of Medicine King sect disciples below the Dao integration realm. With their actual bodies under Li Fan's control, and with the sect leader's orders, these Medicine King sect disciples were able to maintain discipline even within the land of bliss. Moreover, belonging to the same Medicine King sect, they naturally had extraordinary tacit understanding and bonds. This made their actions and exploration in the land of bliss more efficient. In addition to the Medicine King sect disciples, there were also a large number of Great Zan cultivators within the pink eye. They were densely packed, rushing in one after another to explore the land of bliss. The pink eye did not unlock the secrets of the land of bliss. It only used those cultivators who had entered the land of bliss to build an entrance to the land of bliss within the Great Zan small world. At the moment the pink eye was generated, Li Fan was still looking forward to the arrival of the worry-free Heavenly Lord's power. Unfortunately, it seemed that worry-free didn't care about such trivial matters. Not being able to wait for worry-free, Li Fan was indeed a little disappointed. Hopefully, these people can give me some surprises. Li Fan always had a premonition in his heart. The secrets hidden in the land of utmost bliss might be more important than he had imagined. Only the last chess piece was left before the immortal realm could be recreated. Li Fan first sealed what he had already collected within the Great Zon small world using an immortal formation. Then, he had the Tao integration cultivators of the Medicine King sect set up the equal heaven ritual in the mortal small world, creating the illusion that he was still far away in Daki, working hard for the ritual. His main body still guarded the Great Zon without moving. He launched a phantom of the Yumu sword, quietly sending Tianyang outside the immortal ship. A wisp of divine sense was attached to the Tianyang immortal puppet, directing his actions. The reason why Li Fan's main body didn't personally steal it was because Li Fan had previously accepted the immortal ship elder's equal heaven ritual. Although the immortal ship side didn't explain in detail, Li Fan could still vaguely guess that all the elders participating in the equal heaven ritual could sense his approximate location at all times. This feeling was not particularly strong. It wouldn't even work outside the immortal ship. But if they came into close contact, they would definitely see through it instantly. The immortal ship people were still useful to Li Fan, and it wasn't time to fall out yet. Therefore, Li Fan decided to send Tianyang out. With a thought, Tianyang immortal puppet's body instantly expanded hundreds of times. He lay quietly, floating in the dark void. Then, he suddenly accelerated, crashing towards the location of the immortal ship. There was no trace of aura leaking from Tianyang immortal puppet's body. It was like a huge meteorite, flying towards the immortal ship. With such a huge existence and blatant impact, the immortal ship naturally sensed it immediately. Because Tianyang immortal puppet's speed was not too fast, at first they thought it was just an ordinary chaotic rock. They casually emitted a ray of light, wanting to shatter the stone. But the light landed on Tianyang's body, and it didn't stir up a single ripple, and the impact continued. Only then did the immortal ship suddenly realize that something was wrong. Several figures flashed out one after another, and the leader was the immortal ship elder, Jian Daosheng. Everyone worked together to finally slow down Tianyang immortal puppet's impact speed. They stopped him outside the immortal ship. "What is this?" Jian Daosheng said with a strange expression. Without Li Fan's instructions, Tianyang closed his eyes and did not move, allowing the immortal ship people to check. Li Fan's wisp of divine sense was hiding in the eternal legacy of the core immortal puppet, hidden by the immortal formation. It seems to be the corpse of a giant. No, this aura is extraordinary. And its bones. Soon, several people discovered the extraordinary nature of Tianyang immortal puppet. Jian Daosheng didn't dare to neglect, and quickly sent a message. Before long, the other immortal ship elders came one after another after hearing the news. After all, it was a civilization that had existed since ancient times, and the immortal ship people's knowledge was truly extraordinary. They quickly figured out the details of Tianyang immortal puppet. Immortal weapon remains as bones, true immortal flesh and blood as skin. Hiss. This is an immortal puppet. A group of elders were uncertain and all stood there in a daze. How could it just drift here? There must be something strange about this. Be careful. Everyone smelled an aura of conspiracy. What should we do? The elders looked at Zhang Daogong. Zhang Daogong pondered, and struck the reveal character towards the Tianyang immortal puppet in front of him. He wanted to use the power of the true immortal seal character to peek into the origin behind this immortal puppet. But unexpectedly, although the immortal puppet was sleeping, there was some kind of mysterious force field protection on his body. The true immortal seal character, which possessed great power, could not affect the sleeping immortal puppet at all. This discovery caused the immortal ship elders to change their colors one after another. It should be known that the immortal ship's greatest reliance was on various true immortal seal characters. Now, a being who was born immune to the power of true immortal seal characters had fallen from the sky. How could they not feel terrified? Zhang Daogong reached out and comforted the crowd. Staring at Tianyang immortal puppet, his expression was serious. Then, Zhang Daogong first returned to the immortal ship, and when he came back, he had a green dagger like water in his hand. The surrounding lights flickered constantly. Zhang Daogong set up many protections, and carefully came to Tianyang immortal puppet's side. He tried to use this green dagger to cut off a piece of flesh and blood. Li Fan had previously visited the first and second floors of the Immortal ship's secret vault, but had not seen this dagger. And this thing did not know what power it contained, but it could slowly break through the force field around Tianyang Immortal puppet. But, ding, the dagger collided with true Immortal flesh and blood, and it actually made a sound of metal clashing. It could not break it in the slightest. The green color on the dagger rippled, as if it had been greatly impacted. A trace of heartache flashed in Zhang Daogong's eyes. Knowing that it was impossible, he quickly put away the dagger and retreated violently. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he said to everyone present, "It is indeed an Immortal puppet." The pressure from the true Immortal flesh and blood, and the protection that can ignore the power of true Immortal seal characters. The Immortal ship elders changed their expressions again. After some discussion, they tried various methods, but they still failed to truly break through Tianyang Immortal puppet's defense, even to cut off a piece of true Immortal flesh and blood. A group of elders, looking at the Immortal puppet in front of them, were full of unwillingness. Then, not knowing what kind of decision they made, most of the Immortal ship elders actually retreated. Only 3 elders were left, watching the Immortal puppet from afar. 1 day, 2 days. Time passed day by day, and Tianyang Immortal puppet remained lying quietly in the dark void, without the slightest movement. And the elders responsible for guarding the Immortal ship also changed round after round. From the initial smooth handover, to later, quarrels gradually arose. Thus, half a year later, a group of Immortal ship elders gathered again near Tianyang Immortal puppet. "It's not a solution to just leave this Immortal puppet here. Yes, we always have to send someone to guard it. It came from the starry sky for no reason. If we don't stop it, it might one day return to the starry sky. We can only watch like this. Could it be that we should bring it back to the Immortal ship? The risk is too great." That's right, this Immortal puppet came too strangely. The elders argued endlessly, but their eyes, in the process of exchanging glances, were always fixed on the Tianyang Immortal puppet not far away. Finally, Zhang Daogong interrupted the conversation. "In the past 6 months, we have studied the force field attached to this Immortal puppet and have gained some small gains. But it is obvious that if we can completely deconstruct the Immortal puppet..." A trace of greed flashed in the eyes of the Immortal ship elders. "Bringing the Immortal puppet back to the Immortal ship certainly carries great risks. But I think it might be worth a try. After all, from the current situation, it seems that only that thing can break through the defense of this Immortal puppet." As soon as this was said, the arena was silent. Soon after, the elders nodded one after another. In the exchange of glances, the opinions gradually reached a consensus. The elders worked together, as if weaving a net. They dragged Tianyang Immortal puppet and pulled it into the Immortal ship. "There are still 2,000 words to be added tomorrow. I wrote too late yesterday and I'm too tired today." 1376. Immortal world burns the way of catastrophe, 7K. Although the Xuanxian boat carries a civilization that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. In reality, the internal space is not very large. Otherwise, the people of the Immortal boat would not be constantly troubled by scarce resources. As Li Fan expected, the Tianyang Immortal puppet was dragged by the elders of the Immortal boat all the way into the Immortal boat's secret treasury. First level, second level. The heavenly starlight lotus blossoms on the sky. Countless rays of light flicker, and light spheres appear one by one, weaving into a door. The elders cast spells together, and the door opens with a bang. Inside the passage, a eerie, ghostly green light emanates. All kinds of ominous auras, accompanied by the green light, want to spread and erode the surroundings. The heavenly starlight lotus is stimulated, and it differentiates into starlight lotus flowers, blocking in front of the door. The sea of lotuses is boundless. Even if the green light passes, all the lotus flowers wither, it cannot break through the blockade of the sea of lotuses for a while. Quick, seemingly extremely afraid of this green light breaking through the encirclement, Zhang Daogong urged. The elders also knew the power of it, and slowly sent the sleeping giant puppet into the 3rd level of the secret treasury. However, only Jian Daosheng followed them into the 3rd level. He was wearing starlight armor, a 7-colored light bowl on his head, and stepping on a leaf-like boat. Although it looked a little funny, it was enough to show Jian Daosheng's seriousness. The door slowly closed, leaving only a strip of light cloth extending from Jian Daosheng's starlight armor, connecting to the outside world. It was not completely sealed off. With the help of Jian Daosheng's perspective, the appearance of the third level of the Immortal Boat's secret treasury, 100 Smells Immortal record, slowly appeared in front of everyone. In the spherical cave, countless green, viscous tissues kept wriggling, making a creepy sound. They grew and adhered to the walls. A huge gray stone statue stood in the cave. Looking at the trajectory of its growth, the green tissue covering the cave seemed to originate from the gray stone statue. The sea of green had submerged most of the statue's body. Thousands of green trajectories extended from the statue's head. Each trajectory originated from an empty eye in the head. It was unknown what kind of strange creature this gray stone statue depicted. It had a human body, but no facial features on its head, only eyes all over. As soon as the Tianyang Immortal puppet entered the third level of the secret treasury, even though it did not reveal any aura, it immediately attracted the attention of the green entities in the cave. Like tentacles, they climbed through the air, attacking Tianyang from all directions. Jian Daosheng took the opportunity to hide in one of the empty eye sockets of the gray stone statue's head. The green tentacles were blocked by the invisible force field around Tianyang. But perhaps because they were close and sensed the taste of the true immortal flesh and blood on Tianyang, the green tentacles became more and more excited. The green energy in the entire cave was activated, surging towards Tianyang restlessly. In an instant, the Tianyang Immortal puppet was submerged by endless green. It was plunged into a green light, surrounded by sounds like silkworms gnawing. Li Fan's wisp of divine thought checked the feelings expressed by Tianyang. Can't see these green entities at all. The information from Tianyang made Li Fan a little surprised. It's just like rain and wind blowing. Li Fan pondered, no longer spying on the outside world. Instead, he isolated his senses and only used Tianyang to see the surroundings. The surroundings suddenly became quiet. It was as if he had come to the wilderness, to the top of a high mountain, to a deep canyon. The gurgling water was like a knife, cutting stones and splitting mountains day and night. The whistling wind and drizzling rain were like axes, constantly hacking and changing the terrain. And Tianyang was like this mountain, this land, this valley. The surrounding invisible power of time was slowly but resolutely eroding it mercilessly. The Tianyang Immortal puppet instinctively protected itself. But according to the will conveyed by Tianyang, it could only last for half a year at most under the erosion of this green energy. If it didn't actively fight back, Li Fan didn't act rashly for the time being. In Tianyang's perspective, those wriggling green tissues did not exist in this big cave, so he could completely see the third level of this Immortal Boat's secret treasury. The weird gray statue with a human body and thousands of eyes shocked Li Fan's mind. And the treasure light that flickered faintly in the thousand-eyed holes of the statue's head made Li Fan understand. The aura of the last chess piece. It seems that these holes are the treasure trove of the Immortal Boat. They are not completely filled, and it looks like there are only less than a palmful of treasures in each. It must not be as unprotected as it looks, there should be unknown methods. Jian Daosheng, where did he go? This gray statue seems to have become a little different from just now. Li Fan quickly analyzed the current situation. The third level of the Immortal Boat's secret treasury was indeed not simple, and even hid the power to harm the immortal puppet. But now, in addition to the strength of the Tianyang Immortal puppet itself, there was also the power of an immortal formation that Li Fan had prepared in advance. Even if he couldn't defeat it, there would definitely be no problem escaping. Therefore, Li Fan did not intend to act directly. Instead, he chose to observe further. When Jian Daosheng merged into the gray statue through some method, the speed of erosion of the green energy seemed to suddenly become faster. In Tianyang's perception, it was a howling wind and a torrential rain. In the wind and rain, the various forces that made up itself were being washed away and diluted. Interesting, although Li Fan had never seen this green energy before, he actually detected a faint sense of familiarity from them. Especially the fact that he and Tianyang, with different perspectives of immortals and mortals, actually saw completely different scenes. This made Li Fan think of something even more. The sound of wind and rain grew louder. Faced with the dangerous situation of being eroded and surrounded by strange things, Li Fan was not alarmed at all. He meditated quietly. I don't know how long it has been. Like a lightning bolt, illuminating the night sky. Li Fan suddenly came back to his senses, the wind calamity of annihilation. It was not referring to the wind calamity of annihilation itself, but rather that the auras of the two were nearly the same. It was just that the wind calamity of annihilation that Li Fan sensed in the boundless mirror was several times stronger than the eroding green energy in front of him. It was as if the wind and rain in that comprehension had been strengthened to the extreme. Thinking of this, Li Fan couldn't help but look at the gray statue in the big cave. The eroding green energy is used to erode the power of the immortal level. In that case, this statue. The words of the immortal boat elders that followed, echoing in the big cave, verified Li Fan's guess. Through the starlight cloth left by Jian Daosheng outside the door, the immortal boat elders inside and outside the secret treasury were able to contact each other. It was just that the sound was not very clear, as if it were separated by a world. Lao Jian must not stay in the wild god for too long. Although the wild god has died, and even his will has been completely obliterated. But after all, he is an existence above the mortal. It was like a routine reminder. Every once in a while, different elders would say it, reminding Jian Daosheng, who was merging with the wild god. When all the elders had finished speaking, Jian Daosheng reappeared. During this short period of disappearance, his appearance seemed to have changed. Li Fan was sure it was not his illusion, but the influence that the wild god statue had brought to Jian Daosheng. Wild god. Li Fan's thoughts turned sharply. In the ancient Xuanlong realm, there was a powerful sect called the Wild God sect. Holding the Wild God seal, they could invite the 12 wild gods from the upper realm to descend and suppress all enemies. In the eyes of the wild gods, cultivators were like ants. Therefore, the Wild God sect was invincible in the world, almost suppressing everything. But later, for some unknown reason, the wild gods gradually stopped responding to mortals and no longer descended to the lower realm. Without their greatest reliance, the Wild God sect perished. Is this wild god the same one? The wild god is not an immortal. Otherwise, he would definitely not work for mortals, even if mortals sacrificed and invited him. But he has the power belonging to an immortal. A servant of the immortals. A bold guess could not help but emerge in Li Fan's mind. And then, his emotions when looking at the statue were different again. After Jian Daosheng separated from the wild god stone statue, he still hid in one of the eye holes. He remotely responded to the immortal boat elders outside. First, they uttered a string of bizarre sounds, like a secret code. Only then did they begin to speak. This immortal puppet is definitely of high quality. It has been able to withstand the power of the decaying desolate god for so long without showing any signs of being defeated. Should I increase the guidance? Zhang Daogong quickly stopped him. Forget it, let's take it slow. Otherwise, once the decay accumulates, the heavenly starlight lotus might not be able to contain it. Besides, you might not be able to handle it either. Jian Daosheng nodded, seemingly with some regret. Is there any sign of the immortal puppet reviving? Zhang Daogong asked again. No, it seems it really is a puppet that has lost its control core. Otherwise, facing such a crisis akin to a knife hanging over its head, it would never be so quiet. That's good then, we just need to wait. Once the erosion reaches the halfway point, immediately pull the immortal puppet out again. While the elders of the immortal boat were discussing, they seemed to have decided the fate of the sleeping immortal puppet. However, the decaying green aura eroding Tianyang suddenly sent a warning to Li Fan. You can temporarily retract the true immortal flesh and blood back into the immortal copper bone. This decay's ability to damage the immortal artifact remains will be greatly weakened. Li Fan pondered for a moment, temporarily stopping Tianyang's actions. He even had Tianyang actively release its force field protection, using its flesh and blood to feel the erosion of the decaying green aura. Don't worry, true immortal flesh and blood can be reborn. I can even help you reforge the immortal bone. As long as the core isn't damaged, it's all a small matter. Only Tianyang immortal puppet, having lost most of its subjective initiative, would endure the deadly crisis and obey Li Fan's instructions. The force field was actively withdrawn by Tianyang. The green aura instantly made direct contact with the true immortal flesh and blood. The speed of the decaying erosion was much faster than Li Fan had imagined. It was as if a pile of dry grass was quickly ignited. Except, what ignited the true immortal flesh and blood wasn't fire, but the decaying green aura. The green light spread rapidly, and after burning out, it left behind a ground full of ashes. The vibrant flesh and blood turned into a stone statue. The change in an instant made Li Fan, the bystander, feel a little horrified. What shocked Li Fan even more was the feeling Tianyang conveyed when the vitality within its flesh and blood was exhausted. It wasn't like normal aging or the passing of life force. Instead, the vitality that constituted the element of life was ignited and disappeared in an instant. Words cannot accurately describe the feeling. Only by personally experiencing it can one understand the horror of having one of the elements that constitute life directly extracted. As the rabbit dies, the fox grieves, things of the same kind sympathize with each other. At the moment when vitality was extracted, the remaining elements in life also moved accordingly. They collapsed in fear. Li Fan seemed to see the crisscrossing lines of the great Tao that constituted the Tianyang immortal puppet. After one thread was pulled out, the rest collapsed. In an instant, the powerful immortal puppet turned to ashes. With a swift thought, he manipulated Tianyang immortal puppet at the last moment, retracting a small portion of flesh and blood back into the immortal bone. When faced with the immortal bone forged from the remains of an immortal artifact, the decaying green aura was like hitting a wall. The momentum of its rapid advance was immediately stopped. And Li Fan clearly saw that the most important factor in the green aura's erosion becoming ineffective was that the puppet's immortal bone did not contain the Tao of vitality. If it were replaced by the annihilation wind calamity of the immortal realm, the result would be different. I'm afraid this pile of so-called immortal bone would turn into dust in an instant. So, the different calamities of the immortal realm are evolved from different Taos. Special attack on Tao. Calamity of Tao annihilation. Li Fan fell into deep thought. Inside the great void cave, Jian Daosheng, seeing the immortal puppet's defensive power disappear instantly and almost completely eroded in an instant, couldn't help but exclaim. Why is it so fast? Subconsciously, he merged with the desolate god statue again. He wanted to manipulate the decaying green aura to slow down the erosion. Li Fan hadn't forgotten the purpose of this trip. With a thought in his mind, the Tianyang immortal puppet, which had been sleeping all along, finally opened its eyes. The force field reappeared, forcing back the green aura attached to its body. True immortal flesh and blood surged out from the immortal bone again, and the skeleton returned to the appearance of a puppet. It's just that the body is no longer as huge as before. In a flash, it had already arrived at the head of the gray statue. Facing the puppet's sudden outburst, Jian Daosheng seemed to have expected it. Dozens of the thousand eyes on the head suddenly aimed at the Tianyang immortal puppet, shooting out intense, scorching rays of light. These rays of light were not only extremely destructive, causing the immortal puppet's protective force field to shake incessantly, but also seemed like ropes, binding and locking the Tianyang immortal puppet. Inside the great void cave, light and shadows continued to light up. One after another, the immortal boat elders appeared. Zhang Daogong's voice echoed continuously. Originally, it was just to prevent accidents, but I didn't expect that we didn't predict wrong. Did you really think our immortal boat was a bunch of fools? Sending it over so bluntly, did you expect us to fall for it? Hee, our immortal boat has been secluded for 10,000 years. The only thing that might have contact with the outside world and attract covetous eyes is the gray chess piece left by Sun Piao Miao. We have been waiting for you to come, but I didn't expect you to use such a stupid method. Mocking voices echoed, and then the immortal boat elders flew into the eyes of the desolate gods hollow in sequence. After being occupied by the immortal boat elders, the originally dim eyes were reactivated. Intense white light burst out. As the light continued to increase, the shackles wrapped around the Tianyang immortal puppet became heavier and heavier. Tianyang immortal puppet wanted to move, but found that the binding power from the desolate god was unexpectedly powerful. It was actually difficult to move. So this is not the third layer of the myriad immortal record, but an invitation to enter the urn. It let out a low voice, looking at the desolate god, who seemed to have regained all its vitality due to the fusion with the immortal boat elders. The gray color faded from its body, and the decaying green aura that occupied most of its body retreated below its knees. The ancient desolate god, with 1,000 eyes on one side, locked onto the Tianyang immortal puppet. Tianyang was after all pieced together by Li Fan using all his immortal power. It was not a puppet truly crafted by a true immortal. Facing the resurrected desolate god, it gradually fell into a disadvantage in the contest of strength and was slowly suppressed. Seeing that victory was in sight, the immortal boat elders spoke out triumphantly at this time. That's right, such a sleeping immortal puppet, if we didn't wake it up, how could we just put it in the important place of the immortal boat like this? Originally, I thought it would take some effort to lure you out. I didn't expect that you wouldn't be able to hold back after such a short time. A mere immortal puppet, wanting to break into the immortal boat and seize treasures single-handedly. You underestimate us too much. Voices of ridicule rose and fell. But the binding power from the desolate god did not weaken because of this. On the contrary, it intensified. Moreover, Li Fan also sensed that with the slow recovery of vitality, a different aura was slowly emerging from the desolate god's body. Creak, creak. In addition to the 1,000 eyes of light, an invisible pressure instantly pressed on the Tianyang immortal puppet. In a trance, an ancient desolate god seemed to really appear in front of Li Fan. With a ferocious face and 1,000 eyes staring. I was careless. I just didn't expect that your immortal boat would be willing to use that chess piece as bait. The aura originating from the immortal realm fragment cannot be faked. Aren't you afraid of a mistake, and the chess piece falling into my hands? The low voice of the Tianyang immortal puppet first admitted its mistake. Then he asked with some surprise. Anyway, we only have this last one left. If it can't form a complete set, this one alone is also useless. HMPH, you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. If we didn't trick you into taking action, we wouldn't easily activate this desolate god. Hee, not only is the chess piece real, even the other treasures are real. If you're going to act, you have to act realistically. Stop talking nonsense with him, let's take him down completely first. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In the rising and falling voices of the immortal boat elders, the ancient desolate god actually raised its right hand. It seemed to want to extend its palm to capture the Tianyang immortal puppet. The giant palm was about to fall. The surroundings were heavily locked by light. The Tianyang immortal puppet seemed to be facing a desperate situation. However, for some reason, the immortal puppet did not seem to show any despair. Your plan is very good, but unfortunately, it all ends here. The heavenly sun celestial puppet looked at the ancient desolate god within the large cavern. Today, I will give you a lesson. In the cultivation world, the strong are revered. All schemes are nothing but a joke in the face of absolute power. A faint light suddenly flashed on the heavenly sun celestial puppet's forehead. Within the large cavern, a gale suddenly arose. Not good. Stop him quickly. The elders of the celestial ark instantly sensed something was wrong. The desolate god's 1,000 eyes suddenly erupted with unprecedentedly brilliant light. Its vitality became even more intense, and the desolate god's movements became several times faster. But it was already too late. Celestial descent, all things returned to nothingness. A world-destroying gale erupted from the point of light on the heavenly sun celestial puppet's forehead. Then it swept across the surroundings. To Li Fan's surprise, the decaying greenness that had been suppressed by the desolate god's vitality was not only unaffected by the celestial array's annihilation of everything. Instead, it thrived like a fish in water, using the power of the world-destroying celestial array to further erode the desolate god's body. Returning to nothingness celestial array, decaying greenness. Under the superposition of the double crisis, the desolate god's lower body was completely submerged by the power that destroyed everything in its path. Only a 1,000-eyed head remained. Ancient god of the wilderness, carry out the celestial decree. Protection. Ning. Condense. Amidst the collective roar of the celestial ark's elders, the eyes in the head that were flashing with light actually moved quickly, and then merged into one in an instant. A huge, incomparably empty eye suddenly appeared in the very center of the ancient desolate god's face. Sacred power manifested, and the approaching power of destruction was shaken away. Seeing this scene, the heavenly sun celestial puppet advanced instead of retreating. Wrapped in the power of the world-destroying celestial array, it faced the one-eyed desolate god head-on. Behind him, countless green tendrils like dragons, flood dragons, and snakes, surged and followed closely. The two forces from the celestial realm collided together. Facing the desolate god's single eye, the heavenly sun celestial puppet's remaining true immortal flesh and blood melted like ice and snow. But the celestial bones remained, and its momentum did not diminish. Using the remaining power of the celestial array, it drove straight and under the gaze of the desolate god's single eye. It successfully arrived at the side of the head, where the other empty eyes were located. The frenzied voices of the celestial ark's elders rang out. The heavenly sun celestial puppet locked onto the last chess piece. He reached in, wanting to take it out. He felt a binding force, like the scorching brilliance that had shot out from the desolate god's eyes earlier. Even more solid, enough to intercept the prying eyes of most cultivators in the world. But compared to the celestial puppet's power, it was not worth mentioning. With a slight force, he took the last gray chess piece into his hand. Li Fan quickly looked at the nearest target again. After taking another item, he sensed that the celestial array storm was gradually dying down and the desolate god was about to react. Li Fan no longer hesitated, urging the heavenly sun celestial puppet to quickly escape. Close the entrance. He could vaguely hear Nangong Li's slightly crazed voice. Are you crazy? Do you want us to be buried with the desolate god? The majority of the elders still maintained their sanity, and the exit of the heavenly starlight lotus remained open. Li Fan passed through and scanned the treasures in the second layer of the secret realm. He tried to take some away, but found that these treasures were wrapped in the light lotus. If there were no special means to open the light lotus, he could only destroy the entire light lotus. After all, it was not Li Fan's main body that had arrived, and the remaining celestial array power had been exhausted. The heavenly sun celestial puppet no longer lingered and turned into a ray of light and fled. Treating all the protective restrictions within the celestial arc as nothing. Before leaving, Li Fan seemed to see a scene of swarming greenness, like a tide, surrounding the desolate god's head through that door. A moment later, the heavenly sun celestial puppet did not immediately return to Dazan to hand over the chess pieces to Li Fan's main body. Instead, it stood quietly in the void, looking at the celestial arc not far away. The celestial arc shook slightly, but in the end, it actually calmed down again. As expected, they have some tricks up their sleeves. They can even block the decaying greenness stimulated by the world-destroying celestial array. Desolate God, Li Fan felt a little heavy in his heart. Judging from the brief confrontation just now, this desolate god hidden within the profound celestial arc, even if its strength was not fully activated, was comparable to the heavenly sun celestial puppet. The strength of its heyday can be seen. But it's just a true immortal servant. And the profound celestial arc can actually control this ancient desolate god. As expected, they have brought the way of borrowing external objects to the extreme. Li Fan praised slightly. In the previous life, this desolate god was not seen under the world-destroying celestial array. It seems that the large cavern is not inside the celestial arc, but a passage opened by the heavenly starlight lotus. While Li Fan was thinking, he saw the celestial arc in front of him, which had been tending towards calm, start up again. But it was not chasing the heavenly sun celestial puppet, but changing its hidden location in the star sea. From the celestial arc's perspective, losing the chess pieces means the enemy has also lost the method to locate the celestial arc's position. As long as they hide again, they should be able to regain peace. As for the lost other celestial treasure, Li Fan's divine sense swept over the other item in the heavenly sun celestial puppet's hand besides the great chess pieces. But it was an ancient bronze coin. The patterns on both sides were different. However, no matter what method Li Fan used, he could not see what was engraved on it. He temporarily shifted his attention away from this celestial treasure bronze coin. Li Fan took one last look at the profound celestial arc. These losses, for the wealthy profound celestial arc, are actually barely acceptable. I'm afraid the celestial arc's real trouble will still fall on the desolate god. After all, the power of a true immortal is not so easy to borrow. Li Fan smiled, manipulating the heavenly sun celestial puppet to fly towards the Tianya Zichi teleportation array. Before long, he had already returned to the Dazan small world. Li Fan's main body had already prepared new true immortal flesh and blood to rearm it. The heavenly sun celestial puppet handed over the two treasures it had obtained to Li Fan and began to adapt to its new body. In the battle with the thousand-eyed desolate god just now, the heavenly sun instinctively had some insights. After a period of silence, it slowly fell into a state of closed-door cultivation. Seeing this, Li Fan did not disturb him. He first looked at the bronze coin. After switching to the main body for viewing, after the divine soul was strong enough, he finally vaguely saw the pattern on the bronze coin. One side was engraved with magnificent and continuous palaces, and the other side was a superposition of countless constantly changing scenes. No wonder I couldn't see clearly when I separated my thoughts just now. The speed of this change. Li Fan's expression changed slightly. Grasping the bronze coin tightly, Li Fan narrowed his eyes, trying to see clearly every fleeting scene. At the same time, the transformation stone in his mind emitted a slight light, recording all the pictures one by one, then recombining. Thus, after 16 days had passed, Li Fan finally completely recorded all the scenes depicted on this seemingly small bronze coin. This bronze coin records the scene of a certain star field in the upper celestial realm. In front of Li Fan, a magnificent painting recomposed slowly unfolded. There are no figures of any true immortals, just pure natural landscapes and scattered buildings. Li Fan carefully observed this celestial realm scene. When he saw all the celestial realm scenes clearly, a name naturally appeared in Li Fan's mind. Northern Frost. The palace on the other side of the bronze coin should be where the Northern Frost Dominator is located. Recalling the memories seen in the true immortal flesh and blood before, Li Fan thought thoughtfully. I don't know what the structure of the celestial realm in the past was like. Looking at it this way, could there really be a so-called celestial emperor? If it is true, then what is the status of the nameless true immortal? Li Fan's expression was a little strange, and he was full of reverie. The total of 3,000 words owed during the holiday plus 12,000 words for monthly tickets, a total of 15,000 words, will be made up a little every day this month. 8K is my limit. Tears. 1377. Immortal Array traps the Heavenly Doctor, 7K. Thoughts gathered, Li Fan gripped the immortal domain, Northern Frost, copper coin, attempting to figure out its purpose. It can't just be a simple currency, right? Li Fan always vaguely felt that this immortal coin held other secrets. He first tried to infuse and activate it with source power essence. However, source power essence was merely an energy form from the lower realm, closest to immortal spiritual power. It didn't mean it was equivalent to true immortal spiritual power. When faced with the Northern Frost immortal coin, a genuine creation of the immortal realm, it naturally lost its effectiveness. The surging source power essence crashed against the surface of the immortal coin, unable to penetrate it. Li Fan withdrew the source power essence and pondered for a moment before heading to the void outside the Xuanwang world. Ascending the law formation, he attempted to observe it again from an elevated perspective. As expected, there was a difference compared to his usual view. As his own momentum continuously increased, the speed of the ever-changing images on the coin's surface slowed down, while the panoramic view he could see at any given moment expanded. Moreover, above the panoramic sky of the Northern Frost immortal domain, a faint shadow vaguely appeared. Unable to make out its features, Li Fan only glanced at it, and the spiritual energy within his body began to boil uncontrollably. In an instant, he couldn't maintain the elevated momentum and fell back to his original mortal state. However, the boiling of the spiritual energy within his body still didn't stop. Li Fan frowned slightly, wanting to use greater power to forcibly suppress this strange boiling. But this decision was like adding fuel to the fire. It was as if ignited by an unknown flame, burning fiercely and incessantly, until all the spiritual power in his body were completely consumed. Only then did it end. Soon after, with a burst of inexplicable fluctuations, Li Fan's body reappeared in the void. In an instant, his physical strength and spiritual energy were once again replenished. Not just spiritual power in the body, even the divine soul was almost affected. Fortunately, I was decisive and severed the connection between the divine soul and the body in time. Li Fan examined his new body's condition, his expression solemn. Just glimpsing that figure, is this the punishment for mortal beings attempting to peek at the face of a true immortal? If it weren't for my extremely strong life-saving abilities, any Harmony Dao cultivator in the Xuanwang world today would probably have difficulty surviving this punishment. That figure is definitely not an ordinary true immortal. The nameless realm, Li Fan mused. Temporarily sealing away the Northern Frost immortal coin, Li Fan wasn't in a hurry to fuse the immortal realm fragments. Instead, after suppressing it in the Great Qi small world, his main body leisurely headed towards the Xuanxian ship. At the same time, he didn't forget to halt the arrangement of the Jun Heaven ritual to avoid arousing the Xuanxian ship's suspicion. On the way, Li Fan sensed the changes that had occurred in his body recently. Even though the changes were minimal, Li Fan's control over himself had already reached the point of perfect clarity, so he naturally noticed them clearly. Touching his face, it's actually morphing towards the thousand-eyed desolate god's appearance. Is this the price of using the desolate god's power? I haven't even personally participated in it, I've only been affected by the previous Jun Heaven ritual. An expression of interest flashed past, and Li Fan, acting out the whole charade, first returned to the original location of the Xuanxian ship. Not finding any trace of the Xuanxian ship, he stood there blankly for a while. Then, he used the mutual connection of the Jun Heaven ritual to find the immortal ship's new hiding place. The immortal ship's doors were tightly closed, and no elders came out to greet him. Li Fan revealed an anxious expression and directly activated his own aura as a reminder. After waiting for a while, seeing that the immortal ship still didn't respond, he prepared to force his way in. At this moment, Zhang Daogong's somewhat weak voice finally came. Don't worry, we're fine. It's just temporarily inconvenient to meet. Li Fan first breathed a sigh of relief, and then, hearing what Zhang Daogong said, his expression couldn't help but turn resentful. After the Jun Heaven ritual, we are already connected in spirit. Do you still not trust me? Zhang Daogong sighed and explained, not so, not so. Haven't you noticed the changes in yourself? Li Fan looked astonished, and after observing himself, his body shook violently. What exactly happened? Only then did Zhang Daogong slowly recount the entire story of their previous inexplicable encounter with the immortal puppet. Li Fan's expression constantly changed, hesitating to speak. Fortunately, the puppet was also seriously injured. At the last moment, it only snatched away the last chess piece and an Immortal Realm copper coin, without causing greater damage to the immortal ship. Otherwise, I would truly be deserving of 10,000 deaths. The main thing is that we underestimated the power that the immortal puppet could unleash. I never thought that the Star Sea would still have existences that could contend with the desolate god. Zhang Daogong coughed lightly. After a long period of silence, Li Fan said, even if I were there, I'm afraid I would have fallen for the trap. After all, it's an immortal puppet, immune to true immortal runes, and with genuine true immortal flesh and blood. Could it be that the Star Sea is hiding a civilization that completely surpasses the immortal ship in Great Qi? Li Fan acted shocked. I'm afraid the truth is just like that. Zhang Daogong said, then changed the topic. Now that that civilization has collected all the chess pieces, I'm afraid all their energy will be used to recreate the former immortal domain, and they won't bother us again in the short term. They didn't even leave behind any tracking methods. It's really unwilling to lose such a treasure like this. Even if we can't beat them, it would be good to track them down to investigate their situation and make a scene. At least let them know that our Xuanxian ship is not to be trifled with. Li Fan snorted. Zhang Daogong didn't refute Li Fan and said with a normal expression, it's just that our skills are inferior. The Xuanxian ship has always prioritized survival and doesn't engage in emotional disputes. Moreover, none of us have been able to comprehend your earth-shattering escape technique so far. Li Fan was speechless. This thousand-eyed desolate god is also one of our Xuanxian ship's last trump cards. Although it can unleash immortal-level power, it requires a lengthy preliminary preparation. And afterwards, we still need to face the desolate god's backlash. The reason for not letting you meet with us temporarily is that you, as a link in the Jun Heaven ritual, have not been affected by the thousand-eyed desolate god. It's like an anchor, slowing down our gradual change. Zhang Daogong briefly explained to Li Fan. Your being away is actually beneficial to our recovery. Li Fan nodded, acknowledging this statement. Do you need any help? I remember that there is a Tao Lord in Great Qi who once researched the topic of changes after being affected by true immortal power. Zhang Daogong paused, seeming to hesitate for a moment. In the end, he still rejected Li Fan's good intentions. Don't worry. After all, we have a lot of experience dealing with the power of true immortal runes year after year. Li Fan was somewhat regretful. All right. I was also worried about the safety of the immortal ship, so I came here at great risk. After all, I am secretly carrying out the ritual. Currently, the ritual has covered 30 million people. If everything goes smoothly, it can be tripled or quintupled again. Li Fan reported his achievements. Zhang Daogong's tone finally had a hint of joy. That's good, this will definitely compress the backlash of the Star Sea to the minimum. It's just a small episode, not a big impact. We still have to focus on the big picture, and there can't be any mistakes on the ritual side. You should return as soon as possible. As he spoke, he was already issuing an eviction order. It seems that they are still suspicious of me after all. They are in an extremely weak state and dare not let me in. However, they are reluctant to directly fall out with me on the surface because the Jun Heaven ritual still needs me to find sacrifices. Li Fan understood clearly and was about to cup his fist to say goodbye. Boom! A tidal wave-like impact anomaly came suddenly from the distant high wall. The speed of the sweep was too fast, and in addition to having to hide his strength in front of the immortal ship, Li Fan only pretended not to have reacted. Carried away by this impact, he was dragged for thousands of miles in the Star Sea before barely stabilizing his figure. And the Xuanxian ship, which was in a hidden state, was directly overturned into its original form by this strange and powerful impact. Like a lone boat amidst terrifying waves, it swayed ceaselessly. What happened? Li Fan returned somewhat disheveled near the immortal ship, gazing at the approaching wall of energy with a mix of shock and uncertainty. The Zan immortal ship's crew was equally astonished. Such a phenomenon has only been recorded 3 times in the history of our immortal ship. And the source remains unknown. It's a pity. If I weren't currently in a state of severe injury and recovery, I would certainly investigate the root cause. This disturbance prompted the other elders of the Immortal ship to emerge. All appeared weak and lacking in energy. Sensing the receding fluctuations, Li Fan noticed that their power diminished greatly as they propagated through the sea of stars. It was as if the residual power of true immortals scattered throughout the sea of stars hindered their passage. I'll go take a look. Li Fan cupped his hands towards the Immortal ship, volunteering himself. Rest assured, if I can't find the source, I'll return immediately. Without waiting for a response from the Immortal ship's crew, Li Fan manipulated the wooden sword phantom, speeding towards the direction from which the disturbance originated. Quickly traversing the remnant realm Great Wall, following the residual energy fluctuations in the sea of stars, he was about to reach the source. Li Fan's expression couldn't help but turn grave. Because he shockingly discovered that this terrifying disturbance seemed to originate from the very flaw in the Great Wall. This discovery made Li Fan's heart leap. He couldn't help but quicken his pace. A few breaths later, when Li Fan arrived at the flaw in the Great Wall, he discovered that Mo Rubin, who should have been comprehending the secrets of the Great Wall, was now left with only half a head, unconscious. The wooden sword and Tao comprehension phantom that he had left behind were still present, seemingly unaffected by the recent disturbance. No wonder I didn't notice. What's going on? Can the Great Wall fight back and injure people? Could it be that Mo Rubin really comprehended something? Li Fan's thoughts raced. After some investigation, he found that Mo Rubin had only suffered extremely severe injuries but had not perished. Only then did he feel slightly relieved. Just as he was about to examine the flaw in the Great Wall again, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Because he faintly sensed that a familiar aura was rapidly approaching. Heavenly Physician. Did he also sense the disturbance and come here? Li Fan pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision. There was no need to confront the Heavenly Physician head-on yet. If he were to discover his secret Xuanwang World Ascension plan, it would inevitably add a few variables. The wooden sword phantom flickered, quickly taking Mo Rubin's half a head and fleeing the scene. Strange, the Zan Immortal ship said before that they had observed this inexplicable fluctuation several times. If this fluctuation was caused by Mo Rubin comprehending the flaw in the Great Wall, doesn't that mean that someone has done this before? Coupled with the Heavenly Physician's rapid arrival this time, Li Fan vaguely understood. The Heavenly Physician had already discovered the flaw in the Great Wall. And even comprehended it more than once, gaining something from it. He really is not to be underestimated. Even with the Immortal formation in my hands, that is still the case. Li Fan's heart trembled. After flying past the remnant realm Great Wall and arriving at an empty, uninhabited place in the Sea of Stars, Li Fan began to heal Mo Rubin. Under the infusion of a large amount of spiritual energy and soul power, Mo Rubin gradually woke up from his severe injury and unconsciousness. His body and flesh also slowly grew back. Mo Rubin opened his eyes somewhat dazed. After seeing Li Fan's concerned expression, he was slightly stunned for a moment. Then, he suddenly turned his head and looked around. Wasn't I under the Great Wall? You were seriously injured. Fortunately, I discovered it in time, Li Fan explained simply. Seemingly triggering a missing piece of Mo Rubin's memory, his body trembled violently as if struck by lightning. What exactly happened? You looked so miserable just now. To think you could be injured to such an extent. Li Fan stared intently at Mo Rubin. Mo Rubin opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. When you were unconscious, a strange fluctuation swept across the Sea of Stars. And there have been 3 identical records of this strange fluctuation before. Do you know what this means? Li Fan's words immediately made Mo Rubin reveal an expression of disbelief. After thinking for a long time, he slowly opened his mouth. Actually, I'm not too sure either. I only remember that at the time, I was comprehending the secrets of the Great Wall and seemed to suddenly understand something. I can't specifically describe what I comprehended. I only felt that at that moment, like a fish leaping out of the sea, a bird breaking through the blue sky, I seemed to witness a completely different scenery. Mo Rubin's tone was somewhat ethereal. He frowned, trying to carefully recall his initial feelings. Then, I lost consciousness and passed out. Li Fan couldn't help but ask, didn't you even resist at all? Mo Rubin shook his head. That strange fluctuation will rapidly decay as it spreads through the Sea of Stars. The intensity when I encountered it near the Immortal ship was already so terrifying. One can imagine what kind of earth-shattering power it was at the starting point where it erupted from the Great Wall. If it's really as Mo Rubin said, Could it be the Great Wall's self-defense mechanism triggered by enlightenment? Li Fan pondered to himself. At this time, Mo Rubin also reacted. You took me away. Does that mean someone went to investigate the flaw in the Great Wall? That's right, and this person's strength is very strong. I'm afraid they are above you and me, Li Fan said with a somewhat heavy tone. Mo Rubin's expression constantly changed. No, I must immediately return to the flaw in the Great Wall. I have a premonition that my previous insights are receding like the tide. If I can't rely on the aura of the Great Wall again to retain my insights, I'm afraid all my previous efforts will have been in vain. He said resolutely. Saying this, he rushed straight towards his destination, regardless of Li Fan's reaction. Even knowing that there was a powerful unknown enemy ahead, he still did so. This was very different from Mo Rubin's usual style. It was enough to see how great the attraction of the Great Wall's secrets was to cultivators. It had even reached the point where it could influence their minds to a certain extent. Li Fan pondered for a moment and decided to follow. The wooden sword phantom enveloped the two of them, and at the same time, the origin power essence formed an immortal formation, concealing their aura. Actually, going back now is also a good opportunity. After the other party immediately investigates and finds that no one is there, they should subconsciously try to track us for a period of time. They will definitely not expect us to return. As he spoke, the two had already returned to the flaw in the Great Wall. The heavenly physician's figure was indeed gone. Mo Rubin was about to step forward, but was suddenly stopped by Li Fan. After careful observation, he discovered that there were strands of silk, like a spider web, attached to the void in front. Sticking to the invisible Great Wall, they heavily covered the location of the flaw. This scene made Li Fan and Mo Rubin inhale deeply at the same time. Both of them had truly experienced the transcendence of the Great Wall. Especially Mo Rubin, who had been enlightened under the Great Wall for months on end. He knew very well that with his strength, just staying under the Great Wall for a long time was an extremely difficult thing to do. Not to mention leaving his own energy and traces on the Great Wall. Such a figure has emerged in the Sea of Stars. After the initial shock, Li Fan quickly regained his senses. It's just a temporary means. Those golden threads are naturally fading away. We just need to wait a while. Mo Rubin said in a deep voice. The key is, we can't wait. The person who laid down this method must have had an enlightenment experience like mine before. Knowing that he only needs to stop me for this period of time. And, Mo Rubin looked around. I'm afraid that person hasn't gone far and is waiting nearby for us to take the bait. Although he said so, Mo Rubin had already involuntarily approached the flaw in the Great Wall surrounded by golden threads. The aura on his body, which he could no longer suppress, indicated that his rationality had gradually been overwhelmed by desire. Frowning and pondering for a long time, Li Fan finally sighed, so be it. I'll keep you company to the end. I'll hold them back. You must act quickly, I may not be able to delay them for long. Before the words finished, strands of golden threads flew out from Li Fan's body. In the void, they weaved together into an extremely mysterious and beautiful pattern. Let Tianyi test the quality of my bewilderment, Xuanwang sentient being's formation. Li Fan snorted coldly in his heart. Although he didn't want to start a conflict with Tianyi ahead of time, he was definitely not afraid of him. Especially with the dual blessings of escape techniques and immortal formations, Li Fan was confident that he could suppress Tianyi in a short amount of time. Having received Li Fan's promise, Mo Rubin no longer suppressed himself. Demonic heart, immortal intent, he uttered in a low voice. Instantly, 10,000 faces, like a vast dark cloud before a rainstorm, surged from Mo Rubin's body. They all displayed different expressions. Like moths to a flame, they rushed towards the golden threads left by Tianyi. Under the cover of the 10,000 demon souls, Mo Rubin's main body quietly approached the high wall. Buzz! A sound like the vibration of a zither string suddenly echoed in the star sea. Before the demon soul army could approach Tianyi's golden threads, a large number of demon souls were directly exposed to the sunlight, melting like ice and snow. But they didn't completely disappear, only leaving behind a blurred figure. Upon closer inspection, all of these figures had a thin golden thread mark left inside. The golden threads connected these demon souls, and they instantly turned against Mo Rubin. They collided with the demon souls controlled by Mo Rubin. How can a mundane trick compete with immortal techniques? Mo Rubin said in a low voice. His eyes instantly fell into a bizarre, silent darkness. An invisible mirror quietly appeared in the field under his gaze. It reflected all the demon souls controlled by Tianyi's golden threads. The mirror erupted with a burst of black light, transforming from illusion to reality. Then, the demon souls in the mirror manifested Mo Rubin's own face again. Even though there were still golden threads controlling them, they were still forced to be possessed by Mo Rubin. In this way, relying on the immortal and indestructible demon soul cover, Mo Rubin successfully broke through the outer defenses left by Tianyi. Just when the flaw in the high wall was within reach, Mo Rubin suddenly realized that he couldn't move. Transparent needles, not knowing when, had been stuck on his body. At first, there was only one. Then, one turned into two, and two turned into four. As if having their own consciousness, they instinctively proliferated, and soon filled Mo Rubin's body with needles in every acupoint. The slightly ferocious expression on Mo Rubin's face seemed to gradually freeze. Li Fan, who was observing while setting up the formation, witnessed this scene and was considering whether to help. But he realized that he had underestimated Mo Rubin, the Dharma king of the ancient Xuantian sect. At the moment he froze, all the invisible needles were quietly stained with a trace of dark black. Like a muddy swamp, constantly eroding upwards. If magnified, it would be discovered that the blackness was the manifestation of Mo Rubin's demon souls. However, compared to the ones Mo Rubin had released before, they were even more irrational. Only madness and destruction remained in their eyes, constantly gnawing at the sealing needles. When one of the needles was devoured by a demon soul, the needle was pulled out of the body. It continued to fly towards other needles, helping to erode them. Therefore, the speed at which the sealing needles disintegrated became faster and faster. After only a few breaths, they were all broken by Mo Rubin. The undying and indestructible demonic heart immortal art, as expected of the immortal technique personally selected by the Xuantian king for Mo Rubin. Truly extraordinary. Li Fan, who had witnessed Mo Rubin's charge, couldn't help but praise in his heart. After forcing back the sealing needles, the last line of defense left by Tianyi was blocking Mo Rubin's path. And Li Fan, who had already successfully set up the formation, had already sensed Tianyi's aura not far away. No matter how strong you are in the Star Sea, you must take a trip in my Xuanwang sentient being's formation. Li Fan's eyes erupted with fierce brilliance. Looking at the figure with white hair not far away, Li Fan seemed to recall the scene when he first met this peerless powerhouse of the Tianfa realm. The source energy essence was constantly being extracted, and the end dissolution disk was simultaneously operating to its limit. The various things about the Tianfa realm collected in the constant reincarnation of 100 lifetimes flashed through his mind in an instant. Let you taste the wonderful world I have tailored for you. Formation, activate. In Li Fan's violent shout, an invisible wave instantly enveloped Tianyi, who was flying away. A trace of astonishment flashed across his face. Then, Tianyi felt a darkness before his eyes and lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he was dazed for a while. Then, an extremely innocent voice awakened him. Venerable One, Venerable One. Tianyi looked towards the source of the sound. It was a very cute girl. She looked to be only a little over 10 years old, but she already had the cultivation of a nascent soul. Su Xiaomei. Information about this girl instantly appeared in Tianyi's mind. Two worlds merge, and the consciousness of two heavenly Taos are respectively attached to the mother and daughter. Talented, born without the immortal mortal miasma, a perfect physique dreamed of by countless sentient beings. Immortal mortal miasma. Tianyi suddenly felt a sense of incongruity. However, after a brief dizziness, he remembered what had happened in the past 10,000 years. In the life and death battle between the Tianfa realm and the Xuanwang realm, the Tianfa realm was fortunate enough to achieve the final victory. The Tianfa realm successfully devoured the Xuanwang realm, obtaining the resources of an entire immortal cultivation world to supplement itself, allowing it to temporarily stay away from the immortal ruins. However, the price was very tragic. All the venerable ones of the Tianfa realm, except for him, Tianju, Tianyan, Tianyu, and others all died in battle. And the cultivators of the Xuanwang realm, at the final moment of despair, also used the Xuanwang realm as a sacrifice and launched a fatal blow. Immortal mortal miasma, the inability to cultivate both at the same time, and other laws of heaven and earth, like poison, were quietly implanted into the Xuanwang realm. Even the most fundamental principles of cultivation for cultivators had quietly changed. And he fell into a coma due to serious injuries and failed to notice it in time. When he woke up from his slumber, the Tianfa realm had already undergone earth-shaking changes. Because of the inability to cultivate both, cultivators killed each other. The Tianfa realm, which was already dilapidated after the war, almost lost its inheritance. Fortunately, after a period of fighting, the cultivators who survived finally had enough techniques to cultivate. The killing stopped, but the cultivators lost trust in each other. They lived on a wasteland, full of vigilance and isolated from each other. During this period, the surviving cultivators in the Star Sea also discovered this remnant land of the Tianfa realm. Their original hometown had been destroyed in the Star Sea cataclysm, so they came here one after another and settled down. In the 10,000 years, the entire Star Sea has also been in a state of change. The suction of the immortal ruins is constantly attracting everything in the Star Sea. The Tianfa realm, which had escaped by chance, is now the last paradise of survival in the Star Sea, and it has inevitably come to the edge of the immortal ruins. It is tottering and at risk of complete destruction at any time. What Tianyi saw when he woke up was such a picture. Although he was extremely shocked, he immediately took remedial measures. Through various methods, he finally persuaded several longevity realm experts on the land of the Tianfa realm to temporarily unite. They formed a loose alliance. They gathered the cultivators of the Tianfa realm and supported the cultivation of mortals. The Tianfa realm slowly recovered its vitality, but those longevity realm experts harbored their own ulterior motives. Faced with the giant ship of the Tianfa realm that was about to sink, they had already begun to think about escaping on their own. Tianyi is about to save such a Tianfa realm. 1378. Great Sage of all Dharmas. Venerable, Venerable. Su Xiaomei's shouts awakened Tianyi from his memories. Venerable, what do you think of this new divine ability I've comprehended? As Su Xiaomei spoke, her small mouth slightly opened, and she spat out a black sword light filled with the aura of destruction, heading straight for Tianyi. The black sword light, with the power of the 5 elements circulating an endless life as its foundation, advanced bravely with the intent of no survival, and used the devouring power of annihilating everything and extinguishing all things as its edge. Once the sword flew out, it seemed to possess the power to destroy the world. It was truly hard to imagine that such a powerful divine ability would come from the hands of a child who was not even 10 years old. A trace of appreciation flashed in Tianyi's eyes, but facing the annihilation sword light, he did not dodge or evade. He allowed it to strike his face directly. Tianyi's face, in an instant, the flesh and blood turned into crisscrossing lines. Like a giant net, it caved in slightly and easily blocked the great 5 elements annihilation sword. Countless golden rays emerged from the countless lines of the giant net. They swarmed towards the 5 elements annihilation sword, directly engulfing it. The sword light disappeared quietly like ice melting into water. Seeing this, Su Xiaomei, who was originally extremely excited, immediately pouted her lips. Venerable, you are really strong. I achieved the nascent soul realm with the great 5 elements cave heaven, but I am still far from being your opponent. Tianyi smiled faintly. How many days have you been cultivating, little girl? If you were to catch up with me, where would I put my old face? He touched Su Xiaomei's head. Tianyi's expression became solemn, and he slowly said, this divine ability of yours is indeed good, and can be called invincible within the same realm. But, Su Xiaomei raised her head, widened her eyes, and listened to Tianyi's teachings. It is still quite far from the true meaning of the great Tao. For example, what is annihilation? Tianyi extended his finger, and black light also emerged from his fingertip. However, compared to the great 5 elements annihilation sword, it was even more profound and elusive. True annihilation does not exist within the self-circulation of the world. The so-called extinction is only for a better rebirth. If you want to touch the true destruction, you still need to go to the depths of the starry sky. You are still too young, wait until you become stronger. Perhaps you can try it when you advance to the Tao integration realm. Tianyi stroked his beard and said. Su Xiaomei immediately wore a bitter face. Still have to wait for Tao integration. When will that be? Forget it, I'm going to find senior sister Zhao to play. Before her voice faded, Su Xiaomei disappeared in a puff of smoke. Zhao Ruoxi, muttering this name, a trace of gloom could not help but flash across Tianyi's face. This person was originally the sect master of the great Tao sect of the Xuanwang world. The ultimate victory of the Tianfa world in the ancient war between the two worlds does not mean that all the cultivators of the Xuanwang world were dead. Just like how the final Xuanwang world merged into the Tianfa world, a small number of Xuanwang world cultivators have now become members of the Tianfa world. In fact, the Tianfa world's ability to achieve final victory back then was closely related to these cultivators. It's just that this group of cultivators can only share wealth and not adversity. The previous 10,000 years were fine, although the Tianfa world was full of disasters. They had already stood at the pinnacle of the cultivation world, and the impact they received was naturally small. But now, the Tianfa world is about to fall into the immortal ruins. These cultivators, however, harbor their own ulterior motives, and none of them are willing to sincerely save the Tianfa world. Tianyi snorted coldly in his heart. Currently, these people have not completely torn their faces, and it is not good for him to make a move first. Let's wait. Now, the most important thing is to improve his cultivation first. Tianyi's bright eyes stared directly at the sky, as if he saw the true immortal who was comprehending the Tao in the immortal ruins. Most of my strength comes from the heavenly Tao of the Tianfa world. Although I was seriously injured and slept for nearly 10,000 years, as the Tianfa world devoured the Xuanwang world, the overall strength of the world has more than doubled. My cultivation has also risen accordingly. Especially since all the heavenly venerables have died, the constant law of Tianfa all belongs to me. With a thought from Tianyi, his divine sense instantly seemed to float above the 9 heavens. Turning into the dark sky, the heavenly Tao of Tianfa overlooked the human world. Unlike other cultivation worlds, the Tianfa world does not have a heavenly Tao consciousness or world consciousness. Only the constant law of Tianfa, like a machine, has been circulating on its own since the beginning of the world. It does not shift according to the will of all living beings in the world. As the saying goes, the law of heaven is stern, respecting rules and keeping order. The law of heaven cannot be violated. Later, there were beings of great wisdom between heaven and earth who were able to resonate with this strand of the constant law of Tianfa. Therefore, they could enforce the law on behalf of heaven. The world calls these people venerables. Tianju, Tianyan, and Tianyu were all venerables of the Tianfa world. It's just that the war between the two worlds back then was too tragic, and these venerables all died in battle. Before they fell, they passed on all the resonance insights they had accumulated over the years with the constant law of Tianfa to the only survivor, which was Tianyi. Therefore, when Tianyi woke up, he found that he had become an unprecedented grand venerable of all laws. In other cultivation worlds, that would be a proper incarnation of the heavenly Tao consciousness. Tianyi only felt that with a single thought, he could arbitrarily rewrite the mountains and rivers of the Tianfa world and trigger changes in the wind and clouds. And unlike the heavenly Tao incarnations in the ordinary sense, my power is not only derived from the heavenly Tao consciousness. Under 10,000 years of constant law resonance, the power of the world has long penetrated deep into my divine soul and merged with me. Even if I leave the Tianfa world and go beyond the starry sky, I can still exert 80% of my strength. With my strength, wanting to escape from the immortal ruins alone can be said to be easy. Even taking hundreds or thousands of people to escape together is fine. But wanting to take the entire Tianfa world together. In Tianyi's heart, a sense of powerlessness could not help but arise. Unless I can master the power to rival a true immortal. In the years since his awakening, Tianyi had already made attempts in this regard. One was to study the remnants of true immortal power scattered everywhere in this star sea. From it, he comprehended some true immortal seal characters. It can be considered that he has mastered several trump cards. But it did not provide any substantial help to the improvement of his own strength. The second was to borrow the power of ancient immortal artifacts. The Xuanwang world had a profound foundation, and it was even said that before the destruction of the immortal realm, many sects had been in contact with the upper realm. If the immortal realm was still there, the Tianfa world would probably never be a match for the Xuanwang world. Fortunately, by the time the war broke out, it had been some years since the destruction of the immortal realm. But even so, the Xuanwang world had already used several immortal artifacts, causing heavy losses to the Tianfa world. After the war, these immortal artifacts were scattered in all directions. Most of them were swallowed by the constant law of Tianfa, turning into wonders of heaven and earth, becoming the power to nourish the world itself. However, a small portion still remained. Boundless Mirror, Great Sun Golden Bell, Primal Chaos 5 Elements Wheel. These three were what Tianyi had collected over the years. However, compared to their heyday in the past, these immortal artifacts have become dilapidated. It may be feasible to use them to comprehend the power of true immortals, but if they are activated, I'm afraid they can only be used once, and they will be completely destroyed. Unless Tianyi can find the power of immortal spirit to repair the immortal artifacts. 3 immortal artifacts transformed into 3 points of light, flickering incessantly within Tianyi's sea of consciousness. Insights into immortality, like a gentle stream, continuously yang-xian from Tianyi's mind. The immortal ruins. Suction is, in fact, a power derived from true immortal runes. Only immortality can contend with immortality. Perhaps I can gather all the remaining immortal artifacts within the Tianfa realm and detonate them simultaneously. Fighting poison with poison, using the suddenly erupting storm of immortal spiritual power, should be able to propel the Tianfa realm away from the immortal ruins. As Tianyi pondered this, he suddenly sensed a faint unease. His eyes narrowed, his gaze drifting beyond the starry sky. Escape the immortal ruins, and then what? Tianyi vaguely felt that deep within the sea of stars, there seemed to be an even deeper secret hidden. Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. The Tianfa realm, it seems, can still hold on for a while. As the saying goes, plan before you act. I must venture into the depths of the starry sky to investigate. After a moment of contemplation, Tianyi made up his mind. He transformed into an almost imperceptible thread, flying towards the dark star sea. Upon exiting the Tianfa realm, he was attracted by the immortal ruins, suction, altering his trajectory. But eventually, he drew a beautiful arc, successfully escaping the range covered by the immortal ruins, suction. He sped through the sea of stars. In the dark star sea, as far as the eye could see, there was only silence and darkness. No matter how far he flew, the surrounding scenery seemed to remain unchanged. Occasionally, remnants of immortal power lingered, but they posed no threat to Tianyi. After an unknown period, a continuous sea of discarded artifacts suddenly appeared before him. While shocked by this magnificent sight, the fact that so many remnants of destroyed cultivation realms had gathered in one place in the starry sky, so out of the ordinary, immediately put Tianyi on his guard. He continued to delve deeper. When he saw the continuous fragments of worlds and sensed the increasingly obvious power that seemed to originate from the same source as the immortal ruins, suction, Tianyi could no longer suppress the violent tremor in his heart. Countless once prosperous cultivation worlds had all become ruins and fragments, buried forlornly in this place. Tianyi was suddenly overcome with grief, standing there blankly for a long time. After finally regaining his senses, Tianyi resisted the omnipresent, tide-like power and arrived at the end of the dark star sea. Here, Tianyi's forward steps were forced to halt. The path ahead was cut off, with nowhere to go. The dark star sea was a place of eternal confinement. There's no way out. Even Tianyi himself was somewhat surprised that he hadn't spent too much time accepting this fact. An invisible high wall sealed off the entire dark star sea. None of the living beings within could escape. Standing beneath the high wall, feeling that complete nothingness. After a brief moment of despair, countless thoughts flashed through Tianyi's mind. I must not let the living beings of the Tianfa realm know of the existence of this high wall. Otherwise, despair will spread, and disaster will surely follow. This high wall, even I cannot fathom it for the time being. Perhaps only a true immortal can cross it. Thinking that he was carrying the fate of the entire Tianfa realm's future on his shoulders, Tianyi couldn't help but take a deep breath. The power of a true immortal can certainly traverse the high wall. But to bring the Tianfa realm along. Difficult. His mind was shaken. Faced with a power beyond comprehension, Tianyi couldn't help but feel a moment of bewilderment. But for some reason, Tianyi didn't feel too much despair in his heart. It seemed that the invisible high wall was not something unattainable or unbreakable to him. Tianyi shot out several more golden threads, trying to sense the mysteries of the high wall. But in the end, he gained nothing. Feeling that he had stayed on the edge of the star sea for too long, fearing changes in the Tianfa realm, Tianyi had the idea of returning. On the way back, when looking at the continuous Great Wall of remnant worlds, an idea suddenly appeared in Tianyi's mind. The corpses of these worlds might be used to nourish the Tianfa realm. After all, they are not completely dead ruins, there is still some residual vitality of the world left. Like eating, after the Tianfa realm devours them, it will inevitably become stronger. Tianyi's execution was needless to say. The moment the thought arose, countless golden threads flew out, wanting to drag one of them. But just as the golden threads had finished wrapping around and were about to act, Tianyi suddenly stopped his movements. He once again pondered and observed the Great Wall of Remnant Worlds. After a moment, he suddenly realized. So, the reason why this continuous remnant world can resist the true immortal power accumulated under the high wall is because of the natural formation between them. Once I rashly take one of these fragments away, I'm afraid it will break the balance. Like a river mouth bursting its banks, a dam collapsing. The true immortal power accumulated over the years will sweep across the entire dark star sea. And the Tianfa realm will be affected as well. Tianyi frowned slightly, but then quickly relaxed. It's not that it can't be taken, but it must be taken at the right time and the right target. Tianyi observed again and finally selected a suitable fragment of the remnant world. Sensing the tidal-like ebb of the true immortal power under the high wall, he seized the opportunity, and countless golden threads, like iron chains, heavily entangled the target. Then, dragging it, he sped towards the Tianfa realm in the Star Sea. After another unknown period, he finally returned. The suction suddenly Shilai, and Tianyi held on tightly to this fragment of the world, preventing it from falling into the immortal ruins. Tianyi's mind raced. Since the Tianfa realm devoured the Xuanwang realm 10,000 years ago, it has not eaten again. Not only that, but it has also been in a state of being devoured by cultivators. It can be said that most of its foundation has been hollowed out, and it is extremely weak. If I rashly plant this remnant world, I'm afraid there will be a problem of being too weak to receive the supplement. After pondering, Tianyi nodded slightly. I need a medicinal primer. Xuanwang Dharma cultivators are gluttonous and insatiable. However, they are integrated with the world and are excellent candidates as a medicinal primer. Those few Changsheng are not suitable to move for the time being. However, sacrificing some Hidao will not have much impact. 5 transparent threads in his left hand, under the guidance of Tianyi's thoughts, shot towards different corners of the Tianfa realm. 5 Hidao, without any resistance, fell into a coma. They were bound by layers of transparent threads. There was no trace of pity on Tianyi's face. He extended his index finger and tapped them one by one. Without pain on their faces, these Hidao cultivators turned into dust. Tianyi waved his sleeve and collected all the Hidao powder. Then quickly threw it into the dragged remnant world. Having received the nourishment of the power of heaven and earth, the destroyed remnant world seemed to have new vitality. It made a buzzing sound. Only then did Tianyi slowly sow it into the Tianfa realm. 1379. The heavenly demon finally revives. Under normal circumstances, rashly implanting fragments from other worlds, even if they are already destroyed, into the heavenly law realm would inevitably cause the heavenly law of the heavenly law realm to generate resistance and rejection due to the entry of foreign objects. This is the so-called rejection reaction. However, the world fragments sown by the celestial physician have already merged with the shattered remnants of the 5 Tao harmonization experts. The power of the heaven and earth within these Tao harmonization experts originally came from the heavenly law realm. Therefore, the degree of rejection during the fusion process is quite low. Very smoothly, the heavenly law realm completed the swallowing of the fragments. Feeling a trace of vitality slowly flowing from this remnant world fragment into the heavenly law realm, the celestial physician couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. It's worth my hard work and long journey. Quietly observing for a period of time, perhaps because the heavenly law realm has been in a state of starvation for a long time without food, this fragment seems particularly effective. It not only completed the replenishment of energy, but also stimulated the vitality of the heavenly law realm, which was temporarily suppressed by the heavenly Tao due to the endless greed of cultivators. If I eat again in the future, I won't need to be so troublesome. I can directly connect to the remnants of this first fragment. However, I have to go to the edge of the star sea again to receive new world fragments before the world is completely digested. Thinking of this, the celestial physician couldn't help but frown slightly. Although with his strength, he can fly swiftly in the star sea and basically ignore all the dangers along the way. The star sea is too vast, and a round trip takes almost more than a year. Moreover, according to his estimation, it will take about 2 years for the heavenly law realm to completely digest this world fragment. So, there is no free time to do other things. I can't spare my hands. The celestial physician sighed slightly, feeling a sense of being overwhelmed. Although the celestial physician has cultivated some seedlings over the years, they are still far from being able to take on great responsibilities. He couldn't help but miss the old friends who fought alongside him back then. One figure after another flashed through the celestial physician's mind, and suddenly, he paused on one of them. Celestial demon. The celestial physician's expression also became a little subtle. Back then, before the war between the two realms, the celestial demon had already traveled beyond the heavens. Until the most intense and cruel stage of the battle, the celestial demon did not return. However, the celestial physician could vaguely feel that the celestial demon did not seem to have fallen, but still exists in a corner of the star sea. Originally, the celestial physician did not intend to contact this most special existence among the venerables of the heavenly law realm. The venerables are creatures of the heavenly law realm, comprehending the heavenly law constant Tao, resonating and being born. The celestial demon is the only exception. It is like an unharmonious note in a grand movement. The celestial demon is the autonomous manifestation of the heavenly law constant Tao related to inner demons in the heavenly law realm. He is the heavenly Tao of inner demons itself. He had communicated with other venerables, but not much. The celestial demon was born from the heavenly law realm, but from the moment of birth, he had actually detached from the heavenly law realm. He severed the connection with the mother that nurtured him. He doesn't care much about the various things in the heavenly law realm. He only seeks to go further and pursue the ethereal, supreme realm. Staying in the heavenly law realm is destined to be unable to transcend the mortal world. Therefore, the celestial demon resolutely left. The celestial demon did not appear to help when the heavenly law realm was on the verge of life and death. It can be said that he has no affection for the heavenly law realm anymore. I wonder if the celestial demon has reached the threshold of the supreme now. The celestial physician's expression was a little erratic. After pondering for a long time, he finally decided to search for the celestial demon's trace in the star sea. Looking at the sky, his figure turned into a gust of breeze, merging into the heavenly law realm. The constant Tao roared, and the laws were like an extremely precise machine, running day and night. Although the celestial demon has severed the connection with the heavenly law constant Tao, he was born from this world after all. The celestial physician, the great venerable of all laws, now took the place of the heavenly Tao and sensed the distant star sea. After half a day, he finally sensed the approximate location of the celestial demon. It was actually at the edge of the star sea, at the endless remnant realm Great Wall. The celestial physician's mind was shaken, thinking about the reason why the celestial demon would be there. Without rushing to leave, the celestial physician invited all 6 eternal heavenly venerables of the heavenly law realm to come over before departing, to discuss the future of the heavenly law realm. Although they were all illusory figures, not the real bodies, it did not hinder communication. We will definitely follow the lead of the great venerable. After all, the heavenly law realm is our common home. If it really falls into the immortal ruins, the star sea is so big, there will be no place for us to stand in the future. The first to express his position was a middle-aged scholar in a book. This person attained the Tao at the end of the immortal cultivation wasteland. Feeling that the cultivators in the world, after years of fighting each other, had become suspicious and dared not trust anyone else easily. So he reversed the principles of heaven and earth, making lies disappear from the world. People respectfully called him True Word Heavenly Venerable. Jia Jia Jia. Before the True Word Heavenly Venerable finished speaking, a strange laugh came. What does the survival of the heavenly law realm have to do with me? I can't wait for it to fall into the immortal ruins sooner. The celestial physician looked at the figure hidden in the black hood in front of him, and a murderous aura flashed in his eyes without concealment. If there is anyone among the venerables whom the celestial physician wants to get rid of quickly, then it must be the one in front of him, Reverse Fusion Heavenly Venerable. This person was originally a cultivator who had achieved great success in the medical Tao. He comprehended the process of the heavenly law devouring the Xuanwang realm, and used this as a reverse mechanism, making the heavenly law realm's great Tao spontaneously generate a resistance during the process of devouring other worlds. Therefore, the Reverse Fusion Heavenly Venerable attained the eternal life fruit position. If this person had not hindered the reverse principle, the heavenly law realm would have completely devoured and digested the Xuanwang realm long ago. Today, the heavenly law realm would not have to waste so much time implanting fragments from other worlds. The Reverse Fusion Heavenly Venerable was not afraid of the celestial physician, and still said strangely, the heavenly law falling into the immortal ruins will inevitably be torn apart. At that time, it will be the time for this venerable to achieve great success in the Tao. Of course, I can't wait for it. The heavenly venerables all looked at each other. Only one heart heavenly venerable, Zhao Ruoxi, said somewhat resentfully and infatuatedly, it seems that Brother Li hates me, and can't wait to escape from me. As she spoke, bright tears seemed to drip from her face. The Reverse Fusion Heavenly Venerable's voice stopped abruptly, and he subconsciously moved away from the one heart Heavenly Venerable a little, full of fear. The celestial physician snorted coldly and solemnly stated, this venerable will not force you to contribute. But if there are any who are obstructing, even at the cost of damage to the constant Tao of the heavenly law realm, this venerable will definitely uproot them. Do not say that you were not warned. The words of the celestial physician, the great venerable of all laws, were still very deterrent. Under this warning, even the extremely arrogant reverse fusion heavenly venerable did not dare to object in person, and had to nod in agreement. The reverse principle heavenly venerable, while reversing the principles of heaven and earth, also became a part of the constant Tao of the heavenly law. If the heavens and earth do not perish, the heavenly venerable will not die. Therefore, there is the name of eternal life. But eternal life does not mean eternal destruction. Just forcibly extract and destroy the principle represented by the reverse principle heavenly venerable from the heavenly law realm. It can be done to kill the eternal life heavenly venerable. However, to do this, first, only a great cultivator who understands and masters the principles of heaven and earth to the extreme, such as the celestial physician, the great venerable of all laws, can do it. Secondly, even if it can be done, in the process of extracting the principles of heaven and earth, it is inevitable that it will cause a certain impact on other constant Taos of heaven and earth. The heavenly law realm is destined to be greatly damaged because of this. The already very weak heavenly law realm can no longer withstand such twists and turns. This is also the reason why the celestial physician has been hesitant to act. But after I complete several feedings, so that the heavenly law realm recovers some vitality, I should be able to pull out these moths. The celestial physician looked at the reverse fusion heavenly venerable, temporarily suppressing the killing intent in his heart. The day before yesterday, I left the heavenly law and went to the immortal ruins to find out what was going on. I vaguely saw a figure sitting on the ground. Just as the scene was quiet and deadlocked, a voice suddenly sounded, causing everyone to be shocked. The celestial physician couldn't help but stare over. The speaker was attained Tao Heavenly Venerable, Su Bai. This person felt that mortals were harmed by immortal mortal chi, and could not easily cultivate and attain the Tao. Therefore, he reversed this principle, and replaced all living beings in the world, bearing the suffering of immortal mortal chi. Mortals only need to recite the name of the attained Tao Heavenly Venerable day and night, and if their hearts are sincere, the immortal mortal chi will disappear by itself. Su Bai smiled slightly and continued, I also glimpsed a character from the immortal ruins. Using his finger as a pen, Su Bai instantly wrote the hunger character formula in the air. It looks blurry, I can only restore it to this. Su Bai shook his head, somewhat regretfully. Even if Su Bai said so, the bursts of power fluctuations from the characters in the field also demonstrated the horror of the true immortal seal characters. I think the culprit for causing all things to fall into the immortal ruins is this character. The power of the true immortal naturally needs to be controlled by the true immortal. There are not a few remnants of the true immortal power in the star sea. My suggestion is to study these forces and reverse engineer their original true immortal seal characters from them. Use the true immortal seal characters to fight against the true immortal seal characters. Su Bai said with a serious face. This suggestion immediately caused the heavenly venerables in the field to think seriously. Even the celestial physician was frowning and thinking about the feasibility of this. Seeing this, Su Bai added another heavy material. To be honest, in recent years, I have secretly researched and have made a little progress. Your talents are still above me. If we work together, using the true immortal seal characters to control the immortal ruins is just around the corner. Saying this, Su Bai wrote another character. However, compared to what he saw in the immortal ruins before, this one that he realized himself was obviously weaker. The heavenly physician looked at the other venerables, clearly with expressions of excitement. He couldn't help but feel a little worried in his heart. He already understood the power of these true immortal seal characters. This group of people was already difficult to deal with, and if they were to master the true immortal seal characters, then even if a fight broke out, the heavenly law realm would be affected and turned into ruins. Thinking of this, the heavenly physician's mood became even more urgent. In the ensuing discussion, everyone reached a consensus. The action was divided into 3 factions. The first was to help the heavenly physician, nourish and feed the heavenly law realm, and enhance its strength. The second was to comprehend the true immortal seal characters and rely on external forces to resist the immortal ruins. The third was to stay out of it and watch from the sidelines. After dismissing this group of people, the heavenly physician, the great venerable of the heavenly law realm, couldn't help but feel a little tired. With 6 eternal celestial venerables in charge, the heavenly law realm would not have any major problems for the time being. So the heavenly physician roused his spirits and rushed towards the location of the heavenly devil, which he sensed. If I can get the help of the heavenly devil, I can seize these eternal celestial venerables' bodies without anyone knowing. This will minimize unnecessary casualties. At the thought of this, the heavenly physician's desire to find the heavenly devil became even stronger. Traveling through the star sea, day after day. Finally, he arrived at the edge of the star sea again. Searching for a long time within his sensing range, the heavenly physician finally found the heavenly devil. He was indeed alive, but he was frozen in a strange crystal. Luster crystal wind. The heavenly physician did not approach and pick up the heavenly devil directly, but observed from a distance. He recognized this strange force that had caused the heavenly devil to be frozen. Star sea anomalies have rarely appeared for a long time. It seems that the heavenly devil encountered an accident soon after leaving the heavenly law realm. Perhaps I misunderstood him. It wasn't that he didn't save me, but that he couldn't. Seeing his old friend's miserable appearance of being frozen for 10,000 years, the heavenly physician's heart was filled with pity. It is said that when this luster crystal wind appears, it can freeze large areas of the star sea, and it is one of the most terrifying star sea anomalies. The heavenly devil, with his strength, actually had no power to resist in the face of this vast power. The heavenly physician's expression was solemn. After so long, the freezing power doesn't seem to have weakened much. That piercing coldness can even freeze the true immortal power that gets close. But the heavenly physician is worthy of being the heavenly physician. After thinking for a long time in place, he finally found a solution. He wrapped the ice crystal with hundreds of golden threads. Then he dragged it towards the intangible high wall. When it was about to approach, he suddenly threw it out. The ice crystal, which was originally flying at high speed, suddenly stopped in the air. It seemed to have suffered a violent impact, trembling non-stop. The heavenly physician's eyes lit up, and he keenly noticed that the freezing power had been reduced by a portion in this collision. Only the high wall may be able to shake this deathly freezing power. The heavenly physician sighed, and the golden threads appeared again. The heavenly physician pulled the ice crystal away from the high wall for a distance. Then he repeated the same trick. Boom, boom, boom. In the continuous impact, the ice crystal became smaller and smaller. When only a thin layer was left, the heavenly physician couldn't help but reduce the intensity of the throwing. After all, although theoretically speaking, the heavenly devil can be said to be immortal and indestructible. But the high wall is, after all, an unfathomable existence. He had to be careful. Otherwise, this old friend would not have died in the star sea disaster, but would have died at his own hands. Then the heavenly physician would definitely feel quite guilty. Of course, the most important thing was that he would be missing a crucial helper. The heavenly physician's control over power was almost meticulous. Finally, through this slightly strange method, he awakened the heavenly devil. A transparent, blurry figure stared at the heavenly physician. He didn't say a word. Heavenly devil. The heavenly physician knew that even in the ice, the other party had some perception of the outside world, and said awkwardly. The heavenly devil's figure suddenly disappeared. A moment later, he had already appeared in the heavenly physician's mind. 1380. The secret in the heart of the heavenly doctor. The heavenly physician's pale hair and beard stirred without wind. The wrinkles covering his face also shifted and changed through countless different faces. Yet, for some unknown reason, the heavenly demon, sealed for 10,000 years, sought to seize the heavenly physician the moment it broke free. However, the heavenly physician, currently in the form of the great Venerable of all laws, was not someone a weakened heavenly demon could possess. With his left hand, he plunged a long golden needle straight into the crown of his head. The shifting faces instantly returned to normal, and the heavenly demon's illusory form was forced out. At the same time, countless golden threads, woven and crisscrossed, formed a net, as if constructing a real world. The heavenly demon, just forced out of the heavenly physician's body, couldn't control its form and was slowly drawn into this golden net world. The heavenly demon let out bursts of low roars, eventually being completely subdued by the heavenly physician. However, the heavenly physician's face showed no joy, completely unable to communicate. Has it lost all spirituality after being sealed for too long? After some investigation, his tightly furrowed brows relaxed. So much the better. The heavenly demon's essence, capable of eroding the human heart, remains, making it even easier for me to act. He sighed softly, lamenting the passing of the old, and then the heavenly physician quickly returned to his business. He dragged the sealed heavenly demon and another suitable fragment of the world back into the heavenly law realm. Of course, the heavenly physician did not waste the year or so on the road. While his figure was advancing rapidly, countless golden threads, like tentacles, flew around him. He clearly sensed the remnants of true immortal power encountered along the way. He was still moved by the suggestion made by the Taoist heavenly Venerable Su Bai. Indeed, if used properly, the power that these true immortal seal characters can unleash might be able to shake the immortal ruins. Thinking this, the heavenly physician used his hand as a pen, and successively drew several characters in the air. Even though they were only phantoms, the moment the characters appeared, waves of great power constantly echoed around. And the degree of this shock was constantly increasing as the heavenly physician approached the heavenly law realm. This was only the success of the heavenly physician's comprehension for less than a year. The heavenly physician's terrifying talent was evident. When the heavenly law realm was faintly visible in the distance, the heavenly physician casually removed the true immortal seal characters he had comprehended. Then, he completely released his own aura, ostentatiously performing the act of feeding the heavenly law realm with fragments of the world. While attracting most of the eternal life experts within the heavenly law realm, he quietly separated a phantom of himself, carrying the sealed heavenly demon, and rushed towards the direction of the reverse fusion heavenly Venerable. It was unknown whether this heavenly Venerable was absolutely confident in his own strength, or was too foolish. The other eternal life realm cultivators in the heavenly law realm basically concealed their auras and their positions were erratic. Only this reverse fusion did not conceal anything. Therefore, the heavenly physician smoothly lurked near the reverse fusion heavenly Venerable. At this moment, he seemed to be in seclusion, awakened by the heavenly physician's act of feeding the heavenly law realm. He looked up at the sky, a trace of resentment flashing in his eyes. And in front of the reverse fusion heavenly Venerable, the phantom of the heavenly law realm attracted the heavenly physician's attention. Several places were marked in the phantom, all of which were beyond the perception of him, the great Venerable of all laws. The heavenly physician's heart was startled, and after careful observation, he suddenly understood. So it turns out to be the remnants of the profound yellow world. This reverse fusion heavenly Venerable's attainment of the Tao has invisibly helped the profound yellow world to survive, so the remaining heavenly Tao consciousness of the profound yellow world has sought him out. Courting death, the heavenly physician's heart suddenly surged with killing intent. The heavenly law realm was his hometown, carrying his past and that of many relatives and friends. He would never allow anyone to covet or destroy it. Heavenly law constant Tao, condense. The heavenly physician no longer hesitated, and used his strongest killing move. In the heavenly law realm, the wind stopped, the rain ceased, everything, even the flow of heaven and earth, was plunged into stillness. The eternal life realms, as one of the principles of heaven and earth, were no exception. The heavenly physician appeared behind reverse fusion, slowly reaching out and pressing on the top of his head. In the suddenly erupting ghostly light, the heavenly demon, tamed by the heavenly physician, was injected into it. Reverse fusion's face, like the heavenly physician's before, flashed and changed frantically with countless faces. It seemed that stopping the operation of the heavenly law realm's constant Tao was also an extremely laborious task for the heavenly physician. After successfully injecting a portion of the heavenly demon into reverse fusion's body, the heavenly physician immediately restored the world to its normal operation. In just this instant, the heavenly physician's hair became even more white, and the light in his eyes gradually became a little turbid. The heavenly physician was the great Venerable of all laws in the heavenly law realm, and the anomalies on his body were also reflected in the heavenly law realm. Thousands of miles of red land, glaciers melted, and countless creatures withered and died. It seemed that the entire world had been greatly damaged due to the pause just now. But watching reverse fusion, whose face was originally ferocious, the constantly changing faces finally calmed down. And facing the heavenly physician, the attacker, he did not have the slightest hatred, and even nodded in response. The heavenly physician finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Because of the return of the heavenly demon's Tao, and the nourishment of the newly added fragments of the world, the vitality lost by the heavenly law realm was quickly replenished. No one in the heavenly law realm noticed that the heavenly physician had successfully possessed the reverse fusion heavenly Venerable using the heavenly demon. For the sake of stability, the heavenly physician also inserted 99 and 81 golden needles into the reverse fusion heavenly Venerable's body, completely cutting off the possibility of reverse fusion's original consciousness awakening, and the heavenly demon losing control. Once can be done, then it can be done again. Over the next 30 years, the heavenly physician used this method to gradually control all the eternal life realms within the heavenly law realm, except for that single-minded heavenly venerable. The single-minded heavenly venerable Zhao Ruoxi, incarnated into thousands, her body was all over the heavenly law realm. It was a bit difficult to clean up and seize, and there was no threat for the time being. Therefore, the heavenly physician did not move her for the time being. After integrating the heavenly law realm into his own one-voice hall, the heavenly physician could finally wholeheartedly carry out his plan to save the heavenly law realm. Time flies, and 100 years have passed in a blink of an eye. The heavenly law realm devoured nearly 100 carefully selected fragments of the world, and the overall size expanded by more than double. The continuous nourishment of vitality also enabled it to completely digest the profound yellow world. There were no more hidden dangers in the entire world. The heavenly physician's strength also rose accordingly. He faintly touched the limit that this starry sky could bear. He could advance another level at any time, but there was no way forward. Even the heavenly physician's state of mind could not help but feel a trace of annoyance and despair. Is this the so-called supreme realm? The heavenly physician was silent for a long time. After a long time, he sneered. Supreme, unfortunately, it's just a self-comfort for not being able to become an immortal. There is no immortal path to tread ahead, there is no immortal path to tread ahead. Feeling this kind of restraint completely imprisoned by some great Tao law, the heavenly physician's mind suddenly recalled his experience of comprehending the high wall over the years. These two seem to have some similarities. But there are essential differences. Thinking this, in the heavenly physician's eyes, the field of vision suddenly rose rapidly. The huge heavenly law realm became like a toy in the palm of his hand. And the high wall at the edge of the star sea was also within sight, no longer so distant. Heavenly Doctor took a step, his figure disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, he had already advanced a great distance within the miniature dark star sea landscape. This, shrinking Earth to an inch, technique was one of Heavenly Doctor's insights over the past century. He spent many years traveling through the star sea, accompanied by the power of the high wall and the immortal ruins. Although his realm hasn't changed much, Heavenly Doctor's strength has now grown to an unbelievable level. Originally, crossing the star sea took more than a year. Now, it only takes less than 2 days. Moreover, Heavenly Doctor had a premonition that his speed could continue to increase as his understanding of the star sea's open black lens bracket momentum close black lens bracket deepened. Perhaps in the future, he could cross the star sea in the blink of an eye. Arriving at the high wall, Heavenly Doctor skillfully shot out thousands of golden threads. Like mercury cascading to the ground, he tried to touch and sense the invisible high wall. This was something Heavenly Doctor had done countless times over the years. Even though he had never gained anything, he still continued this seemingly futile behavior. Because Heavenly Doctor had a vague feeling that he would definitely discover something within this high wall. As if in response to his long-standing wait, on this day, the thousands of threads swept across like a golden waterfall, suddenly stopped. Heavenly Doctor's body trembled slightly, and a gleam of light burst out from his completely turbid eyes. It was as if a gap had appeared in the boundless sea. All the threads poured in like seawater. Too bad, it's not a gap. It's just a flaw. There are even traces of human intervention. After carefully examining it, Heavenly Doctor said with regret, perhaps it was caused by some great cultivator in the star sea back then. As the sensing deepened, Heavenly Doctor's distracting thoughts disappeared. He wholeheartedly comprehended the flaw in the high wall. If Heavenly Doctor's exploration of the high wall in the past century had failed to reveal its true face, then now, through this flaw in the high wall, Heavenly Doctor could finally glimpse the real high wall. Creak, creak, not knowing what he had seen, 2 lines of tears involuntarily flowed from Heavenly Doctor's eyes. And his body, as a supreme expert, couldn't resist the oppression of the unknown force, and gradually hunched over. At the far end of the star sea, the heavenly law world innocently emitted bursts of roaring sounds. The sky seemed to be cut open by an invisible blade, and cracks were everywhere. At this critical moment, between continuing to comprehend the Tao and the life and death of the heavenly law world, Heavenly Doctor chose the latter. He retreated violently, instinctively breaking away from the state of comprehending the high wall. The abnormality in the heavenly law world disappeared instantly. And Heavenly Doctor touched the tear stains on his face, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. He was horrified to find that everything he had seen and felt just now, after he broke contact with the high wall, slowly dissipated. And a premonition surged in his heart, telling him that if he wanted to retain this memory, he had to reconnect with the high wall before the feeling in his body completely faded. Continue to engrave it, but the heavenly law world can't bear it anymore, it has reached its limit. A rare hint of hesitation and struggle appeared in Heavenly Doctor's eyes. Finally, Heavenly Doctor sighed a long sigh. He still didn't get close, allowing the feeling of enlightenment in his body to completely dissipate. PFF'd. Violating his Tao-seeking heart, Heavenly Doctor suffered a huge blow to his mind, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Golden needles in his hand were continuously inserted into important acupoints around his body. Unexpectedly, he couldn't suppress the injury from the depths of his soul at all, and spat out several more mouthfuls of blood. A doctor cannot heal himself. After standing in the void for half a month, Heavenly Doctor completely recovered. He was a little unwilling and wanted to explore the flaw in the high wall again. But in the end, it was open black lens bracket lost forever close black lens bracket. Looking at it was no different from looking at an ordinary high wall. Heavenly Doctor stood there blankly, feeling lost in his heart, knowing that he had forever missed the secret of the high wall. But Heavenly Doctor was, after all, Heavenly Doctor. After another 10 days, he cheered up again. My desire to prove the true immortal is only to save the heavenly law world. If I were to abandon the heavenly law and allow it to be destroyed in order to attain the Tao, this is definitely not what I want. Moreover, although I cannot glimpse the secret of the high wall, I can obtain the power of the high wall. Heavenly Doctor's mind moved, and thousands of golden threads weaved a long wall in front of him. However, the moment it took shape, all the golden threads collapsed and scattered into countless golden lights. The flaw in the high wall has left a mark on me. From now on, the high wall is no longer an invisible object in my eyes. A trace of understanding surged into Heavenly Doctor's heart. Perhaps, I can build a high wall outside the heavenly law world to isolate the suction force of the immortal ruins. Heavenly Doctor's enlightenment under the high wall advanced his strength further. After another 100 years, he laid down countless golden threads to entangle it. He actually wrapped the heavenly law world into a silkworm cocoon and slowly dragged it out of the edge of the immortal ruins. Seeing that the heavenly law world was really about to escape, this act of snatching food from the tiger's mouth still attracted the attention of the true immortal who comprehended the Tao in the immortal ruins. The majestic figure suddenly came above the heavenly law world, looking at Heavenly Doctor standing in front of him, and the tightly wrapped golden cocoon. His expression was indifferent. The pressure from the true immortal caused the heavenly law world, even when wrapped, to tremble, and mountains and rivers to collapse. And Heavenly Doctor, facing this true immortal in front of him. For some reason, there was no fear in his heart. Instead, a trace of doubt arose. Is this the true immortal? The true immortal phantom slowly stretched out his hand. Infinite suction force surged from it. The entire dark star sea was exploring towards the true immortal's palm at this moment. Even light was like this. However, it was as if there was a wooden stake, firmly nailing Heavenly Doctor in place, motionless. Heavenly Doctor pulled the heavenly law world, like a kite flying in a strong wind. Constantly tumbling, but never breaking. The doubt in Heavenly Doctor's eyes grew stronger. Standing in the true immortal's power, without resisting. Then, not knowing what he thought of, he slowly closed his eyes. Outside the Xuanwang living beings formation, looking at the rapidly running formation that was about to collapse, Li Fan sighed slightly. Heavenly Doctor's skills were indeed extraordinary. And the downgraded immortal formation was not a real immortal formation. Moreover, even a complete immortal formation might not be able to simulate the true power of the true immortal of the immortal ruins. It was expected that Heavenly Doctor would discover the flaws in it. It doesn't matter, enough secrets have been spied on.